Guys, I think we're ready. We'll just wait for these two speakers and yeah. Is it Isaac? I don't know. Isaac? Hi, come. Maybe
Wait, hold on. I need to do intro first. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another day at the Children and Youth Pavilion. Today, our theme will be majorly focused on nature as well as law and policy. And to kickstart this, we're going to begin with a session on establishing youth climate councils in different countries. So I'd like to welcome Kasia Śmiontek, and I'll pass the floor over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, guys. We are still waiting for some speakers, but we can start in the meantime because like the venue is crazy, as you know. So before we actually go into the like panel discussion, I don't know, Isaac, maybe you want to join us as well on stage. I don't know how you feel about that. Yeah, you can join us. So yeah, before we start, I think we can hear actually from you. So. Um, how does youth engagement in climate decision making, in climate policy, look like in your countries? If you'd like to share, I think we are such a small audience that we can actually like freely share your point of view. Yeah, sure. Hmm. Hmm. That's amazing because last year we actually had a friend from Romania as well at this session in the Children Youth Pavilion as well, and she tried also to do something. So maybe you guys can actually like discuss that. But I don't remember her name, but we can discuss after this session, and I will try to link you guys because it would be amazing. Does anyone? Thank you so much for sharing, and hopefully we'll be able to also share some experiences with you. Does anyone else want to share how the situation look like in your countries? Okay, maybe you guys will be more open in a second. We can start with the panel. Thank you so much for bearing with us. It was challenging to get here, but we have an amazing set of panelists today. We have Elise from Denmark. Denmark was actually the first like the first country that established a youth climate council in the country. It happened just after COP24 in Poland, and it has been present there since then. So this is actually very exciting. We have Isaac from Uganda, right? And YC Uganda is one of the new YCCs established just last year, right? If I'm not mistaken. So it's really really exciting also to hear how it's going and how we can actually like also build YCCs in different parts of the world. We have Nirel from Costa Rica, and a YCC in Costa Rica was established just 2 weeks ago, like 3 weeks ago. So this is very, very exciting. So yeah, so maybe you guys can actually share some experiences. How does Youth Climate Council work? What does it actually mean? How it operates? Something to actually give a basis to our audience. Elise, do you want to start?
Yes, I can start. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's important to mention if you've never heard about youth climate councils before that they look very differently. They're very much, established in a certain context, and certain countries have different ways of doing things, and different like kind of rules for these things, and some countries already have like youth strategies in other ways. But yeah, Denmark was the first country, and it was the UN delegate Monica Skelborg who like convinced her minister at COP to like if you he was like yeah, I want more youth involvement, and then she was like when they were on live television, oh, so you want to put down a youth climate council, and he couldn't say no, and then she just like followed up, and we've been here since, and none of the members of the first council are still there, so now we're like a new people, and I'm also on my way out. I've been there for 2 years now, and I've been frustrated sometimes because I feel okay. So what we do is making recommendations on certain areas, certain sectors in terms of climate, of course, um, and giving them to the minister, having meetings with him, and he's listening. But I feel like we're still lacking some mechanisms, like follow up mechanisms. He like right now he can just like in one ear and out of the other, right? He doesn't have to comment or anything. He doesn't have to say like publicly if he agrees, if he doesn't agree, and yeah, so we're very much trying to not getting youth washed, not getting like only like pictures with the minister, so we can say, oh yeah, it's so important to listen to the youth, but he never like says anything about the substance in our recommendations, which can be very frustrating when we work very hard making these recommendations. And another thing about the Danish Council is we really try to have a representative, like like different kinds of young people from different backgrounds and they know about different stuff. So maybe one is like very smart in agriculture and one is smart in the oceans, and yeah, we know about different stuff. I'm representing like in the council. I represent the Green Youth Movement, which is this like a climate activist movement in Denmark. So I'm a bit more like radical than some of the others, and they think, oh, you're always so idealist, Elise. You're an activist, and some of them they wouldn't call themselves activists. They're just, I love this field. I know a lot about this stuff. So we're very different, which is also like challenging for me and funny because normally I work with very like engaged like people who have like so many feelings about the climate council and these things, and in the youth climate council they they not necessarily have that. They may be just very interested in these areas. So we have to find compromises also internally in the council. Like we don't agree on lots of stuff. So we also have to find like middle grounds and compromises. But it has been very fun 2 years for me, and also I, even though it has a lot of problems in terms of like, is the youth involvement meaningful or only like existing like on paper? I think it's always worth it, like starting, and then you can work your way in to get more like real influence as time pass. And also, like the ministers, that we have elections, and it's also very like a new world every time we get a new minister because they have different relationships to like how important it is to involve youth. So that's also a thing that we have to think about in terms of doing strategies for more like real influence. But we do that all the time, and we keep assessing how can we influence the most as the circumstances are right now. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Elise. And Denmark, together with some other countries, I think Poland, like Denmark and Poland, are the only official youth advisory bodies to the government. The rest of the councils are based more on a constituency basis, but we'll discuss it in a second as well. And Nirel, hopefully, like the YCC in Costa Rica, will be also the official advisory body very soon. Okay, so maybe we can go to Uganda and to Isaac now. Can you let us know how your experience looks like? How many members you guys have? How do you coordinate your work? What challenges are you guys facing?
Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. Thanks for coming. So our experience in Uganda is really amazing in a way that looking at how we started and how everything got introduced and the milestones that we have really attained to date, it is quite amazing, and it is very, very inspiration to me. So So of course, in the context of Uganda, we have always had scattered youth doing the same thing, passionate about climate change, willing to act, but they are scattered and they are not well coordinated. So YCC comes in handy to unite all of them and be like, hey, this is what we can do when we can work together. This is more like what we can achieve when we do things in unison. So
I wanna
so of course the approach has to thrive on the bottom up trend. Like she said, you'll find there are different contexts in different countries, and there are different contexts in which youth operate. So you have to know what the interests are for different people. So we started with a baseline survey to see to what extent are these young people actually getting involved in policy. How do they, to what extent do they know about climate policies, and then how skilled are they? Like, it was a kind of robust research to get those facts so that we tailor very well the approach of YCC in Uganda. And then we went ahead to, to get a report out. The report is out, and it was very, very amazing, but with very interesting insights, highlighting limited participation and knowledge of young people towards climate policies. And this is where we want to come through to see that how can young people now be empowered, how can they be skilled to effectively participate and even get on top to those tables where decisions are made. So basing on the findings of the research, we actually went ahead to now start working, and we started with a training in UNFCCC processes, and some bits of climate financing, because we know that is also one of the things that youth can really get equipped to, can really get to know, for them to effectively make those contributions, demand for accountability, for example, in climate financing, in carbon markets, demand for those ambitious outcomes from the governments and other delegates that always come, and subsequently be like, okay, Uganda, this is our position. We want to see this. So with those established foundations and many more others to come, we have already gotten a partnership with the National Youth Council, which is the Uganda's government arm responsible for the youth affairs, and we want to override that platform to even advance higher and get these young people from the grassroots and put them in the spotlight and put them in the position to see that they are able to meaningfully participate. Of course, those are some of the experiences and insights that I'm very much proud to talk about within just a span of around 8 months. It is quite amazing. But of course, there are challenges here and there, which were very good learning points for us, because there are all other existing youth groups that were working in silos, that were really not that active, and are like, hey, are you guys coming here to compete with us or what? No, we're like, okay, we are not here to compete with anyone, but we are here to create a movement so that we can cooperate and at the end of the day compete at higher levels when we are pushing for our own needs, when we are pushing for meaningful implementation of the climate policies with our voices heard. So literally that is what I can talk about for now. Thank you so much.
And and I think that's really great to see also this comparison between Denmark and Uganda and how different it can be, but also how similar the aim is. So just making sure that the young people are part of discussions, part of the policy making processes. So that's actually what we are all about. So let's hear from our newest member of the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance, Costa Rica. So Nirel, what are you guys up to? How has been how does the process look like? How was the launch? And what are your first steps actually ahead?
Thanks, Kasha. Can is
Yeah.
this on? Okay. So first of all, I'm really glad to be here with my colleagues. We have a diverse panel: Europe, Africa, and Latin America. So that's really just what the spirit of the alliance is about. And I can speak for all of us and say we're really happy about how things are going on. So Costa Rica and the whole of Latin America has really specific limitations of political context. So we cannot say that we have a direct alliance with the government per se, but we are working on it. So what we are doing right now is that we are working through civil society. And we had the launch of the YCC just a month ago with 33 individuals who are part of both organizations, but also only individuals who are from all of the parts of the country, and we tried for the council in general, to be very inclusive. So even though Costa Rica is a really small country, it's very diverse in youth in general. So we have people from all of the 7 provinces and from different social, economic backgrounds, which is really, really important because my country is really unequitable. Sorry. So we knew this also had to be incorporated in the climate council, and also the fact that not everyone can access to an university education. Not everyone has the privilege to go to the metropolitan area and just have meetings with everyone. So we took all of these things into account, and we tried to make the council as inclusive as possible. So right now we are working with, as I said, 33 people in 4 commissions. We are working in national climate governance, with everything that has to do with national policies and national youth plans. Also, local climate governance with, in Costa Rica, there are these youth committees per municipality in our provinces. So we have been working with some of them. And we are also working with the Legislative Assembly, specifically in public participation subjects, and also doing a mapping of the blue economy law projects. They're not yet laws, but they're projects. Okay, I think I explained myself. And we're also working in communications. And this is such an important subject because what we believe in YCC Costa Rica is that whatever comes from, whatever people can see from outside has to come from within the organization, so it has to come from the inside. So if we are good as an organization, if we understand each other, if we know what our strategy is, what our values are, what we want our vision to be from now onwards, then that can be reflected to the outside. So that is what the Communications Commission is working on. So we are relatively new. We started working on these commissions a month ago, but what we have been doing during this whole year is just to build a proper strategy for what we want the YCC to look like. So we have built a regiment, reports. We have read lots of information of the policies that are now I'm forgetting the word in English, I'm so sorry.
Established? Maybe?
Established, yeah, the policies that are now officially established in Costa Rica. So we went through a lot of information and we just searched what were the places where the YCC could be well received and where the YCC could be well like incorporated. So after doing all of this research, we just basically said, okay, we think we are ready to launch the YCC, and that is why we just launched it like a month ago. But the process has been very fulfilling, and the members are really happy to just be working in climate advocacy, in political incidents, and just mobilizing climate action.
Thank you so much, Nirel, and it's really exciting because we could have seen like actually like three different, super different approaches, very different like structures very often. But what brings us all together is something called the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance. So once we realized that there is a council in Denmark, in Poland, in the Netherlands, and then we were trying to establish a council in Ghana, so we have colleagues here from Ghana as well, we realized that maybe we should actually have an alliance so we can support young people and youth communities in different parts of the world and make sure that this idea can be replicated. Because as you can see, if it worked in one place, in a region, in a country, in a continent, then it can be easily replicated. So that's what we actually decided to do. We established the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance, and now we have 7 members. We have Denmark, Poland, Netherlands, Ghana, Brazil, through the level of Sao Paulo. We have Costa Rica, then we have Uganda. We are establishing a council in Sierra Leone and Nigeria, and also in Colombia. So there are more and more councils to come. But then you may think, oh my God, they have so many different like approaches, stories, momentum use, how we can actually like get through that. So we decided to actually launch a toolkit on how to establish a youth climate council in your countries. So all of these stories, and also stories of people who would not fit on this panel because there are already 7 of us, and hopefully next year it will be even more of us, we decided to actually collect all these stories and make sure that they are all actually very well like explained, and make sure that they are kind of like replicable, because it shows that like if it was possible in Denmark, it's also possible in Germany or France. If it's possible in Costa Rica, it's possible in Mexico, in Argentina, anywhere. Then if it was possible in Ghana, Uganda, or it's possible in Kenya, in South Africa, anywhere in the continent as well, because then we can replicate different examples and different key lessons. But then some countries are simply too big or like too difficult politically to establish a council on a national level, and we also have to acknowledge that. And the situation was very similar in Brazil. Jair Bolsonaro was in power for too long, and it was very difficult to actually establish a YCC in Brazil. But our friends did not give up. They did not actually, just give up and say, okay, we cannot establish it on national level, so we are not doing anything. They actually decided to establish that in Sao Paulo, and there is also a very interesting story behind that. So if you want to establish a council on a local, city level, you can also download this toolkit, and you will have some stories from Sao Paulo, how to do it, what are the key lessons, what are the key practices, so you can learn more about it. But because we have quite a few people here, and also within you there are people representing different YCCs as well, we would like to invite you for a discussion. So this is the end of the official panel. We now want to actually have this open discussion with you. And the plan was, but I think we don't have actually enough people, so it would be better if we have this open discussion. We wanted to have continental groups to actually make sure that people from various continents can discuss with you how a YCC could be established in your country. We can get check through the room if it's still feasible. Who is from South America or Latin America? Okay, no. North America? No. Africa? Okay. Africa? Okay. Europe? Okay. Asia? Okay. Okay, guys. I think we can actually do the open discussion then. It can be easier, and we are a global movement, so we can actually discuss that. So now is a free time for you to actually ask any formal, informal questions to the brainstorming or how a YC could look like in your country. So what we can start with is that you can whenever you feel comfortable, you can introduce yourself, where you are coming from, what is the situation of the youth engagement in your country. So if there is, for example, I don't know, informal youth engagement, so whether there are Fridays for Future future, or there are some like as in Denmark, like the green movement, so like activism that would be like prominent, and we could somehow replicate that in a way of institutionalized youth engagement. What are the institutional bodies and anything, guys, that would come to your mind, and some ideas, and maybe we can brainstorm together, and we can like just start now and then continue this discussion throughout the day or the week. So whoever feels comfortable, yes. Yeah, sure. Hmm. There's mic. There's a mic. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, it should be on now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, in countries where they have established youth councils that aren't, thematically focused, are you all engaging, or are you planning to engage with them, perhaps, as a arm or working group as part of a larger youth council?
Yeah. Oh.
Thank you so much for that question. Of course, like when you're entering the community, you have to find the structures that are existing and leverage on those. Now, for example, we have, for us in Uganda, we have the National Youth Council. So the National Youth Council is the government wing of engaging youth in their matters. So us coming as a Youth Climate Council, it rose a lot of suspicions and like, you guys, what is your main agenda? What are you up to? Because they thought we are probably coming to compete with them, or we are coming to replicate their work, or we are coming, to do a lot of duplication. But we came with our good agenda, and we pitched to them what we intended to do. And at the end of the day, they actually accepted to collaborate with us. And as I speak, we have a signed memorandum of understanding with the National Youth Council of Uganda. So it could be the same approach if you have other youth councils in your own countries, to collaborate with them and drive the movement forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, I know that Margaret wanted to intervene as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Margaret. I'm with the YCC as well. So I just wanted to say that in pitching the idea of the YCC to countries, what we do is we go beyond the local advocacy. So I know in some countries there'll be some movement, some people trying to do things in smaller groups and stuff, which is really working. So what we do is that we intend on not just being an advisory body, but as she said, some countries are more of constituencies. So in Ghana, for instance, we are it's like a platform for all youth individuals and organizations together. And in pitching this to other countries, we are not just looking at having that movement for youth individuals and organizations, but having that means for them to join something bigger. So beyond the local advocacy, we seek for cross-regional advocacy, because we believe that whatever happens in Europe would affect Africa and vice versa. So then how do we make sure that we have one unit that believe in each other and is aware of whatever is going on in each country, in each region, and can support each other? So as the Alliance, we're not just looking at having local councils or national councils. We're looking at having people being part of the bigger agenda so we can all understand what goes on in the countries, in the regions, and how we can support each other. So that's how we learn from each other as an alliance. So aside from just replicating or helping institutionalize YCCs, in this case, in other countries or localities, we want to ensure that we learn from each other as an alliance, and also how we can support each other in advocacy. So if maybe Middle East is going through something and we need all our voices to be on board to support that advocacy, we will do that, because then you would help us understand, okay, this is what is going on. We all believe in it because we are one youth. We know that what affects you affects us, and we make sure that we have that cross-regional advocacy going on as well, yeah.
And the last thing we actually want to do is like competition, with councils. So if there are national youth councils, like in general, like very broad youth councils, that's already the first step. So like if they want to actually have like a climate commission, for example, we can support them in establishing like a commission, like council within this council. So we don't want to be like, oh my God, like I don't know, France has a youth council for everybody, and they're like, oh, maybe you actually need youth climate council because like just for the sake of the youth climate council. No, 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 we would never do it. So if there's any young person here that like has a youth council in the country, and you want to like focus on climate, of course we can also support you in that.
Can I just add on that? In Costa Rica, we don't have like a youth council. We have youth committees. So each municipality has a youth committee, and they don't have like only well they work in different areas, but they don't work the environmental or climate area. So we are trying to fulfill that part. So we are trying to work with them, and we are actually building a toolkit also for how to include climate action in those committees projects. So that's another way that can be done.
There were some questions, yeah?
My name is Rasmus, and I'm from Denmark. And I'm from a youth council. It's a Nordic youth council, so it's a little bit different, but we worked a lot together with the Danish youth council. And I just want to share one thing in our experience. We've existed for 50 years now, and we sit in some committees together with parliamentarians, so we have the same rights as them. And one of the ways that we got there is to work a lot with the democratic representation, because we have, we're an umbrella organization. So through our members, we've gotten to represent a lot of people. By now, it's 1 million young Nordic people. And that means that in order to enter those rooms in Nordic politics, where decisions are made, we can actually quite confidently say that we represent a large proportion of the Nordic youth. And that has really been like a gate opener for us, and working with, getting new partners, new people that join the organization, which then increases our mandate. And I think that's just, if we want to be able to enter like all the rooms where the decisions are made and actually sit at the table, that's also an aspect to consider and work with, because in our experience it has helped tremendously when politicians, they say, oh, but why should we listen to you? And then we can say, yeah, we represent a ton of like a large proportion of the young people in this whole region. We should have a voice. That has usually overcome some of the many obstacles that you meet when you try to champion a cause like this.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elena from Romania. I'm actually the youth delegate for Romanian delegation, and also I'm the vice president on sustainability for the National Youth Council. So I'm like wearing a lot of hats. But I would like to explain just in short some context, and maybe you can help me or advise me on that. I really need that help, because I had some meetings here with the ministries of everything, environment, whatever, my ministry, but never had them at home. So that's one. The second one is that the context is a little bit unclear in Romania. So in terms, I'm so sorry that I'm staying with the back there.
You can join us here
yeah.
if
But
yeah,
I would. Yeah, because I need a lot of advice. So basically, in Romania right now, we don't have any organization, even the National Youth Council, that is formally recognized by the government. So no other organization, youth organization, can be recognized. Because the status is something unclear, and we have a few issues there, and then the Ministry of Youth needs to resolve it before we can go further with any alliance, anything like that. But however, we are like continuing our work as a National Youth Council, and we are the official federation. We have members as well. I mean, we are representing a lot of people from Romania, and that means a lot. However, now that I want to go further with the climate action, because it doesn't seem to be a very important topic in Romania, and it should be because we have the privilege to do a lot for other, even other countries and even other regions around us. It should be a thing. So I'm looking forward to see if I can do it within the National Youth Council to do like this alliance or this little council that has to do with, because I don't want to have like loads of councils, because they're gonna say, oh, but you young people, you don't know how to, structure yourself. You don't have any mechanisms. You want everything, and it's not realistic every time. So basically, I'm putting pressure on that right now. I have a lot of young people next to me, which is perfectly good. But how do you advise me to go further and actually make this happen? Because I don't know how to be as clear and concise in front of them. I mean, we want to have this council. We want to have opportunities to develop and learn the decision-making processes. We want to have a say when it comes to the strategies of anything that is happening in Romania. And how do we do that? So basically, this is my question, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for sharing that. Maybe Margaret can actually take this question. She's working on the replication of the council, so she's a perfect person to actually address that.
I just have one question. Is your council in alliance with the government? You remember Isaac said something like there's a National Youth Council, which is not the YCC, but that is the youth body of the government. That's the same thing with your side. Okay, so it's the youth body of the government. So yeah, I wanted to know that because it's a bit tricky if you want to be a standalone thing when the government kind of has a hold on you and kind of support you with resources. Okay, then it's easier. Maybe we can talk after this.
And yeah, guys, because like we are also around for the whole week. So in case like you want to discuss something and you have some ideas, even if like you think that maybe a YCC, like Youth Climate Council, could work in your country, we would be like more than happy to actually go through it. And also, you don't have to necessarily establish that. Maybe there are some mechanisms that you can think about which would help you guys in the country. Yeah, Elise, sorry for that.
I think maybe this one can work. So as I see it, if this was in Denmark, I don't know anything about the frames for like how you can push from civil society in your country. I don't know anything. But if this was in Denmark, I would see like two options. One of them, which is the one I would choose, because when you are an activist, if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So you think, so for me, it would always be like pushing from the outside, like trying to like write opinion pieces, ask them like, don't you want youth involvement? And they say yes, like then just demand like concrete things. And then this and this, if you really mean it, then you would do this. And it's in the old-fashioned activism way, that's how I would do it, and try to like create a movement, like a lot of people behind you. And the other way, which can work maybe better in some countries, I don't know, is going, the formal way and just trying to get into the rooms and talking with the very important people, just having very good arguments for why it also could benefit them or something like that. That's how you got here. Yeah. No. Oh, 2 days before? Okay. Yeah, because you were just keeping... Yeah. Yeah, or maybe a mix. So having like the activistic, persistence, like just keeping pushing, but in the more formal ways, maybe instead of outside. So that's just my thoughts. I don't know.
Yeah, and I was also thinking that, like, if you can, because you said that they're afraid that young people cannot mobilize and structure. I think what we did, for example, in Poland a few years ago, was just proving that we can take people from the streets, from like Fridays for Future, like strikes and like demonstrations, actually to the room with the Ministry of Environment, and we told them, look, guys, they can shout at you, they can actually like show your face on like the main coal plant in Poland, but at the same time they can sit in one room with you, and they can provide like proper recommendations. And then we actually showed them that we can have this activist side. So we had kids from like the age of 15 to 26. So of course the experiences differ. Like when you're 15, you're just in high school and like you start your like activist journey. But when you're 26, sometimes you're already like an expert in the field. You're working in a like energy company, right? So yeah. But there was also some advice here coming from the public.
I come from the more like the established in-system way because I represent a lot of political youth parties. But I really think you need to think about who is in government. Is it a left-wing government? Then I think activism works really well in order to enter the room. But if it's a right-wing government with conservatives, then it's usually better to co-opt like the local elites by having, starting small, getting meetings with, normal members of the party, befriending them, and then when they know and they vouch for you, they usually invite you to something else, and then over some years, you can usually enter the room also with them. Because if you do the opposite way, like for instance, if you go the activistic way with a right-wing government, sometimes, it'll be a bit, at least if you want to enter the room, it'll be a bit more difficult, I think. So I think that's important to remember as well.
And I think also the context really matters, because I think especially Eastern Europe has a very specific context of like working with the government is very challenging. Like it's very different, for example, from Nordic countries, because you guys have like the idea of associations and being like, democratic, very democratic. While for us, I think in Eastern Europe, it's still a challenge. Like people compete a lot and they don't trust each other. So I think it's also very like interesting to discuss that, I think, with people on the ground, and the fact that it was easier for you to get meetings here than back home, because then people like won't see that you met up with them here, so it's easier for them to meet up with you here. They don't have the responsibility to to show other people back home that okay, we met with you, so maybe there would be some follow-ups. But yeah, we have 5 more minutes, so I saw some questions here and there, so we can start here and then go back there. It's okay.
It's been great hearing from everyone. Thank you so much. I'm from Australia. We actually don't have a youth climate council at all. We had one last year specifically about COP and advising about how to do COP strategy, but that was disbanded and it's not happening again next year. So we're all pretty disappointed. It's the first time that the government's like sponsored Australian youth being here. And my question is, how do we convince them that it is important to have a national climate council, especially when it is a left-wing government and maybe they're not taking all of the action that they should? So yeah, my question is, how do we sort of use the networks we're creating at COP and things like that with other Australian activists or other Pacific activists? And like obviously your guys, everyone is experienced, and how do we get that like national peak body of young people on climate established? Especially because in Australia, I would say most young people have experienced climate disaster and have been on the front lines of climate change. So how do we get them to listen to us, basically?
Yeah, Margaret.
Have a local organization leading the way. So in this case, let's say you have a local organization, and we just act as guides throughout the process. And so in doing that, we support you in the processes in terms of reaching out to the government. We also do, like I said, our pitch is not just having a local or a national council, but doing something that can support a bigger agenda. And mostly people buy this, because then they want to identify that whatever goes on in the country is relevant so much that it even goes outside the country. And so when we do that, you then help, reach out to other organizations. Like you said, there are lots of people who are equally good in what you're doing. So you reach out to them, you all come together, and then we all do this and bring in the governmental stakeholders, because we need them. So you would be a standalone thing. We support you in whichever way to get funding. Of course, very expensive to do all of these things, funding, resource, and all of those stuff. And then you get the government support in this, not in any monetary term, but you need the government approval to have this running. And then it wouldn't be an advisory body, but it would be something that would be recognized because you're independent, but then you have the nod of the government. Yeah.
And also, I think it's sometimes very good, also in case of Australia, because like the context is like really, really important here. Is that like you can also like show it as a youth washing exercise for them. Like, of course, like it's not good for you guys, but then if you present to them, okay, you have challenges, you get fossil of the day like every single day at COP. Maybe it's actually good for you to have this youth phase of your like sometimes challenging action. So like for you is a like a step in the door actually, but then a foot in the door. But then for them is like okay, we also get something for that. So we can also discuss it like after the session because we also had a question here. Yeah,
I'll be
and
sure.
yeah.
So I'm Hiu Cheng from Hong Kong and not a country, so far we don't have council and we don't have lots of stake in governmental decisions. I just want to ask for your views on what do you feel like having an independent youth council compared to entering the already like already established adults committees or council as a youth member. What do you feel like? Which way, or what do you feel about it in general?
Yeah. Yeah, this is tricky. Do you want to take it, Isaac? Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear? Okay.
Yeah.
So, of course, you see, when you want something long term, you have to give it structures. So, if you enter as just a member, to just go as you'll be like, for example, Isaac. Then you also be the Youth Climate Council, and which literally can't work. So you have to be with those boundaries, you know. This is something that is going, but it has to be grounded and structures, and it has to be institutionalized with other institutions so as to realize a very, very long test of time. So be working as an individual, it really can't be long term.
And yeah, and I think in some countries, for example, in Poland, there is both the Youth Climate Council as a like recognized body, plus there is a youth in the like Council on Energy and Climate next to the president of Poland. So we have both institutions, but exactly as Isaac said, if you want to go long term, you also have to have like a group that you can like consult, because otherwise you're just a young person in a like adult's body, and then you represent only your voices, because like of course like you cannot do consultations like very like broadly in your country. You have to have a group that can facilitate these consultations.
So the youth council will be like a backup or like your
Extension, kind of. Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, just 10 seconds. It's easy when you collaborate. So if you can get the existing committee to support the implementation, it's way easier. Else you would always be contended. You'd always be fought. If you're seen as a competitor, then they'll try so hard to push you away because they think you're taking their place, you're taking their relevance. So it's a way of making sure that everyone supports the same agenda and they buy into it. So I would say collaboration really works if there's an existing thing doing the same purpose. Like I said, we don't just go beyond, we go beyond local advocacy. So if that is what is not there, how do they buy into the whole idea and collaborate? Because we need their forces as well to ensure that something bigger is created and no one is fighting against each other.
And thank you so much, guys. But because like organizers are waving at us, so we have to actually get off the stage because they will start like I think pulling us out. So we have to leave the stage now. But we want to thank you for this discussion. Really, like it's thanks to you guys. And we'll also have another 2 panels on Monday in the Nordic Pavilion and in the Panamanian Pavilion. So if you want to, for example, if there are like any Spanish and Portuguese speakers here, we'll have a session on Monday afternoon, and then in English in the morning on Monday. It will be kind of similar, but then if you want to discuss, I know that there are some countries who would like to follow up maybe, we will be around. So if people from the YCC can like raise your hands, Ernest, Margaret, Efwa, like we are here, so you can like approach any of us and we can like discuss it. Thank you so much,
Thank
really,
you,
guys, and good luck.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, YCC Global Alliance, for this session. So we are moving to the next session. If you just joined us, feel free, come in front. There's a session on youth empowerment for sustainable future, nurturing knowledge, creativity, and action through engaging games and interactive learning. So if the organizers are here, you are here. you can take over now.
Hi everyone, settle in. We're just gonna kick off. Can we have the slides up? That's mine, I think. Oh, yeah.
Also inviting everyone. This is going to be an interactive quiz, and there are goodies for anyone who wins. So please stay, and we're going to have some fun for the next half an hour, and we'll be starting shortly. Everyone, if you can pair up, that will be great for us to kickstart the quiz as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Let's get started. Can everyone settle down?
Yeah.
Just start. Next. कुछ बोलना है फिर बोल दो अभी उनको बैठ.
Yeah. Do you want to introduce? Hey guys, can everyone pair up? I can see that there are two people here. You guys can be, yeah, it's okay, you can sit there. You guys can be a pair. Do you want to pair up?
अभी शुरू ही कर लेते हैं. Okay, everyone, we're getting started. Lovely. Should we go to the next slide? Awesome. Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. I am Rasil, and
I'm Muskan. I'm communications manager at Care About Climate, and Rasil is.
I direct the Olympiad and partnerships at Climate Science. Awesome. Quick icebreakers. 3 people. Tell us your name, where you're from, and your favorite climate solution. There we go. Thank you. Lovely. Do you want to go up there? Your name, where you're from, and your favorite climate solution.
Hello, all. My name is Abdoulaye Faye. I came from Senegal.
And your favorite climate solution?
Yes.
What's your favorite climate solution?
My favorite climate solution is my English is better. I speak all French. Is a string of adaptation and resilience of communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2 more people. I'm gonna randomly pick people.
Hi, I'm Miguel Trenkel. I'm from the UK. Favorite climate solutions, probably nature-based solutions. So looking at regenerating forests and ecological conservation. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I didn't catch your name.
Miguel.
Yeah. Thank you, Miguel. What about you?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Dominique Vaqueiro. You can call me Dicky. I am from Mexico, and my favorite climate solution. I didn't think about that before coming. Well, I think if collaboration among people is a solution, that will be my favorite one.
Awesome. Oops. Lovely. Next. Okay. We have a quick activity which requires you to pair up. If you don't have a pair, why don't you guys, Abdullah? Okay, you know what? Do it on your own then. Whoever is a pair, we're going to only spend 5 minutes. It's a speed ice-breaking session. Okay. Speed ice-breaking session. This segment is called Common Ground. So ask your partner a few questions until you find one thing that you have in common and one thing that you don't. Ideally, climate-related, but not necessarily. If you want to play it climate-related, start with how they would solve climate change. So the challenge is to find one thing you agree on and one thing you disagree on. So, yep, get discussing. Both of you want to discuss?
They do know each other.
That's okay.
Go on.
It's good you don't know each other. It's to break the ice.
Yeah, they do know each other. I mean, that's Azhar and that's Sophia. I mean, from CSC.
Oh, okay.
Guys, please join.
Come join in.
We're playing a quiz, so...
Okay, so you guys just came in. Activity is common ground, so you now are automatically partners. You need to quickly discuss, ask each other questions, find one thing you agree on and one thing you disagree on. It could be climate, non-climate. If you're going to play climate related, then start with how would you solve climate change. Okay? Lovely. Is anyone solo here? We have why don't you join them? The group of six, yeah.
Yeah, we can do it with them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or, yeah, anything is okay. I mean, like, looks like it. Are they going to share as well?
Yeah, we'll have one person. One.
I know it's more like a group discussion now. Okay. I have one tote bag here. I have one bag at my place.
So then we can just give to the winner.
Yeah. Or I'll give the other one tomorrow. That also I can do. Let's do it. ऐसे मजे ले रहा था तुझे मतलब नहीं क्यों बहुत I think he was just kidding, man. Just being an ass, that's all. Okay. Let's do it, no?
All right. We will take one group to come up and share what you agreed on and what you disagreed on. Who wants to go? What about... I already called on you once. I can't do it again. What about two folks from this group? Were you able to find? Wait, guys, I hate to cut off this discussion, but I need one person to come share the agreement and disagreement. Do you want to? Take the mic. Lilia. Okay, there you go.
So we didn't get as far as the disagreement, which I think is a good thing, probably. Obviously, we all agreed that climate crisis is real. I think that's as far as we got. But we did the instructions, which was quite good. Well, thank you.
Anyone got a disagreement? You guys? That's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, so we disagree on the how can I say that? I'm an English speaker, a French speaker, in the fact that in the meaning of elegance. Yeah, she said elegance it's with heels, and I don't think so.
Lovely. Okay. Next, we're going to get started with the quiz. We can do it solo, or should we do it with partners? I think solo is okay. Just maybe put your hands up with the points.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Okay.
basically, we will be going through 3 rounds of questions. Yeah. 3 rounds of questions, and don't discuss your answers since you all are solo. And when you get one right, just raise a finger. And, towards the end of every round, we'll count how many fingers are raised. And whosoever has the highest number of fingers raised will win in the end. And we have goodies, as I said. Okay. So first question, when was the 1.5C goal decided by parties? Now this is a self-assessment, guys. I really can't ask everyone. How long should I wait for them for the answer? Yeah? Yeah, does anyone want to probably answer?
You can even take guesses, whoever's warmest wins.
Yeah? 2018?
Any other guesses?
Any other guesses? Sorry? You don't know? Okay. I'm going to go to the next slide. It was 2015, 12th December. It was part of the Paris Agreement. And it could have been an easy guess, but it's okay. Okay, second question. Who was the first to link the Earth's temperature rise with the accumulation of carbon dioxide? If you know, yeah. Does anyone know? No? Okay. Yeah, it's Eunice Fu. I don't know how to say it, but she was an American climatologist and the first person to propose concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. Okay. What sector generates the most greenhouse gas emissions? Yeah. Energy. So whosoever had energy, raise your finger. Amazing. Okay. We are in the second round. UNFCCC historic milestones. Let's see how we do here. So which first international agreement in establishing goals for the reduction of GHG emissions?
You get all the keywords.
Yeah. Which one was the first international agreement which established goals for the reduction of GHG emissions? Yeah? No? Sorry? Kyoto Agreement? Okay. Any guesses? It was Kyoto. You're right. Amazing. Guys, keep counting your points. When was the principle of CBDR established for the first time? Do we know what CBDR is? Common but differentiated responsibilities. CBDR principle is basically, oh man. So the parties had agreed that everyone has a common responsibility to act on the 1.5C goal, but because of historical emissions, there are differentiated responsibilities for every party to take up how much they are going to reduce their emissions. So do we know when was it established? Yes, no? Guesses? It was the Rio Declaration. It was adopted at the Earth Summit in 1992. Okay, now this is...
Yeah. Lovely, okay. How do I go to the next one? This? Okay, great. Great. Okay, so the next section is application-based. These are, we didn't give too much context on what both of our orgs do, but I'm from climate science. We basically make climate change easy to understand with scientific, reliable, and fun climate education. So I've taken this from our A Fair World course, which is basically on climate justice. This is, you need to guess. And then the way that we're going to do this, the way that our courses are structured are kind of similar to language learning apps, where like you guess, and likely if you get it wrong, then it's reinforced with more information. So I'm going to start with the first one. So in Niger, Africa, each person produces an average of 0.1 tons of CO2 in a year. How long do you think it takes for the average North American to produce this much CO2? So just the general theme of climate justice here, which is comparing a place in Africa to the average North American. So basically the question is, how much time do you think it takes a North American to emit the same amount of CO2 that a person in Niger, Africa produces in an entire year? Guesses? Guesses? Okay, you know what, let's get a read of the room. Raise your hand if you think it's 2.5 days. Raise your hand high. Guys, I was going to say there are no wrong answers, but there are. Okay, 2.5 days. Who thinks weeks? Okay. Are we left with any years? 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 Okay. Sorry? Okay, so the right answer is 2.5 days. So yeah. Okay, a little bit of context here. So the current impacts of climate change are, of course, being felt more seriously or severely in areas that have contributed the least to the problem, like in African countries. So over here, you'll see the deaths due to climate change. And of course, you'll see a common pattern in a lot of global south countries. But yeah, I mean, this is like a projection, basically. Okay, indoor air pollution and health. I don't know about you guys, but both Muskan and I are based in Delhi in India, which has pretty terrible air pollution rates. I was in a clean cooking event the other day, and I was pretty shocked. I learned that day that 500,000 women die every year just because of unsustainable cooking methods. By that I mean primitive cooking methods. So, what proportion of the world's population do you think cooks directly by burning wood, charcoal, animal dung, or coal? So basically primitive cooking methods. The options are 1/5, 1/4, 1/3, or 1/2. How much of the world uses primitive cooking methods? Oh wait, I'm moving away from the... Okay. Let's get another read of the room. Okay. Okay, let's get a read. How many of you think 1/5? Not one? Okay. How many for a quarter, 25% of the world? I'm seeing a hesitated... Okay, the next option is 1/3. And so the last are for 1/2? The answer is 1/3, around 30-ish% of the world. Yeah, like, let's clap for the primitive cooking methods, guys. I'm kidding. All right. Okay. Next question is, right, for some context, so smoke and soot produced when cooking with these fuels indoors can cause heart and lung diseases, as well as cancers and strokes. Because of these diseases, indoor air pollution is responsible for 3.2 million... I'm doing something wrong. Can we shut that one? Where did it go? Lovely. Okay, yeah. So these diseases are... I think, yeah, it's working again. Indoor air pollution is responsible for 3.2 million early deaths every year, mostly in low-income countries, and you can kind of see it here, like, it's mainly most of Africa and Asia that is lit up here with it. These traditional cooking methods also contribute to around 2% of global yearly greenhouse gas emissions, both through burning the fuels themselves and from the activities required to gather them. An interesting thing that I was listening in that clean cooking event the other day, it's shocking. So of this entire number, I believe around 500,000 of them are all women, and this specifically due to primitive cooking methods. But a really jarring statistic that I was kind of thinking about is that a lot of these women may be pregnant and carrying, and then there's a bunch of also stillbirths. How much? Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's also stillbirths caused due to primitive cooking methods. So, right, next one. Meeting the targets of the Paris Agreement on climate change would save over 1 million lives a year from air pollution by 2050. And these policies would more than pay for themselves in gains from improved health, such as increased productivity of healthy workers and reduced spending on healthcare. Now, you're going to have to stick with me for this question. For every $1 spent on policies to achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement, how many dollars do you think would be gained in health benefits? So for every dollar spent, how many dollars gained? The options are 0.3 to $1. The second option is $1.1 to 1.3, and the third is 1.4 to 2.45. They all have very specific decimal points, so there's no guessing here. Lovely. Can we get a read of the room? How many people think, so here it would be like, it's a third of the return pretty much. A third or you break even. How many think the first option? Did you get the question? Any question? Okay, great. None, okay. Second, 1.1 to 1.3. And the third is 1.4 to 2.45. A lot of people have not voted for this. Do we think that there's no returns? Lovely. Yep. The answer is 1.4 to 2.45. So, therefore, thinking about the immediate health benefits of reducing air pollution may help persuade politicians. Of course, this is depending on the country that you're in and what political will looks like there. But these policies aim to improve public health, but they also tackle climate change. Meeting the targets of the Paris Agreement on climate change would save over 1 million lives a year. This is, of course, the context that you had from the previous one. Okay, so the idea of this, basically, and of course, if we had a bit more time, we do a quick activity on climate justice. But overall, in terms of climate justice and sort of what this course specifically tackles as well, we tackle the health bits, poverty, geographic difference, the bits that we didn't cover, but I would really recommend you to discover and learn more about if the space of climate justice is new to you, is of course gender and climate change, also the power of education. Did you know girls' education is actually the third best climate solution, like period? So with that, we come to an end of our quiz. I hope you were counting. Were you counting? You were not counting. I can make like a estimated guess of who I think won because we have a goodie. But very quickly. Oh, I have one more. I forgot. Per unit of energy. The last one. How much more do the poorest households in Africa pay compared to the wealthiest households that can access cheap energy? So now think within Africa, comparing the poorest and the wealthiest households. So first option is 10 times more. Second option is 20 times more, and third option is 30 times more. Guesses? Oh, wait. I have the answer, but yeah. So it doesn't matter. Guesses? The answer is 20 times more. Right, I'm going to skip to the next. Currently, around 8.5 of the global population is living in poverty. If all countries economically grew by 9% every year, what would the percentage of the global population in poverty reduce to? Shall I repeat the question? Okay. Currently, around 8.5% of the world is living in poverty. If all countries grew economically by 9% every year, what would the percentage of global population of poverty reduce to? This is basically if the country grew economically or they were economically better off, what would their poverty look like? Every year. So think like if it's increments by a year, then in that same year, by how much would poverty reduce by? Guesses? Oh, yeah. Are we, okay, how many of us are thinking 1%? The correct answer is 3% for this one. Lovely. Okay. We weren't counting, so I'm not even going to ask you that question. It's rhetorical. You can, oh, wow. Okay, cool. Throwing it over back to you guys because I feel like we don't have too much time left. But is there something new that you learned today? I'll add to the question, and what is it? Would anyone like to answer? Do you want to go?
I learned today that most of my guesses, estimates, were a bit less than they were actually. So that means the problem is much more than you actually expect that media is showing you. Yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you. An interesting inference. Anyone else? Yeah, of course.
So I've been working on educational games and how to teach people through education for the last few years. And I've got a card game that teaches about energy and climate change. And I've got lots of free copies for people that if they want some and learn a little bit more about how to teach about energy and the relationship to climate change. So I've got loads of copies if anyone wants some.
Lovely. If we, once everyone's done sharing, we have 5 minutes. putting you on the spot. You want to take
I try to speak. Just I hope you understand. I I think we have necessary uh, to what say green technology transfer of with between the country and the all country in developing this economy and the LDC group to support the green technology transfer. It is important for justice, climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you for joining Abdullah. He represents the government of Senegal and does a lot of fantastic work on climate. Lovely. I think with that, we can bring the session to a close. Yeah. Lovely.
Can everyone raise their fingers with the number of answers they got right?
I saw that yours was earlier.
How many? How many did you get right, Azor? 2? Okay. 2? 2 for you? 5. 4 or 5, okay. 4 or 5.
In this side of like
Somewhere there. How about you? What about you, actually? How many did you get right? You don't know? Okay. It's one of these two. Are we sure? Do we know? What
you
are
know
we?
what? What did you say? Yeah, true. Go ahead. Yeah, both of you guys.
Yay! So here are your goodies. Sorry, I missed your name. Congrats, Lilia. Woohoo! Amazing. Thank you so much for participating today. And we had a lot of
We
fun.
have 4 minutes. Miguel, you want to quickly?
Oh, yeah, please.
So it's a game about building an energy grid. So it's you guys familiar with the energy trilemma? Maximize power, sustainability, and
Miguel, we technically have to wrap up from here, but thank you so much, Miguel. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We're going to throw it back to our lovely Pavilion. Okay, lovely. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. That's climate science.
I just said, let's come in, have a seat, so that we can move on to the next session. Good. Okay, so the next session is on stock take of youth engagement in NDCs and its implementation. It's Antonio over here, and it's being brought to us by the NDCs working group. So I'd like to introduce Antonio to take over. Please, let's give it up to him.
Okay. Yeah, he will be the moderator.
No, he said Antonio. Antonio maybe.
He's Antonio. No problem. Yeah, we will manage. We'll take it from here. He's here.
Okay.
Invite all of us in his friends.
Okay, what's
So that we'll feel this.
what's it? I didn't get his name.
He's Opiumi.
Spell.
He's here, no? Oh, he was here. Sorry. Opiumi. Just Opiumi. Okay.
Okay, so the four of you. What's your full name? Shreya. Kissy. Okay.
Okay, we'll start.
Can we start? Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming. Yes, and today's discussion will be on the stock take of youth engagement in NDCs and its implementation. Yes, it offers a significant value as it provides a comprehensive overview of essential climate policies such as the NDCs, that's the National Determined Contribution, the global stock take process, and how young people have been engaging in its implementation. And so to invite the members of the panel, we have Shreya Kissy. Shreya, can you give us a wave? We also have Amanullah Parag from Bangladesh, who is also part of the Yongo NDC group. Can you please give us a wave? Parag, a wave. Yes, we also have Opeyemi, who is a co-executive director of Care About Climate. If you can give us a wave. Yes. And then our third panelist is Giulia Jacovella. Yes, who is, yes, please join us. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, so before we continue, we'd like to receive a presentation from Amanullah Parag, who is part of the Yongo NDC group. He is also from Bangladesh. Yes, so over to you, Parag.
Thank you. Can I do the presentation from here if you don't mind? You can sit at my place, no worries. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to our session. It's not a big crowd, but let's hope it's a strong crowd. So, before we dive into introducing what NDCs and GSTs are, I'd like to give a very short brief on Yango. As you all may know, Yango is the official children and youth constituency to UNFCCC. And Yango was formally formulated in 2011 when it was declared as an official constituency and one of the 9 major groups of UNFCCC. And these are the 4 focus areas of Yango. We focus on awareness, knowledge, and capacity building, then collaboration, cooperation, and networking. Then we do a lot of policy, lobby, and advocacy. And finally, we do a lot of youth action. Yango runs on 3 main visions. which are a climate positive and just society living in harmony with nature and the planet, an empowered youth generation driving meaningful, impactful, and positive change locally, nationally, and internationally. And finally, we want to see a UN where youth is sitting at the decision-making tables and are taken seriously. So that's all about Yango. You guys know about Yango. Moving to NDCs. NDCs is the Nationally Determined Contributions Working Group of Yango. We are one of the most active working groups of Yango, and we work on mainly to support young people to understand, monitor, and follow NDC and its related topics such as GST. Then we also work on building youth momentum for NDCs by strengthening the capacity of young people. We work on improving youth engagement in the NDC's revision and implementation process. And finally, we represent youth voices for NDCs and related topics in the UNFCCC processes. Now, there might be a question that why should young people engage in NDCs? So, as we all may know, we as young people, we are the ones bearing the burden of the climate crisis. And on the other hand, we have the passion, we have the innovation, we have the skills, to bring about a positive change in this climate scenario. And one of the key engagement avenues is NDCs. And we want this passion, knowledge, and energy to be used in climate action plans such as NDCs by mobilizing the community on the ground and also holding the leaders accountable in these spaces. So that's why we think it is very important for young people to engage in NDCs. We work on 4 key areas, which is GST or the global stock take, then communications, policies and submissions, and finally capacity building. So this is our roadmap for this year, 2023, that ends at COP28. And these are our contact points, Shreya Kesi from Nepal and Shamna Salim from Sri Lanka. Now, why is NDCs important? As you may know, climate actions that parties to the Paris Agreement plan to undertake to address climate change are called NDCs, which again is nationally determined contributions. So our party's contribution to address climate change is nationally determined according to its national circumstances and priorities. And then NDCs are also at the heart of the Paris Agreement, which is the first ever binding agreement on climate action. Each party to the Paris Agreement is required to establish an NDCs and update it every 5 years. And NDCs are the documents and are the plans where all the countries set their targets for mitigating the greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change and for adapting to climate impacts. And these plans define how a country is going to reach their targets and how they are going to scale up their climate action within their own countries. And since climate finance is also a key in implementing all these climate actions, so NDCs also lay out a very detailed financing strategy as well. And how is an NDC prepared? So just like I said, the name says it all. It is nationally determined. So that means our government is in charge of preparing their NDCs in collaboration maybe with different ministries such as the energy ministry, the climate change ministry, the environment ministry, and etc. But for the NDCs to work and for the NDCs to succeed, it is very, very important that all the major groups, all the stakeholders get together, such as the civil society, the academia, young people, the businesses, and everyone get together, to make sure that the NDC is being implemented the right way. So, and again, everyone has a role to play in the implementation of their country's NDCs. So I'll skip this slide and let's talk about a few good practices in the NDCs. So it is very important, to capacitate young people before they dive in NDCs, because let's admit it, NDCs is not something that is often talked about. So we, from the Yango NDCs working group, we do a lot of capacity building sessions internally and externally for members who are even outside Yango to build their capacities on NDCs, to understand their NDCs better and to engage in their NDCs on a national level. And we also recently worked with UNDP and other youth partners to prepare a youth inclusive NDC checklist, which will provide guidance to parties, to meaningfully engage young people in the 2025 round of NDCs, because we have always filled the gap that young people are not very well included in the NDCs process. And I'll end in 2 minutes. So sorry, Antonio, please pardon me for taking so much time. So I'll just talk about GST for 2 minutes and then I'll leave. So GST is the global stock take process. GST is like the report card of NDCs. When a country prepares their NDCs, they are obligated to share a report on how they are doing. So this year marked the first round of GST, if I'm not wrong. So that means all the countries submitted their report card on their progress and where their gaps are, how they could improve, etc., etc. So you all know about report cards. We all had them back in school. And GST mainly functions around 3 thematic areas. One is mitigation, adaptation, and finally the means of implementation. And these are the components of the GST you can see. And now, why is the GST important? Just like I mentioned, it is very important to keep track of what we're doing. Without any track and without any accountability, there is a high chance that the Paris Agreement and the NDCs might fail. Yeah, thank you. So there is GST, to evaluate how the countries are doing, auditing all the countries' progresses, and sharing the knowledge on how they can identify the gaps, how they can, better implement their NDCs in their own countries and strengthen their own NDCs. And these are also some good practices of NDCs. One of them I'd like to mention is that we submitted 3 submissions on GST, working together with different working groups of Yango and broader relevant youth groups. And we'll keep doing that in 2024 as well. So yeah, thank you. Thank you, Antonio. So sorry again for taking so much time.
Thank you very much, Parag. That was really insightful. And I think, just as you said, everyone must come on board, in terms of coming up with our own nationally determined contributions and also how to implement those nationally determined contributions as youth. Thank you very much. So before we go on, to the panel discussion, I want to ask all of us, our knowledge level when it comes to the NDCs and also the GST. Back where I come from, that is Ghana, when you talk about the NDCs, it's the name of a political party, that's the National Democratic Congress. I think here too, when you mention GST, someone will say it's the gold standard time. So I just want to find out, from all of you, what you think about the NDCs, what you think about the GST, what you know about your country's your country's NDC, and also what is happening here in terms of the GST. So anyone to help us with it? Okay, thank you. Your name, where you're coming from, and then.
Hi, my name is Yazid Salahuddin Mikael, and I know a few things about my country NDCs. I've been following my country NDC since 2019 when it was reviewed and young people were engaged across the country and were part of the people that make contribution to the youth sector of the NDC. And previously, the country has 20 unconditional and 40 conditional, and because it was reviewed and it was increased by 7, it becomes 27 and 40 unconditional contribution. And I think the country is working towards achieving its NDC, and I read a report about actions that have been taken or countries that are leading action when it comes to climate change, and one of the key indicators that were considered in the analysis was the emission. And when you think about NDC, you know that it's countries' roadmap toward reducing emission, and I see that the country is doing well. I don't know why. It's ranked 17 out of all about 64 countries and EU. So that's what I know about my country, NDC, and I think what you're doing as young people is also fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else to help us with their country's NDCs, and if the person has been following the negotiation of GST, maybe the person can update us. Last 2 people, and then we proceed. Okay, thank you all very much. Yes, and so move on to our fireside chat. So we have Shreya, we have Opeyemi, we have Gwila, and then we also have Parag. So in no specific order, Yes, I want you to tell us some few stories about youth engagement in your country's NDCs, and also if you have been following the GST negotiation track, I want you to share with me some of your success stories, some of the failures, and some of the struggles that you have encountered, starting from the day you came for COP. So who wants to start? Okay, Shreya.
Yes, I think I can use this as well. Hi everyone, namaste, and thank you for joining our session. So I first knew about NDCs in 2019, and when we realized that there is no mention of young people in the first NDC of Nepal, after doing a long campaign in 2020, a year-long campaign, we were able to include young people in the second NDCs of Nepal. So it specifically mentions that young people will be engaged in the decision-making spaces, capacity building avenues, and so on. So that was how we engaged, and because of that, right now the government engages us in the decision-making processes, not just in NDCs, but also in the climate adaptation plans and so on. I mean, there are so many things that can be improved, but still there are some spaces where we could engage directly with the government. So that is one of the success stories that we have done in Nepal, and I think that could be replicated in other parts of the world as well, because when we talk about NDCs, mostly young people, they say that, okay, government are not including us. That's one part, right? But what are we doing if government are not including us? I think there is more work that young people can do by ourselves to include ourselves, even though we are not being included in the decision-making processes. And in the global stocktake also, so the first global stocktake report, it will provide recommendations for countries to update the next round of NDCs in 2025. And I believe that there are so many work that we can do in the next round of NDCs as well. So if we see the last round of NDCs, only 40% of them mention children, only 80% talks about children's rights, and so on. So there are many things that we could do on. And the global stocktake process, we have been engaging since COP26. So since the 5 conferences, and we are very much looking forward to the global stocktake outcome at COP28. And I believe, like at minimum, it should course correct and then bring us back to achieve the Paris Agreement, 1.5 degrees Celsius. It should ask countries clearly to phase out fossil fuels before 2030 for developed countries, to increase investment in renewable sources. And beyond that, there are so many things, but especially in terms of intergenerational equity, we would like that the global stocktake to recommend parties strongly to include young people meaningfully in the next round of NDCs, because NDCs is not just about target and places, it's about target, and those targets needs to be implemented and translated onto the ground by the engagement of young people.
Thank you very much, Shreya. Yes, so move on to PME. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I believe this is working. So I'm from Nigeria, and I believe my brother from Nigeria already talked about what youth inclusion looks like for Nigeria. So I'll probably just talk about what we're doing at Scale About Climate in terms of meaningful youth engagement in the NDCs and GST space. So we recognize that there is actually a difference between having the opportunity to engage and then meaningful engagement in this space. And so that was why we started the program, NDC Equity Tracker, which creates the platform as well as the education structure to empower young people to not only understand what their countries, what they pledged, but also how to meaningfully engage in these spaces. And the way we do it is to engage in-country young people that are residents in their country who have an understanding of what is what the local reality in their countries are, to not only understand what their countries have pledged, but also be empowered to be able to analyze for the missing gaps in terms of intergenerational and gender justice equity, as well as the need of their communities at the local level. And so far, we've worked with young people, over 95 young people, analyzed over the NDCs of 45 countries. 45 NDCs, and inclusive of what's called the European Union, and of course treated as one, but if separated, over 72 countries have been engaged and analyzed. And we believe that if young people are really empowered on what their countries have pledged, then meaningful engagement in terms of not just being included in the development, but also the framework for the implementation and delivery on the set objectives, that would be possible. And that's why we've been working to empower young people. Like I said, analyze the NDCs of 45 NDCs, and then we intend to continue in this space. And the idea is to identify those missing gaps and then be able to use that to make informed recommendations for countries to improve their indices to ensure that it is gender sensitive, it is also youth inclusive, and because we believe that's the only way we can deliver on need-based what's it called now, solutions and deliverables in terms of the nationally determined contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, OPME, and that has really been insightful. That was a brilliant presentation. Yeah, so we'll now call upon Guilia Jacobella to give us some insight as to what the equity tracker is about, yes, and what is being done at the UNDP.
Hello. Hi. Okay, so it works. I'm very thankful to be here with you today and to represent UNDP in this discussion. And I would also like to thank Yango for convening this space and bringing this discussion today. At UNDP, we recognize the right of young people to meaningfully engage in policy making at all levels, including in the climate space. Our collaboration with Yango has strengthened over the years, and especially this year with the Youth for Climate Call for Solution and the Youth for Climate program, providing a month ago awards for youth-led climate action. And this is a practice that was also recognized in the youth stocktake. We've also been providing support to local, regional, and global conferences of youth and facilitated youth inclusion in the national consultations in the last round of NDCs. So yesterday, as Parag mentioned as well, we launched a new checklist called On Equal Terms, a checklist developed hand-in-hand with Yango, Care About Climate, the United Nations Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, and the Climate Youth Movement Qatar, drawing insights from a survey that was shared earlier this year, collecting the input of over 300 young people from 78 countries. This checklist offers essential guidance for policymakers to establish a youth-inclusive NDC process, from the initial political decision to meaningfully engage with young people, to the co-creation of a sustainable, inclusive process where youth actively participate in the NDC design, implementation, and monitoring. So we believe this tool can be very helpful, both for policymakers and young people in the upcoming round of NDCs. So we urge governments worldwide to leverage the lessons learned from the global stocktake and youth stocktake and integrate this checklist of steps on how to include young people in a meaningful way in the next round of the revision of NDCs during 2025. So to conclude, I would like to thank young leaders here in Dubai for ensuring that the voices and perspectives of children and youth resonate in these critical negotiations. So just to conclude, let's keep working together with Yango and other youth organizations. Let's keep pushing for youth empowerment, and especially here in COP, in these final days of COP negotiations. And let's keep this conversation open beyond COP. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Guila. So Guila is a youth empowerment and climate specialist. Yes, so before bringing this session to a close, I would like to thank Shreya, I would like to thank Opoyemi, Guila, and Parag for the insightful session that we've just had. Yes, I think that there's the need for us to include the youth in our nationally determined contribution. Let them also speak up because they have a lot of innovative ideas that they can bring on board. Yes, also with the youth inclusion, I can see that gradually the youth are being included in their country's delegation, and I think that is good. But the voices of the youth need to be projected higher. So on behalf of all the panelists, on behalf of all the organizers, I would like to say a big thank you to you all for making time to join this session. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Can we take a group picture?
That's okay. All right, thank you, NDC Working Group. So that's it. Okay, finish with your picture. Okay, so there's a break for 5 minutes. Then the next session will be United Nations Charter Reviews for the Youth by the Youth. And so catch you in 2 minutes, no, in 7 minutes time, then we can go on. Antonio.
him. We'll keep in touch. Yeah, sorry.
Yep. Sí. El tuyo no está activado. Pregunta.
No, yeah. Is it working? Yeah, mine is working.
1, 2, 3. No, no, it's not working yet. Now it's working? I don't know. No.
Hello. Yeah, mine is working.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, it's working. Okay. 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 No. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay. No, that's okay. Uh-huh. Very. Okay. Yeah, yeah, louder. Okay.
All right, hi everyone. Welcome from break. The next section is United Nations Charter Review for the Youth by the Youth. I think the group is already here. Let's give it out to them as they start.
Can I get the presentation?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think it's working now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I'm starting. Yeah. Thank you. Hi, this is Dr. Suchismita Patak. I'm from Concur, that is Center for UN Constitutional Research. I am from India, and Concur is a non-profit organization. It's an independent think tank based in Brussels, Belgium, and it focuses on UN Charter review to reform UN and to make this world a better place to live. And we work on climate democracy and activism. We have a very big chain of youth climate ambassadors that my friend Helen is going to tell more about it.
Okay, thank you,
The stage is
Suchi.
yours, Helen.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Helen. I am from Ecuador. Thank you for your time. I am stand before you as a pro representative of a youth climate ambassador, a global network of young activists committed to shaping a sustainable future. Our mission is clear: advocating for effective climate governance to address the urgent challenge facing our planet. Our collective efforts converge on a mission outlined in the Epirus Declaration, a testament to our dedication. During the Climate Justice and Democracy Summit in July 2019, as a youth climate ambassador, we don't merely speak, we act. Our presence at events, at conferences, preserves a power voice, amplifying the urgency to implementing actions crucially laid out in the declaration. We invite you to us in the vital journey, as we strive to create meaningful change and ensure a world that respects and preserves the environment for the generations to come. Thank you.
Can I please go to the next slide? Okay, the previous one, okay, this we can't play, but I want to explain that. We have also a crash course on climate governance. There we give education to youth, and we also certify youth climate ambassadors from different parts of the world. And who can take this course, like the students, even the students who have got their degree, and the degree is more on study related. That's not a practical degree, but this is something that gives you practical education on climate governance. Uh, can you please move to the next slide, please? Yeah, we have a carbon offset platform called iGreen. iGreen is available in mobile application, in iPhone, in Android, and also it has a website. And we offset carbon footprint through nature-based solutions. We plant trees all across the world. Like we have completed our projects in Portugal, in Gambia, in Cameroon, India, Sri Lanka, and Kashmir. Kashmir is an island that's present in Persian Gulf. And we are also expanding this project, and we are planting more trees in Kashmir, in India, in Sri Lanka. And also we are expanding it to different parts of Africa. We are covering more countries like Mozambique and Sudan. Can we please move to the next slide? Yeah, this is the plantation project that we completed in India, and we planted medicinal plants in schools, and we involved school students to plant trees, and we also give youth education to the students of high schools. Can we please move to the next slide? And this is the carbon sequestration project we implemented in Kashmir Island that I was talking about. And there also we involved the youth, and we had a football match where the youth from Kashmir, they participated, and they planted mangroves there in Kashmir. And Kashmir, it's a UNESCO heritage site that's famous for. And can we move to the next slide, please? This is the plantation project we executed in Sri Lanka. We could have played the video, as the video is not available. Yeah, I want to describe that. So there also, this project we implemented in Puttalam district of Sri Lanka, and that's a huge coast where the ecosystem was depleted, and then we did reforestation of mangroves, and there also we had this youth education program and the plantation of mangroves. I think, yeah. Now my friend Gabrielle will tell about the benefits of planting trees.
Okay, thank you, Suchi. Just let me adjust the mic. Okay, thank you, Suchi. And why tree planting is so good? When we talk about tree planting, we are talking about such a lot of components that make part of reforestation and make part of the restoration of degraded areas. I want to do a more specifically area that we are working in Pantanal. I don't know if anybody knows what Pantanal is, but it is the largest wetland in the world, heritage of the UNESCO and patrimony of the and reserve of biosphere. And we with the Instituto SOS Pantanal, are working in an indigenous land called Terra Indígena Cachoeirinha, Aldeia Mãe Terra from the people Terena, a nation that is located in Pantanal. And we succeed planting more than 4,000 seedlings rescued from inside the forest with the seeds. We created almost a circular economy, I could say that, buying the many trees of the indigenous people that we are working with, and planting tree and restoring degraded areas help the biomes and create a circular economy in the communities. When we realize that in Pantanal, we are creating the restoration of degraded areas, we are creating the renaissance of some rivers and some tributaries of these rivers that were dead. We have some photos that I can show later that we had some, we call in Portuguese of córregos, and that are a very small river that were stuck by some kind of leaves and organic material, and we succeed to transform this into a live spot again. So when we embrace the community, when we help Pantanal, Amazon rainforest, and mangrove as well, we have such a great job with mangroves in UNCR. We embrace the community, we do such a great job with them. We create circular economy, we create the restoration of a land that is so good. So I think everyone can read that. It's very clear when we talk about tree planting and how it's good to clean the air and reduces the greenhouse gas. But when we talk about restoration, that is tree planting, we talk about involving the community, creating economy, saving water, providing habitat, and doing some climate justice. So that's it. Thank you, Suchi.
Thanks, Gabriel. I want to add something to it. Like trees also gives ecosystem services you must be knowing about. Ecosystem gives us many things without taking any price from us. Like trees gives oxygen. Do we give any price to trees? Like that. So trees gives us so many things for free. Ecosystem gives us so many things for free. And this is our responsibility to save the ecosystem, to save this world. That's it. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. We are having this event tomorrow. That's Planting for Peace. And we are commemorating the children who died in war by planting trees and mangroves in different parts of the world. We are covering again India, Sri Lanka, Portugal, and Mozambique, Iran, Israel, and Palestine. And we are going to plant almost 8,400 trees. 84,000 trees commemorating 8,400 children who have died in the war last year. And we are having this event tomorrow, tomorrow at 4 p.m. Dubai time. And we are also having this plantation project in India and Sri Lanka, in Portugal, in Mozambique, and in different parts of the world, covering almost 4 continents, in different countries of 4 continents at the same time. And we are having them online, connecting them on Zoom, and they will be planting trees and tagging them in the name of the children who have died in war. So that's all about. Can you please move to the next slide? This slide tells more about the event that we are having tomorrow, 10th December, 4 p.m. Dubai time. Thank you very much. If you have any questions on iGreen, on Conquer, then you are free to ask. Yeah, please tell. Yes. Yeah, it's a very important question. I think this future belongs to the youth. So it's very important to make them know, make them aware of their responsibility towards this planet because this planet belongs to them. That's why we are having this youth education program and we are sensitizing youth through YCA program, that's Youth Climate Ambassadors program, and we are involving youth throughout the world. And also, this is something that the mobile application of iGreen that is created by the Global North Youth. And the plantation program is executed mostly in Global South. Like we are giving some employment opportunities to the youth of Global South and educating them their responsibility and their participation in saving the planet. Any questions?
I would just like to add something that you said and give some speeches to raise awareness. And when you have the opportunity to plant a tree and to see that tree growing, you see a history behind that tree. And when we embrace the community, when we embrace the children that we work with, that will heritage that land, that territory, that community that they are living and they are suffering from the climate change issues. It's a very important thing when we realize what climate change is and what climate justice has to be in reality. When we are at the communities, when we are at the territories, we have to see with their eyes.
Exactly.
We are here at COP28, and many peoples from the from the North Global talks a lot about restoration, reforestation, and planting and tree planting. But when we realize the really problems that the people from the Global South are suffering, we realize that there is a very big issue behind it, and the climate change is such a bigger problem, and we have to do something with this embracing communities.
Exactly. Helen, do you have something to add?
Okay. First, thank you for your time. I am happy to be here with these incredible persons. And also, I think it's very important the young people in climate justice because the young people have new ideas, new vision of the world, and also it's the young people is the future and also the present of this world. It's for this reason I think it's very important to protect our world, and one of these main challenges is plant trees and protect our planet. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, should I finish? Oh, thank you very much for listening to us. If you have any questions, then you can also ask us later. And thank you very much, Helen, Gabriel, for being here and make this event successful with us. Gabriel, can you please help me removing this?
Yeah, I think it's better. He helped. Can I?
And you know, it's been a full week at COP. We're tired. We've been through these negotiations and we're looking through all of these draft texts, and there's words like GST and MAPA and NAPS. And to be honest with you guys, as a young person, we don't understand. None of us here understand. I'm not sure if you guys do. If you do, please teach us, because we're still struggling. But we want to show you a different way of engaging policy, and one that's more unique, one that's more creative, and one that's more youth-driven. So please welcome to our event, Imagination to Impact, Engaging Policy Through Artivism. And we're just going to do a quick round of introductions. Hi, my name is Zahir Suleiman.
Afternoon, everyone. It's Sibusiso Mazomba.
Hi, Haurelo Mkumbeni.
Hi everyone, my name is Kopano Moraga and we are all from the Youth Policy Committee.
Thank you. So we want to, like I said, we want to discuss different ways of engaging with policy, and more specifically ways that are more youthful, more driven, and easier to understand. Not everyone should be a politician just to engage with policy. And one of the specific ways that we want to highlight that is through the first ever South African Youth Climate Action Plan. This was a plan that was developed with over 2,000 young people in South Africa. And more specifically, it was a plan where we were able to use different processes of art and stories and visual media as part of the plan. The plan is specifically shaped through 5 pillars, each of which defines different sections of the document and highlights different calls to actions. So these 5 pillars are intersectionality, advocacy and activism, good governance, systemic transformation, and environmental sustainability. And I'll pass over to Kopano, who will guide us through the art and digital media.
Thank you, Zahir. Okay, so I think we've heard more about the pillars that made up the SAY CAP. So I'm just going to roughly talk to you about what the document entails and what the vision was. So we wanted to create a living, breathing document that encompasses the youth stories on the ground. And to make up this document, the one thing that this document stands for is that it's a call to national stakeholders to honor their climate pledges, right? And then the second one is that this is a framework that we wanted to elaborate or to hand over to our stakeholders on the ground and our official ministers, that is youth-led on climate action for a just, sustainable, and resilient society. And the one thing that's good about this document is that it can be found online at www.saycap.org, and it can be translated into 5 different official languages. So we're going to go through the process, the creative process on how we went around to collect stories with the SAY CAP. There was various ways because we wanted to make this so youth-driven. It is very colorful, as you can see, one. It encompasses personal stories of young people on the ground. And the second thing is that it was inclusive of art, meaning that you could make your submissions through art, photography, videography, something that is relating to you and how you see your climate stories, you know, from your own personal point of view. And also graphics and social media. This is relating to the launch that we did with the SAY CAP, which was done through Instagram Lives, and also just workshops to elaborate more on the 5 pillars that we did with the SAY CAP. Can we get a second slide? Okay, so some of the examples that we have is that, one, we have a Youth Tell All podcast, which is now running on season 2. And some of us here are proud members of the podcast. And then, so it's a homegrown podcast also. And then we have Zahir here, who did a mural with the Next Movement, which is painted on one of the biggest walls in Johannesburg, which is, I don't know, picture number 3 and 4. I think this is also just to illustrate the future that we want and what we envision the future to be in climate action. And then we also shared our personal lived experiences at COP26 virtually. This was exciting because people could share their lived experiences in different multiple languages, which was very inclusive. And we also did something with Goodwill as well, which was at last year's COP, which was around implementation of the YCAP. Can we get And then I think the biggest thing was the partnership video that we did with the University of Leeds in the UK to illustrate the similarities between the global south and the global north countries, because we know that climate change is intersectional and that it affects us all as young people. And launching the SAY CAP, this was an entirely youth-led process, which took place in the form of social media, takeovers like what we're doing now, and several workshops as well, which encompassed going through the several pillars as well. And we ended up having the same process for now what we call the SA South African Youth Gender Action Plan, which I guess at a gender event we'll be talking about more. So I'm going to hand it over to a fun activity that we're doing with Gaugelo, and she'll just explain that and elaborate more on what we want to do with you guys. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Again, I'm Gaurelo. So the next activity we're going to do is something very interactive, and I hope you are ready to put your hands to work and your brains to think creatively and imagine. So we're going to put a keyword on the screen, and then you can select which keyword speaks the most to you, and then you decide to either draw, you can please move on to the next slide. You can draw, you can sing, you can dance, whatever it may be. Yeah, whatever it may be, paint, whatever it may be, we'll provide supplies. That way you can really get to think about policy in a way that transcends the negotiating room, in a way that you can connect with. And really, this is just to get you to see that we don't have to always think of policy as something that is stringent to, paper and science and all of those things. So let's do this. I hope that makes sense. If you have a question, please ask us. We're here to help. If you are someone who likes digital art, do whatever it may be, take out your tablet, whatever it may be. Use your imagination.
Okay, are we all in agreement of what the activity entails? Okay, so these are the words, these are prompt words, right? So what you do is illustrate on the piece of paper that we've given you your understanding of this word. What does a just transition look like to you? What is MAPA? What is the GSC? If it's a question mark, draw a question mark. That's okay, right? So we just need you to illustrate what it is these various words mean to you, so that we can get an understanding of what we, the various ways in which we can engage policy in art. What does loss and damage mean to you? Is it trees? Is it finance? Is it money? Draw a paper note if that's what it means to you. There's various ways in which we can do. If it's a question mark, it's a question mark. And I'm assuming some people have been in negotiation rooms, so you'd kind of get a gist of what has been discussed, I would hope. And I'm hoping that the process hasn't been too exclusionary, yes. So what is a NAP, National Action Plan? What does a National Action Plan look like? Does a just transition look like? Is it energy? Is it workforce? Race? Gender, equality, capacity building, what does that look like to you? Okay, so we'll give you guys a few minutes, and we will just go around and, at the end, ask you guys to kind of explain what that looks like to you. It doesn't have to be pretty as well. Lay it out of your inner child. I can definitely see who took art class in school, guys. How are we feeling? Another more minute? You can write. You're not subjected to drawings, illustrations. You're more than welcome to use words. And since climate change is very intersectional, you can also mix. If the just transition goes with environmental sustainability to you, that's also okay. We've got time more. We can do around. We can go around. We've got some time.
Yeah, just say about a minute or two. Yeah. Just give them to put their name at the back and say where they're from. On the back of the paper.
And when you're done, can we kindly ask you to put the country that you're from at the back of the paper? So that we just, don't get your name, it's fine. If it's too personal, it's okay. We just want to get a sense of how these national action plans can be illustrated in different multiple countries. And we've got 2 more minutes left. Okay. Spotted. Kiara spotted. Okay. Are we looking good? Okay. Let's go around. So, who wants to go first? We just want to get a sense of what you've got on paper, what that means to you, which word you chose, and just let's not get someone from South Africa. Let's get somebody else, and then because we don't want to be favoritism. Do you want to go first? Okay, can we get a show of hands? Okay, you can go. You wrote. Perfect. Can we get a sense of what you wrote?
Can you hear me? Okay. It's still a little rough, but I'm calling it the youth's cry. In shadows of wars, beneath crying skies, the planet it bleeds, beholding our lies. Earth our home, love our call, a song of peace amidst the brawl. Gone are the days of delicate diplomacy, in halls of power, concealed hypocrisy. 28 years and nothing to show, but for promises made to boast and gloat. Earth our home, love our call, a chant for change before we lose it all. One earth we share, no spare in sight, at the edge of darkness, seeking light. A world that's hurting, in need of repair, In the face of danger, we must dare. Earth our home, love our call. Rise above the war drums, rise above it all. And the last one is, now stand with me, let us declare our shared woe in the open air. Raise your voice, let it soar, let it fall, in every building, in every hall. And I would, if everyone wants to join in, Earth our home, love our call, all for one and one for all. Thank you so much.
We definitely have a writer in the house. Oh my word. Is this okay? Is this on? Does anyone else want to go again?
Okay, so I draw school here. I think, yeah, it's not really look like school, but yeah, it's school. And yeah, I'm here to talk about education system because some girls do not have to access to education. And if we elaborate it to the climate change, in my region, it's impacted by the climate change. We have heavy rains every day. We have storm, and yeah, kids can go to school because the school building was impacted by the floods. Yeah, so by the reasons, some girls also cannot. Access the menstrual hygiene and lack of clean water there. So yeah, so I call for all of us here to more concentrate to the education system and intersectionality for the education for girls and the climate justice also for girls. Thank you.
That is very profound. We've got a gender element, we've got a water element, we've got an education element, everything that's very intersectional about trying to gauge into policy, right? Definitely, that is profound. Can we get one more? Me? Who's me? Okay, we've got a hand.
I want to tell more about environmental sustainability. I think environmental sustainability is the need of the hour. We have to move from fossil fuel emission. We have to stop that right now. And then we have to have more research on tidal energy, on solar energy, on hydro energy, and then on wind energy. We have to focus more on green energy. That's what I think. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do you have, okay, so we've got place for one more. Okay.
Hi everyone. So we have a lot of different pictures here, but I'm gonna first speak about intersectionality. Oh, I'm first gonna speak about intersectionality, and then I wrote here. Sorry, I drew here a bear, but it doesn't seem like it. And then I wrote health, and then I drew money, and then I drew people, and then I drew a world. Yeah? And then all of these things live on the planet Earth. And then all of these things, we can't, really fight for like one thing at a time, but we have to make sure that each and everything that we fight for is interlinked. We try to not focus on one area, but try to look at things in different senses and try to reach people at where they are. And then I also have I have a drawing of hands holding the earth, and then this means take care of nature, nurture nature. And then how can we do that? We can do that by standing together in unity and fighting together for climate justice.
Thank you so much, guys. Okay, so we've got a last hand. Okay, a last participant. I'm loving the intersectionality that's happening here. You raised something very profound. The mural that was there was called Tepo, which is hope, and it can be translated in hope in one of the South African languages. So that is really great that we've got two interlinking topics or agendas right there. So can we get our last person and then we can close?
Last but not least, hello. My name is Ali Usman. I'm from Sudan. I'm not good in drawing, but I try to express loss and damage because we are in Sudan, so affected by loss and damage. There is animals and trees and birds that are affected due to the fossil fuel and the temperature rising so hard. So it is like describing of loss and damage and how it is happening in my country in Sudan. Yeah, thank you.
How are you guys all feeling? Are you guys proud of the world or the sustainable utopian world that you want to see or that you're building, building towards? Are you guys not excited about what you wrote or what you drew? I mean, in some sense, it can, act as a hope towards, the kind of, a hope towards the world that we want to achieve. And thank you guys all for, participating in this. I'm going to pass it on to Sibusiso to kind of touch up on the reflections and also conclude on the event.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kopano. I think that was very fun. I enjoyed that. And I think, a takeaway from this is that art is a very powerful tool for inclusion. And inclusion is key to policymaking because policy as a decision-making tool needs to be inclusive. And including different voices requires for us to work across different knowledge systems. And working across these different knowledge systems, art being one of them, traditional knowledge, ecological knowledge being one of them, needs to include different actors that requires an acknowledgement of the diverse forms of knowledge as well as their integration in decision-making. And decision-making so far has been technocratic and expert-driven, where technical knowledge is seen as the panacea to making policy decisions that impact people who often have little to no tangible say in the development, the design, and the implementation of these policies. Pluralist approaches that work across and integrate different knowledge systems are key to a more holistic understanding of climate vulnerability, as well as the transformative solutions that can follow thereof. These approaches must be based on relationships of trust. They must be based on the recognition of tacit knowledge, which is knowledge gained from the lived experience, is inseparable from the local context within which communities are often embedded in. Tacit knowledge is derived from individual and collective experience, as well as through direct observation, and may offer critical information where scientific data is unavailable in order to prevent those policy blind spots. Wicked problems which are embedded in all aspects of our society, like climate change, require not only technical and technological solutions, but also ethical and equity considerations that are anchored on justice and aim to address the root causes of systems of injustice that amplify and reinforce inequality. Participatory and consultative processes are key to working across these knowledge systems in order to integrate a range of solutions and disciplines. However, the status quo is that most participatory processes in environmental governance in South Africa and many countries across the world often use participation to ratify desired outcomes, which are based on the traditional science-driven agenda, as opposed to meaningfully engaging communities in order to co-create solutions to our shared challenges. And so a shift from the mechanistic, rigid, and expert-driven mode of decision-making towards a more deliberative, more spiritual, and abstract processes that involve multiple actors are key in order to ensure that they are collective, pragmatic, and participatory, as well as focused on local problems, which is key to transdisciplinary and co-productive approaches that work across different knowledge systems. And this is the power that art holds. I will now hand over to Raugelo, who will share more on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swisiso. Yes, he touched on so much. Now I don't know what to say. But yes, what he's basically saying is that there is a big gap that we often see in policy. And to really counter that, we can use art to supplement those gaps. Basically, art will allow communities to fully be part of the process. Storytelling often doesn't have a space when it comes to policy formulation. And oftentimes I feel we lose that personal touch because policy is about people. When you allow people to express themselves through art, you allow cultures, diversity, and indigenous, knowledge systems and communities to be brought into the conversation, right? The other thing as well is that you allow ownership of these stories. Allowing communities to be brought into the conversation by expressing themselves through art allows better implementation, it allows better understanding of policy, it supplements and complements the policy process. The other thing I feel is that Sbusiso really spoke well to is that when we move and transcend beyond the scientific, we allow ourselves to deconstruct those oppressive systems that have often been placed with policy. Policy is a white space. And when we bring in, when we bring in the art element of it, we allow ourselves to, give a voice to those that have been previously marginalized. But more than that, we allow ourselves to, redesign and redefine what policy means, and we make it more sustainable and more interactive that way. I'll leave it here. I hope now we understand why art can act as a good means to bridge the gap of, sometimes not understanding the technical concepts, but also allowing policy to be more strategic, more effective, and sustainable. Thank you. We're still here. If you want to talk, engage, please come through.
Please sign your cards at the back with your country and just sign it, and we'll love to collect it and create a poster and a collage of everyone's artwork. Thank you.
If you can also leave your email details, that'll be great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that amazing session. I would like you all to take your seats. The high-level champion, Dr. Mahmoud Muhildin, will be joining us in a few minutes. I would like you all to get ready to interact with him.
Yes. Thank you for this session. Today we have a very, very busy day. So stay with us. And the next segments will be the high-level segments. We will have the high-level climate champion joining us. So you will have the space to interact with him, asking questions, and engage and be inspired. So stay tuned.
Ima, wait. And wait. And you know that, people that don't. And you know that people, and you know, and you know, like. No, it's not. Be far, Alok. Don't stand too close. Don't stand too close. Yeah. And as you know, and as you know, that we are, and as you know, that we are thinking about things that are really very much serious. Is it good?
But I'm not a speaker.
Who is that person who's talking there? Who is that person? Who is that person? Who is that person?
the kids session is also starting now. Ah, that's why. And also started to see. Hello? What's the time? Oh, why are you leaving?
No, I have another session, sorry.
Okay, okay. All right. 112. Hello, welcome to this next session. It begins in 5 minutes. Can we have a lot of people get seated so that... See, I'm not taking the picture. All right. Please have a seat. Okay, so if you are around and you are joining us for the next session, I would kindly request that you have a seat. The next session is with the high-level champions, Mr. Mohammed Moheliddin. That's the name. So kindly have a seat. The session will begin shortly. Maybe you can talk to those there to also have a seat to them. It's a high-level champion. We need the room to be filled because it's a high-level person champion. So what will we do? Or you can put on a page that there's a high-level segment. Mega program. I'm not speaking. I'm coordinating. You think I'm speaking? No. Stop it. Mash. Call a guy for me. You see.
Okay. دكتور اهلا ازي حضرتك؟ How is everything? Thank you for visiting us. شايفين شباب يعني؟ لا شباب هذا انا مغربي. Today we're having an African Year celebration. Hello. How are you? What's your name? Selina. Selina. What grade are you? Grade 3. Amazing. So, حضرتك welcome again. نعم وسهلا. Pavilion. شكرا. وزي ما انت عارف we have today we have 21 sessions happening. So this room and this room. So كان عم بكره. Yeah, we can start the walk around or as you wish. Yeah, let's take a round, go around. I'll follow you. So yeah, Maskoor, what do we have this year in the pavilion? This year, we'll go around, yes, and today. Yes, so let's have everyone join for the family picture. You can sit down. You can sit down. Let's have a seating picture. So be careful. Just yeah, let's have a seating picture. And people, you can go to the second row. Please, please don't assemble in those three area, because you know, don't get too far. Sit in the back. Yes, yes. These are many places free here. Just from here to there. No, no, ladies. No, no. You will not appear there. You will not appear. Get back. Get back. Here, there are places. The third row. Go into the third row. There, this area. Also, Alana, the little kid. Yeah, go here. Here, here. You'll not appear. Come there, come there. Yes, come to the front row. Sit in the ground. I'll join you in the ground. Sit in the ground as well. Yes. Yes, exactly, exactly. Everyone, everyone, everyone. Okay, let's do this. Okay, we have the... Mascour, make sure Mascour is there as well.
Right, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for your participation, with your ideas, with your keen interest in the follow-up. I think we'll have an idea for you coming from the climate champions. This is the team supporting your work in the future. I'll share that with the climate champion from the UAE, Excellency Razan al-Mubarak, to consider a track for supporting the work of the children going forward. And you'll have a feedback, and I need your business card and the other counterparts, because we need that to be established and announced in our meeting, our final meeting. The concluding meetings will be referring to your engagement and your ideas, and the establishment of a track and line of engagement between the climate champions and the children movement for climate action.
Very important, very important. Thank you very much.
I wanted to promise them something, that the best idea could be invited by you to Morocco for the World Cup.
Yes?
You can do that?
Yeah, we can have them
We-
there
we-
as ambassadors.
All right. All right. Let's work on that. Yeah.
Yes, yes, that's for sure. And there is also the NCCD next year in Saudi
So
Arabia.
you can either do it or Hakimi can do it. Yeah.
Yes, we'll
Yalla.
make it happen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So, yes. حبيبي حبيبي شوفك على خير. So as we are moving ahead with our program, it's time for our next session. And do we have the next presenter on board? Our next session will be a very interesting one, which will shed light on the intersection. Yes, yes, yes. بدي لك رقمي، بدي لك رقمي. معايا في اجيبها.
We're in contact over email if that's easier. I'll take his card anyway. Bashka, what's the next?
The next session is on youth. Hello. Hello. So the next session is on youth and nature-based solutions, inspiring holistic lifestyles. Please, are they here? Youth and nature-based solutions, inspiring holistic lifestyles. If you are here, kindly take over your session. I don't think so. Okay. Thank you. They're not here. All right. So let's take about 10 minutes break whilst we wait for our next session to start.
Yes.
Check.
Now open, yeah? Ahmed Hamdi, please proceed. Check, check, mic check.
Yeah.
Check, check, mic check.
I don't know what's wrong with it.
That's you, I think. Hello. Yeah. Guys, we're going to have a very interactive session. It's going to be a mock COP28 strategy planning session. Okay. So, hello everyone. All set, right? Guys, we're going to play a strategy game. This is going to tell us how policies actually convert into global warming. We're going to talk about how all the negotiations that happen at COP get translated into the Paris Accord. We have been talking about a lot of 1.5 and 2 degrees and 3.3 degrees, and we don't know how global stocktake or phase down or phase out impact that. So we are actually going to reflect the changes from one to the other. So the game is called Climate Throwdown. It's based on a game that I developed at MIT, En-ROADS, if you're aware of it. And the aim of this game is to actually strategize and negotiate with one another to bring the global warming temperature down to 2 degrees and ideally 1.5. Right now, where the Earth is, we are at 3.3 degrees centigrade. And in every COP, we try to bring that down. And that is the essence of the global stocktake as well. So this is the layout of the game. Yes, this is the layout. I was like, oh, what is this? So this is the layout of the game, and how we are going to do it is I'm going to divide you. I think we can divide every one of you in like 2. So there are going to be 8 groups, and every group is going to be representing. So this is how it's going to be. Round 1 is going to be team negotiations. Now round 2 is going to be interactive discussions. We have groups, one representing fossil fuel, one representing clean technologies, another industry and commerce, land, climate justice hawks or activists, the world governments divided into developed nations, developing nations, and emerging nations. And we will discuss. So we will see what actually happens in actual negotiation rounds and why do negotiations fail. So I'm going to hand out these pages to each one of you. These are 8 letters in all, with a little briefing of what everyone wants to happen at COP. So I'm going to be passing these out randomly. the letter. What does it say? So you are representing this particular group. So you have to favor this group. If you are fossil fuels, you have to say that fossil fuels are good and we need to give more subsidies to fossil fuels. If you are developed nations, you have to say that we are not going to give any funds to Global South. If you are emerging nations, you're going to say that we need more development and for that we need more fossil fuel. So read the letter to see what your priorities are. And that is how we are going to play this game. This is going to be really interesting. It's going to be full of negotiations, as you can imagine. So each and every one of you represents a faction or a group. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to just think about what you want to say. Based on this letter, you're all going to come up with one decision. And that decision is going to be put into the simulation to see where the global temperature takes us. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Right, perfect. You here, right? Are you playing, right? Yes. Because we really need you. Of all the things, we need these developed nations. You are the glue that holds everyone together. Don't run off like exactly. We want the loss and damage fund. So I'm going to give you guys. Have you read the letter? Should we start, or do you want more time? A little bit more time. Do you want to go first? Right. So the idea is, once you have read the letter, I want you to give me one decision based on your letter. One decision that we can make in this simulator. So 8 letters equals 8 decisions. And we will see what the global temperature goes down to or increases up to. This is the first round. And I would appreciate it if you give me one decision and your reasoning for that decision in 30 seconds or whatever you feel like. But you have to defend the letter. It's not about your personal preferences right now. So if we have any volunteers who wants to go first. Can we start? Does someone want to go? You want to go?
Okay, hello, check, check. Okay, so I represent conventional energy, and I think we need to have really cheap electricity to allow to supply everybody, and to make sure we have, you know, accessibility to basically electricity for everyone of all social classes. And therefore, what I would like to do is not have taxes on carbon fuels and make fossil fuels more accessible. So my decision would be to, what are the options?
So coal, oil. So do you want more subsidies on coal, oil?
Yeah, I want more subsidies on oil, natural gas, and coal. And is there anything about development or like alternative energy?
One decision. This was one decision.
Oh, that's it, that's it. Okay.
Yes, one decision. We'll do whatever. See, this is what happens with coal, possibly, right? Does anyone else want to go now? So we can already see where the trajectory is taking us based on the reasoning. And now you can understand or appreciate the reasoning where he's coming from his perspective of what they feel like they're doing right. They want more access or give more access to electricity, and that is the fastest and cheapest way to give it to people. So in their mind, they are doing the right thing because it ensures cheap electricity. So anyone else wants to go?
Thank you very much. So I represent industry and commerce. Yes, I also like to move for low energy prices. Yes, low energy prices because we in the global south, we suffer from debt, a lot of debt, and there's a need for us to engage in collaborations so that at least we can triple our renewable energy capacity. Yes, and so I move for an introduction of taxes on fossil fuels.
So it's already subsidized. Anything else? He has already subsidized all of that.
Okay, so renewables should be tripled.
What should be tripled? Renewable?
Renewables, yes.
Renewables, right?
Yes. Then nuclear decreased.
And what?
Nuclear decreased.
But that's the second decision. The first one is to actually subsidize renewables.
Thank you.
Anyone else? You want to go?
Understand? Hi. I don't fairly understand the game because I was not really paying attention. Imaginations. Okay. So I think in facing of fossil fuels, emerging nations want to put a tax on coal because of its environmental impact and hazards, and realizing the equal but differentiated responsibilities of and historical emissions. Maybe industrialized nations pay more taxes than less developed nations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone else wants to go? Do you want to?
I'm representing Rise Up Movement. Rise Up Movement. Okay, here. Okay. Boosting renewable energy. The best way for rural communities to access to electricity is through solar energy. So they should put incentives on those energies to encourage investors in this domain to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's already done.
Hi, I represent developed nations, and my decision from the key policy priorities is to boost renewable energy and invest in new energy research.
Thank you. Go.
Tax call. Okay. Tax calls and combat deforestation.
And what?
Combat deforestation.
So only one decision, either coal or deforestation. Which one do you want?
Call.
Deforestation. Yeah, so she also said coal. You said coal,
Tax
right?
coal.
Tax coal, and so one decision. Either coal or deforestation. Which one do you prefer?
Deforestation.
Deforestation? Okay. Thank you. Do we have a decision? Do we have a decision for the activists? One decision. Yes. Yes. Limit warming through. Okay. But so you have to limit warming through one of these things because limiting warming has to come through something. You have to say,
because this is not
deforestation? Okay, so limit deforestation. Limit deforestation. Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so after the first round, we can see the results. And it's very interesting how they have been structured. And this is what happens at actual COPs. People, and this is what we call a cop out. This is why COPs are called cop outs, because developed nations, everyone says subsidized renewables. There's only a limit to how much you can subsidize renewables. And even if you maximize the subsidies, the temperature is not moved to beyond 0.2. Does not impact. So when they say triple the renewable energy production, it does not mean anything. Tripling the renewable energy, unless you do something else, only then it makes sense. Because when you triple renewable energy, you have to increase infrastructure costs, you have to increase battery costs, you have to increase EV costs. So there's a lot of other things that you need to work on. So whenever someone tells you that we need to triple renewables or we need to add more, question them. What does the impact of tripling renewable has over the global economy? Then, when we saw that someone taxed coal and we subsidized renewables, the temperature difference became 0. So if you're subsidizing coal or you're taxing coal and you're subsidizing renewables, the overall net effect is 0. So some decisions that you will look at COP is they say that, okay, let's tax coal, but also subsidize renewables. It's the same thing. Overall impact is very negligible unless or until you completely phase something out, which we'll do in round 2. Sorry, you were saying. Was it? Okay. So after the other thing, people talk about carbon capture and storage, direct air capture, all of these silver bullet solutions, these new cutting edge technologies. These solutions, even if you get a breakthrough, and the thing with breakthroughs is it takes anywhere between 10 years to 50 years for them to become economically viable, they do not make much of a difference over the long-term life of the planet. So these are the things that needs to be taken care of. And it's very interesting that in every COP, and this is what we did over here as well, that people immediately start off with fossil fuels or renewables. There's so much that people do not change. Simple things in energy efficiency that can be done on a local level that individual governments can do. So for example, we always say Global South. I'm from Pakistan. Our government always says that Global North should give us money. They owe us repatriation of funds. But energy efficiency is something that is in our own control. Controlling our own lights, controlling our own electricity usage. We do not talk about that. Population, economic growth, all of these things, some of these things are linked with how we practice ourselves. Another thing we talked about, afforestation and deforestation. There's a thing people say that we need to, Pakistan just planted a billion tsunami tree. A tree takes anywhere between 60 to 70 years to become a carbon sink. Planting a tree now is not going to do anything to that temperature. It's only going to impact 70 years in the future. So this is more important than this. This is going to be important 70 years from now. We would have crossed 2100. That would be the end of the century by then. So whenever someone tells you that we're going to plant more trees, so we are going to cut these down, we're cutting these down, but we're going to plant more. Always say that does not make any sense, right? So this was the first round, and you can see you made all those decisions that the governments make, right? So this was round one. In round two, you have to talk to each other. So for example, developed nation is going to talk to developing nation. And you're going to say that we're going to give you funds if you allow us to use more fossil fuel. So you have to negotiate with each other and come up with one more decision collaboratively. And then we'll see where the world takes us. So I'll give you another 5 to 10 minutes. People who were in the first round of the game or more people are welcome to join. Just talk among yourselves and come up with 8 more decisions while discussing that we'll do this if you do this. So I'll give you 5 minutes more to discuss this. Thank you so much. I hope you're having fun with this game. You can collectively decide to move any other lever that you want to. Hello. 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 You have to go now.
Something, right? Clean tech. All right, we didn't get the point. Okay. Yeah.
Do we have a decision in any of? Okay. Phase out. All of you agree to do this, or is this only you? Yeah. So exactly. I'm going to ask everyone for their single decision. What is your decision to phase out coal? Okay. Developed nations. What is your decision? So you can also actually say that I do not agree to the decision, and we can do phase down. So we'll actually bring it. So exactly, this is how negotiations work. Exactly. See, now you appreciate what COP is all about. You said phase out. Developed nations come in and they say, no, we won't phase down. So this is the point of this exercise was to actually make you appreciate of why COPs fail. 28 years and we have not reached any resolution is because we always change language at the very end. This time around, even they're saying that we're going to phase it out. They're not going to phase it out at the very end. They're going to say phase down or something, yeah. Phase down, phase out. Okay, so that would somehow take here and then here. Even that is not true, but. So did you make up a decision? And yes. Yes, you are emerging nation, right? So emerging nations, what have you decided? Have you made like a negotiation with someone or with developed nations? And the decision is? Sorry? Okay. Okay. Did- No, even if you do a huge breakthrough, it barely moves the needle. Just see. Just see. See, it's at zero right now. It's at status quo right now. I do it completely, a huge breakthrough. It doesn't move at all. It just moves somewhat the technological curve. You just look at this curve. A huge breakthrough and zero breakthrough. Status quo. So, okay, let's do carbon pricing. Very high carbon pricing. You take, exactly. See, the thing is, you can do a lot of this. You can change the world's global trajectory if you increase the carbon price, but that's never going to happen because everything depends upon carbon right now or the carbon economy. So then what? Like a medium carbon tax or low? Sorry? Do what to them? So what do you mean by when you say how would you reduce methane gases or methane emission? How would you realistically be able to reduce them? And you're from industries, right? So how would you reduce methane emissions? See, and this is the catch-22, what we call the catch-22. You are representing your own faction, and then you cannot go against that. You can never say that fossil fuels are bad. You can never say that methanes are bad. Methane emission is bad because you'll always say that methane is a very small portion of the whole picture, right? So this is the whole purpose of this game was this. Did you make a decision or?
Yes. Clean tech. Clean tech here. And is it working? Okay, is it okay? As the developing nations are working on, okay, we are planning to act on reducing fossil fuels use, and I think actually reforestation is afforestation. Afforestation is actually the best way because we can use yes.
I'll do high growth of forests and let's see where the temperature goes.
Yeah.
From 2.5 to 0.1.
All right.
Because this is the idea that you plant a forest now, it takes it 70 years to start contributing something. So the only reason for this game was to be able for you to question your policy leaders. That you want to make forest, what does that do? It's not going to do anything in my lifetime or my.
But if I want to reduce the use of fossil fuels, I have to find a clean way to adapt. I don't know. Yes, nature-based solutions, and I think afforestation is actually a best way. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Do something like that.
Okay.
And look at taxing carbon. This is what we were doing. It's at 2.4. If we tax it really high.
Oh. Okay, I
But
see.
we know it's never going to happen. Why? When you tax carbon, for people like me from Pakistan, our daily expenses increase because fossil fuels go up. When fossil fuel goes up, transport goes up, electricity prices go up, gas prices go up. Basically meals go up because the fruit and the vegetables, they grow up.
Okay.
So the freight goes up. So whenever they say, for example, if the government says that we went to negotiations and we said, okay, we're going to increase carbon prices, think about the impact it's going to have on the middle class person or the low class person. That is inclusivity. And when they say just transition, always link it. It's not just transition. If it's really high carbon price, it's not just transition. So this is what I actually wanted to discuss today. I hope you guys had a lot of fun with this and it opened your eyes to new perspectives. Please feel free to play this game. It's called En-ROADS. We developed it at MIT. It's now being used by IPCC. It's used by IEA. And it gives a real world trajectory of where the world is right now. The world right now is at 3.3 degrees right now. and it's only going to increase each year. And when people say that we do something right now, it's going to go down, it's not possible because in the upper atmosphere, we have so much anthropogenic activities or residual gases, it's going to take anywhere between 15 to 20 years for it to go down or dip down. So whenever you go out, whenever you talk to policies or politicians, discuss these things, question them, because they use buzzwords and fancy words, and we are all, okay, fine, you're doing great. So that's not how it's played. My name is Waqas Idris, and I had really a good time enjoying with all you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Sure, sure. We can do a Zoom play, we can do whatever you want. I'll leave my cards and we can do it. So I have something for everyone who played the game.
Hello. Thank you so much, Wakas, for helping us play this game. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Grab a seat, grab a seat, grab a seat. So then, oh, you can.
come in. Hi. Yeah, thank you. You're all welcome to this afternoon session on equipping youth for climate governance. We'll wait for 4 minutes and the session will begin. We are just waiting for our speakers. Then we'll begin with the session. Thank you. Again with some quick checking. I'm Ifwa. I work with the Youth Climate Council Ghana and the Green Africa Youth Organization as the Policy and Research Officer. So today's session is mainly about exploring on how we can equip young people on effective climate governance. I don't know your expectations for joining this session, so I can just go through the room and we can explore what our expectations for these sessions are and see whether we can meet those expectations. So I'll start from the back, Candy.
Myself inclusive, I want to be engaged on policies in climate governance, and I believe that there's a process, right? And I'm just expecting that our panelists can educate me on some of the processes that I have to go through, what technicalities I need to know and understand so that I can effectively participate in climate-related discourses. Thank you.
Thank you. You can pass it on.
Thank you very much. Yes, so my expectation of this.
Please, your name.
Sorry. So my name is Antonio Yairato Kokuvi. Yes, I'm from Ghana. Yes, my expectation of this session is to get an insight, yes, on some of the processes that we must go through in order to make some effective climate policies. Yeah, so that's my expectation. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Maddie. Apologies, I was in a mid-conversation, so I missed what the question was. Could you repeat for me, please?
Sure. We just want your expectations. As you can see, that's the main idea behind the session. So we want to know your expectations for the session, what you want to get out of the entire session.
To simplify governance as much as possible because it can come very complicated unnecessarily.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Margaret.
Oh. Hi everyone, I'm Margaret Imprim. I am with Green Africa Youth Organization, and I'm looking forward to learning about how others have been making this work. Young people in working around climate governance, I realize has been in different forms. I want to see case studies from other places so I can learn a thing or two.
Great.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Bokamba Sejani from Gayo, Botswana. Yeah, I'm looking to learn more about climate governance, especially the implementation part and how to get the policymakers to include young people in policymaking.
Hi everyone, you're welcome. We are just exploring our expectations for this session. This session is on equipping young people on effective climate governance. So I don't know what your expectations are for this session, but we just want to explore your expectation in a bit. So please, you can just mention your name and go ahead with your expectations.
Hello, Thomas from New Zealand. Expectations, hoping to learn about how young people can be involved in climate governance effectively.
Kia ora. I'm Priya from New Zealand as well. I'm looking forward to learning how I can better equip young people on the same exact thing you're talking about.
Kia ora, I'm Narita from New Zealand. My expectation is surrounding that all young people are represented in government spaces.
Thank you all for just partaking in this session. So I will just go ahead, giving us a background of all this. So the global south and actually across the world, countries, we've seen a variety of interventions and initiatives from young people growing a lot. And this has been because of the significant capacity building for young people on global action and in climate governance. But it's also worth reflecting that are we just seeing one phases in all this, or everyone across every background is being brought on board? How just is our youth inclusion? Is the youth inclusion we are seeing now just towards just a particular portion of young people, or people from, for instance, in Ghana, in the northern region, are brought on board? Because we can see a significant number of young people at COP this year. But is it not the same people that were at COP last year mostly? Are the other people brought on board? How are we bringing other people on board to champion this just youth inclusion? Is the youth inclusion just enough? So this panel will explore all this and how we can learn from each other's interventions on how they are including young people in climate governance, so that if it's worth it, you can replicate it in your region as well. So in a bit, we'll introduce our speakers for the panel. We have, first of all, Pooja. Pooja. Okay, so I'm just mentioning their names. They'll have 1 second to introduce themselves properly to us. We have Richard from Gaio. Please give them a hand as they are coming. Margaret can please join on the stage. And we'll be waiting. Josh will be here with he's here. Okay, and we have Joshua Mponsem. Great. Yeah. Okay, great. Please, you're all welcome to today's session. We just have 1 minute to introduce ourselves properly to the audience. I'm Mami Fuanyamechapia. I work with the Youth Climate Council Ghana as the Policy and Research Officer, and we have here.
Imprim. I am with Green Africa Youth Organization. I particularly work in the initiative, the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance, which is a movement or platforms of organizations globally bringing together youth climate movement to assist in supporting that as the Assistant Global Coordinator.
Hi everyone, I'm Joshua Mponsem. My work is to support young people in different capacities. So I'm the co-director for the Youth Climate Justice Fund, and I founded Gaio, and I also set up the Youth Climate Councils at the beginning, so very happy to be here.
Yeah, my name is Richard Mate. I am the coordinator for the Youth Climate Council Ghana, and I also double as the climate lead for the Green Africa Youth Organization, coordinating all the climate change activities that Gaio does. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pooja. Can you hear this or no?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Pooja Tilvawala, and I run Youth Climate Collaborative. We have Joy here from the YCC. And in terms of intergenerational boards and councils, we're partnered with Penn State University's Global Youth Research Storytelling Lab. We have Mark here who runs the lab.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, welcome once again. So this session, we seek to explore how certain youth voices have been underrepresented than others and what it takes to have a just representation of young voices on climate governance. So to you, Pooja, we are seeing the inclusion of young people growing. And we are still fighting for youth inclusion. I don't know, is it not enough? We can say youth inclusion is enough now, we've been included enough. And this issue should have been solved. But is there still a need, or is there still the youth inclusion problem? Is there still a problem that needs exploration, that needs attention, that needs our focus to drive it? Is youth inclusion still a problem?
Yeah, so in this context, let's zoom out. Let's think of the boards of many private companies and NGOs. When you look at boards, are there any that you can think of that are 50% youth, or even have, 3 youth or a third youth? No, right? And are there many that are intergenerational that you're seeing? No? Yeah, so a lot of times what we're seeing happening is that separate advisory councils are set up where youth are put on one body, and then there's an existing body, and instead of adding us to that existing body, they'll create this new body and ask us to do a lot of communications type tasks, right? To be content creators, to send certain messages. And so one of the things that we need is more reciprocal boards and advisory councils where they're not only benefiting from our skill sets, but we're also able to benefit or provide our skill sets in the way that we'd like, so as advisors for strategy, and really give our input based on our lived experiences. That's one area. Another thing, it's important to have representation, not just of youth, but of different geographical areas, so that as funds are being set up, created, there's more of a participatory design element when you have people who are the intended recipients of those funds in the co-design process. Those are 2 things that I'd like to highlight, and then I'll turn it over back to you.
Okay, great. So Pooja just highlighted that there's still a need for youth inclusion and it's still a problem since we've not seen the numbers yet. We've not gotten to the numbers yet. So I'll just come to you, Joshua. Like gender equality and just transition, how can we make just youth inclusion paramount and a requirement to be considered by all stakeholders on every program they are doing?
Thank you for the question. Look, it's difficult. I've run several organizations and initiatives, and I'll use Africa as an example. When you have a program and you are hiring, majority of people who make the application the first, say, 48 to 72 hours are typically guys, so all males. If you have a 1-month period for hiring, in the first 2 weeks, mostly you're getting guys applying. And you will see the quality of the application, they're very bad. But they've grown up so confident that they just submit applications without even double thinking. And you will struggle to find female applicants in your pool of applicants. And you have to intentionally really be conscious of that and give yourself more time, even reach out to specific communities or associations or groups, encouraging female in those groups to really apply because they qualify and it is a space for them, which is not the same with men in certain contexts. So I think when you're on the project development side and you really focus on issues like just transition or even gender equality, it's one thing to just write it as a statement in a form. The other thing is really being intentional about it, extending the deadline, reaching out to specific individuals or groups, going to universities and talking to professors and letting them encourage their students or alumni to apply. You have to put in that conscious effort to get female applicants to get to you. The second part on issues, particularly for just transition, is that it's, you need to start from somewhere to transition. And in some cases, the transition itself is even missing, not to talk about it being just or unjust. And I think that in those contexts, particularly if you look at issues around energy in Africa, some communities need access to energy, and we can, of course, escalate and they can go fully solar rooftop or even upgrade right away. But in other cases, it might not be the case. And in those situations, I think it's very important that we think about how do we empower the actual capacities of those communities to lead that first set of energy production. Because if you move very quick to say you want to achieve just transition, so you do a huge electrification project or a huge solar installation project, but no one in that community have the skill set to do that, what you do is that you invest a lot of that money into an outside initiative that comes in, do that work and go away. What you've given the community is access to energy, but it's also taken away the potential for job creation and skill development in the renewable sector. You've taken that away from them and giving them just access to electricity, which is great, but it's not the best when you think of just transition. So what is very important is that as we talk about this and issues on gender as well, and we know in the African context when it comes to renewables, there are more men involved in that sector than women, and that is because there's no conscious effort and intention on training young people in general, but also training young women in those sectors. And additionally, empowering communities themselves to lead the actual installation, like the maintenance work, as opposed to paying big companies, either from China or from Europe or somewhere else, to come in and do that work. Because that is just okay, but it's not the best approach, and we will have to move away from that.
Great, George. Mentioning capacity building for young people and especially females, I'm coming to you, Richard. So youth empowerment and capacity building has always been a problem for effective youth inclusion and climate governance. How can we empower and equip young people, prioritizing less privileged regions, to build a strong youth front for effective input in climate governance and all that?
Mic is working. It is. All right.
I think it's working.
Yeah. So, it's very important that we be very intentional about capacity building. We can't talk about young people building capacity when we are not very intentional about it, especially also considering those who are from less privileged areas. So, number one, we have to be very, very intentional about training young people, letting them understand the issues, if we want to see a meaningful contribution by young people into the different policy spaces and also within the contributing to technical discussions, taking up very important roles. So we need to be intentional about capacity building. Number two, we also have to ensure that we are able to bring together the voices from different sectors, because when we talk about youth are very divergent. And so in dealing with young people, we need to understand the various division or categories of young people that we are talking about. We have young people who are very educated. We have those who are not so much interested in education and are really not doing anything. There are those who are also deprived or coming back or are coming from the deprived community. So we have to be very careful when we are dealing with the young people, building their capacity, ensuring that the various capacity programs that we are designing for them are very tailored, so that they're able to reach the different sectors of youth. Because, sometimes people consider children as youth. And so when they engage the adult youth in bracket, they think they've engaged across board. So we need to be intentional. We need to understand young people. If we say youth, who are we actually referring to? Which age bracket are we actually dealing with? And how do we tailor this training or building them up to suit the various categories or brackets that we are dealing with?
Okay, so I'll come to you, right back because you are leading the Youth Climate Council in Ghana and you have a lot of success stories about how you've effectively engaged young people in that respect. But let me come to you, Margaret. You're also a keen youth leader. I would want you to share some stories of how Gaio and the Global Alliance have done this, have tailored capacity building sessions for young people, and it's really gone a long way to enable their inclusion in climate governance. Can you share such highlights?
Richard earlier mentioned, it's very important that you identify everyone who is in that youth bracket. And one thing I love about what Gaio does is that Gaio doesn't only target the working youth or the youth in tertiary institutions. Gaio targets youth from that point where you see a youth is in the high school level all throughout, and that is through our Eco Club chapters, where we have groups of people in various institutions who come together to learn whatever is going on. And there's this conference we hold every year called the Youth Sustain Conference that brings all the youth together. It's more like, aside from learning more about youth skill development, how to build yourself as a youth entrepreneur or an ecopreneur or whichever kind of entrepreneur you want to be, how to ensure that you learn all the skills. Because as a typical youth, most times if you do not have your course or your program of study in that line where you can build your skills, you do not get that. So through that, you're able to get that. And through the youth climate councils, where we have that range from 15 up to age 35, we have that platform where all youth individuals and organizations being under that platform have that space to learn from each other and learn from experienced people, because then we partner with technical expertise, we partner with organizations, government institutions, we partner with other corporations who understand whatever is going on. And thankfully, they are open to our learnings. They are open to give us the ideas. They are open to give us the skills, because we as the youth-led organization, we don't know it all. We need to fall on those who actually have the expertise. So we mostly have capacity building sessions with they coming on board as knowledge partners, where they're coming to build whatever is going on, and so we can learn from each other. And also from the Youth Climate Council Global Alliance perspective, we do not only learn locally. So there's a lot of experience sharing, lots of knowledge sharing, so that if you are in Africa, you are in Ghana, whichever part of Africa you are in, you do not assume what you know is what there is. You get that chance to learn from people from Latin America, people from Europe, and then you get a broader perspective of things. So when you are approaching yourself wherever you go, you do not have a skewed thinking. You're able to have that informal learning, in this case, learn from what others are also doing, because they are also successes. And if it works for you, you apply. And whatever you're doing works for them too, they apply. Yeah.
Great on that. And one thing I know for Gaio is involving the young waste pickers. So Margaret mentioned that we don't only involve young people from the institutions. Gaio has a program with the communities, and it involves waste pickers, and those waste pickers are brought on board. Their capacity is built for them to do something relevant out of waste picking. Great. So coming back to you, Richard, I want you to share some success stories from the Youth Climate Council's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, for success stories, there are many. But let me start from the Advocacy Seed Fund initiative that the YCC Ghana introduced, which is providing seed money to young people who are working at the community level. And this money is to support their advocacy work that they are doing. So with one of the youth which we supported through the Advocacy Seed Fund initiative, they managed to train 125 farmers out of 500 US dollar seed grant that was given to him. He trained 500 farmers. Now they have an app that is actually providing climate and weather information to farmers in rural communities, which is helping them with their agriculture. And this is an initiative which is, I mean, actually supporting a lot of young people who have innovations in driving and pushing a lot of ideas which are really influencing policy. Another I want to touch on is a young lady in the Ashanti region, around the Middle Belt in Ghana, who also received a $500 grant from the Advocacy Seed Fund Initiative, and has been able to mobilize a lot of young people who are collecting plastics, and have created a business out of plastic collection. So she mobilizes these plastics and sells them to companies that take on these plastics for recycling. And she's working with other young people who are collecting this waste, and they are being supported with PPEs. They are also being supported on how to manage these wastes. And I mean, these are, I mean, initiatives that are really, really driving solutions to the various problems that are being experienced in the different areas in Ghana.
Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Please conclude.
Finally, I just wanted to conclude with the fact that, I mean, the Youth Climate Council initiative is also providing training to young people. And here at COP, we have 10 young people who have been trained into climate negotiations, who have been assigned to various negotiators here at COP. They are in the rooms currently, and they are doing amazing work. And this is really showing how young people are being supported in different capacities in Ghana.
Thank you very much, Richard, for that success stories that you've shared. So concluding with you, Joshua, we've said all this, but we want to see going forward how we can meaningfully include young people from diverse areas, not dependent on where you stay, not dependent on your age, not dependent on your educational background. So how do we do this? What's the way forward to including young people in climate governance despite all these barriers?
Well, I mean, beautiful success stories in both cases for the Youth Climate Council, the negotiator programs, and a few of them now at COP, with so many young people being able to participate. The amount of young people that show up at COP is increasing. Of course, we can always question the diversity around it and who they are representing, but the sector as a whole has really evolved, and I think that is the amazing work that other young people have really led to create these spaces. Moving forward, I think what needs to happen is really building institutional capacity for the institutions that have been set up to really ensure inclusion. So if you lead a youth organization and your goal is to become very diverse and support sort of inclusion accessibility, you yourself as an organization need to receive training on how to do that. The fact that you know a problem doesn't automatically make you know the solution to that problem. And I think in many cases, there are so many initiatives I've seen that have tried to tackle issues of accessibility, inclusivity, diversity. And while the intention is good, the approach can also be very damaging if you don't know how to do it properly. And that is the same for government institutions. There are so many government institutions that do not necessarily know how to better engage young people. So they do one-off consultations, and they do not even go back to the young people and tell them the outcome of that consultation and the results of that, and what will be the next steps, and give them the encouragement that, you know, this is something that we hold in high regards, and we're working with you as an equal stakeholder. So I think there's capacity building that is needed really for institutions that want to work with young people, for public offices that want to work with young people. And then most importantly, I mean, I cannot leave finance out because, I mean, part of my work now fundamentally is mobilizing resources and funding for the youth movement. And anything around inclusivity, accessibility, all of these things, a lot of it can be done better when you have money, right? So many organizations are able to only provide opportunities to young people who either have easy access to a particular country. I mean, New York Climate Action Week is a good example, or UNGA is a good example. Getting a US visa is so difficult, and that automatically will not make it inclusive for a bunch of other people. You might get a visa, but the cost of staying in New York for like 2 weeks or so, that's a lot of money. And without appropriate funding, you cannot do it, right? The same with COP, the same with many other, even regional meetings. In certain parts of the world where traveling within the same region can be very expensive. It's the same at the national level with consultations. If you want to engage young people in rural areas, you need to either go there or you need to transport them to the city to form part of conversations that happen. That is money. So I think the finance conversation is very important to be a catalyst to trigger a better inclusivity or inclusion for children and youth. Yeah.
Thank you very much, George. Pooja, I wanted to explore your success stories, but time will not permit that. But please give it up for our panelists. They've done amazing exploring this topic. And we've come to the end of this session. The panelists will be here for you to ask them any question you want to ask them, but we have to leave this session for another group to take over. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Efwa and all our panelists. Please, let's give it up for them. Okay. All right. So we are moving on to the next session. The next section is on protecting the rights of future generations, advisory opinions, and their implications. I'd like to call on Mara to take over. Please, let's give it up for her.
Hi, everyone. Everyone around the pavilion, from within the pavilion, whoever's interested in the rights of future generations, we're going to have a very brief discussion. We plan to end it in about 20 minutes or so, 25 max. So, yeah, we won't steal too much of your time. While we're setting up, I'm just going to introduce myself and the wonderful panelists today. First of all, I'm Mara Gilan. I'm part of the policy team, but also part of the Human Rights Working Group of Yango. And we've been working on several occasions with the Face Intergenerational Justice, represented by Trina, and also with the World's Youth for Climate Justice, represented by Elisa, on different events, on different projects, and they've been truly amazing partners for Yango Human Rights Working Group. And today, like I've said, we'd like to give like a brief overview over why an advisory opinion can advance the rights of future generations. How can the amicus before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights do the same? And also how the whole experience of mobilizing and campaigning has been like. So without further ado, I'm going to ask, first of all, Trina, who is part of Face Intergenerational Justice and also a climate justice activist and law student, to tell us a bit about what an amicus is and how it can advance intergenerational justice.
Amazing, thank you. Could we maybe all like come in together to make it a little bit more cozy? I think there's the big march that's going on that we'll probably go to right after this event as well. And so, yeah, we can just make this kind of like a very casual conversation about the movements that both of us have been working on and how you guys can support and join as well. So I'm going to just talk very quickly about an amicus, and then I'll pass off to Elisa about advisory opinion and the whole movement with that in general. But basically, an amicus is like this briefing document that you can send to a court. With the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, it is having an advisory opinion request about the climate emergency and human rights. So we're organizing this like big legal document together where it integrates the demands from young people all over the Americas and the Caribbean, so we can tell the court what they should tell countries to do to make sure that we keep 1.5 alive. So I'll go pass it to you, Lisa, for the advisory opinion.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to be here also. So, an advisory opinion is also proceeding in front of International Court of Justice, so the highest court in the world, and is not like a controversial proceeding in the sense that the it's not binding, like the pronouncing of the court is not going to be binding, but still, like the International Court of Justice has a lot of influence and authority, so it can influence the position of states that can introduce the response that the court gives into their national law. So it's actually quite important. And also, is an advisory opinion is like an interpretation of the existing law, so it serves to clarify like treaties or agreements, like just already existing law. So it's in this sense, like here we're here at COP, so an advisory opinion could be like a parallel pathway just to clarify what happens under the UNFCCC and all the negotiations. The difference between like the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in this sense is that only states and international organizations are allowed to participate directly into the advisory opinion. So for us, youth and civil society, the only way to be included in this type of proceedings are like influencing the position of states and international NGOs, like for them to include our argumentation in their depositions.
I'll just add really quickly to that too. With the Inter-American Court, it's slightly different because it's more accessible, allows a lot more people to join. Any interested party can submit an amicus, which is why we're able to write an amicus for the Inter-American Court. But then again, it only has kind of jurisdiction over countries that are in the Americas and the Caribbean, as opposed to the International Court of Justice that has more of a general jurisdiction, non-binding, but general, over a lot more countries. And with the Inter-American Court too, there's a really great human rights system, I think, developing in specifically Latin America. I don't know about North America, but and with that, a lot of countries in the Organization of American States have specifically said that any advisory opinion from the Inter-American Court is actually binding, which is really exciting for future lawsuits that young people can maybe lead.
That's great. Thank you very much. Before we dive into the juicy advocacy mobilization part, I just want to recognize that there's a tremendous amount of work behind preparing all of the documentation and doing all the research to build the cases that you're bringing forward, basically. And I want to ask each of you, how did you go about that? How did you make sure to get a good view of what children and youth stand for? How did you get in touch with those most affected? Did you collect stories about lived experiences? So yeah, in the same order.
Yeah, I think it was a mix of so many different things. At first, it was a lot of Zoom calls so we could try and connect with people all over the Americas. And then it was working on the ground, going to protests together, sitting in circles at a park, talking about what we wanted as our demands, making sure that our friends are telling other friends as well what about this opportunity. So we had this Google form where we collected demands earlier this year, and then we collected stories as well where we're asking for a photo of yourself, your name, your country, and then how climate change is personally impacting you or your community. And we're including that in the amicus as an appendix so that the judges can look through the amicus and read through the stories and hopefully be compelled, by also the very personal stories that the young people that we are going through right now. And so, yeah, it was a lot of that, meeting at different LCOIs and RCOIs, which is the Conference of Youth, the local and regional Conference of Youth. It was creating actions together to teach more people about it. It was working with, larger organizations like Fridays for Future to make sure to spread the word so people know about what's going on. And so this is more specific to the Inter-American Court because you guys have such a big campaign that you guys did such a good job doing. So I'll pass it off.
Thank you. So for us, it was quite similar. So what we started with was like building a very strong coalition of young people from all over the world. So we made sure to be very inclusive. We built like 6 different fronts, one for each region. So Africa, Latin America, Europe, Africa, and the Pacific Islands, and Asia. So we started like building this strong voice of youth, and for us it was also very important to build credibility in that sense. So we have also a very strong academic task force, and we produce many legal reports and try to be out there with academics in general, and collaborating with university. And we also produced like this handbook. This is one the document we're trying to circulate now with states, and this answer like the question that are posed to the court, but giving like our perspective. So trying to really introduce the theme of intergenerational equity into the conversation. So I think that in this sense, it has been like a very big job of researching. And yeah, same, we have tried to build a very strong alliance with civil society. So now we have this Youth and Civil Society Alliance. There are more than 1,500 CSOs supporting us, also very big NGOs who are like helping us a lot with like influencing from the bottom states. And another very important thing is that the campaign was born in the Pacific. So the Pacific Island student that really impulse of this movement, they gained the trust of the government of Vanuatu. So having on board a government who is leading the campaign was very important for us. For that reason, that the advisory opinion to the ICJ is only state, like allow only state participation mainly. So we really need somebody to support us in that sense. And at the moment of drafting the resolution, we had like a very strong core group and a state from each region. So that's why we really advanced the conversation in every region. Yes.
Thank you very much. I really wanted to highlight this aspect of your work, because indeed I think on the outside people don't necessarily see how much work goes into this, and how important it is to be representative, to be accurate, and to also be close to the people that are most affected. And I'd like to also now move into the juicy part, like I said, the advocacy work, because first of all, Elisa is the Latin American coordinator, so I'm sure she'll have a few things to share with us. And also Trina here is a very active climate justice advocate. So I think it's very nice to hear from your experience, for your very concrete experience of mobilizing across events, conferences like this, but throughout the year, really. So Elisa, tell us a bit about how you managed to build such a strong campaign. And I know that you've recently, earlier this year, actually moved from one stage of the campaign to another. So please tell us a bit more about that.
Yes, indeed. So starting building the Latin American front wasn't really easy, because we didn't know what we were doing at the beginning. So it was really a learn by doing process and sharing of best practices. That's why I think that our organization, like the strong element of our organization, is that we're constructing into a steering committee. So we have this assembly where we really share best practices between different fronts, and we can learn one from another. And the way we wanted to construct the campaign was really focusing on each state. So we try to involve youth for every different state, and for them to really underline what are the issues inside of every state, and to make them like the strong points with the governments, and to be included, like those teams to be included into the depositions. And it's right, like we have had like the first phase of the campaign where the objective was actually to ask the state to vote yes into the UNGA, because it's actually the General Assembly of the United Nations who can ask an advisory opinion. So it was really important to have this positive vote from states. But as the resolution was actually approved, so now the advisory opinion is in front of the Court of Justice, and now we are really trying to include our argumentation of like intergenerational equity especially, but also like vulnerable communities and vulnerable states, so those people who are really in the front line of climate crisis, into the deposition. So I think that my work jointly with the other colleagues are very important, because in this proceeding, I think that Global South really have a big role to play, mostly in like recognizing like historical responsibility of emitters. So yes, it hasn't been easy, to be honest, because lots of states in the Global South doesn't really have the means to participate into, or knowledge to participate in this kind of proceeding, but that's why we're really trying to advocate and provide the means to be part of it.
Well, Trina, pretty much the same question. How who's your target audience with your campaign? Who are you trying to mobilize, and what has your experience so far been advocating for the amicus?
I mean, it's been really fun. I don't know if I can. It's just that there is this really big community that we're creating together. We're all passionate about the same things. We're all climate activists that wanted to make sure to hold polluters accountable. And some of us, you know, have maybe some understanding of law, but a lot of us don't. You know, it's from engaging on the ground, from doing our own research, from talking to other people and learning from others. And so for that too, it's just been a process where we just have to dedicate, you know, ourselves to each other as well, to make sure that the movement grows stronger and that we just continue to lift each other up, make sure to check in on each other. You know, we would do this bi-weekly office hours kind of, where me and some other people would just be online like every other Friday, you know, from like 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. And then people would drop in and we would talk about, you know, some questions that they had about the amicus, or specific demands or new projects that they heard about that we wanted to include in the amicus to stop. So it was kind of, it's this whole process, but definitely it was really great to kind of build that movement together.
Amazing. I must say that I have also participated in one of those office hours, and I think that's the first time I actually interacted with Trina during one of those. And it was a very interesting conversation, I must say, and it was great to learn about the movement. I want to also recognize the importance of community, and we are very happy to have you within the Yango community as well. As most of you know, Yango is producing the Global Youth Statement every year, and this year, partly thanks to the inputs, of course, but to Trina and my participation in the editing and synthesizing policy analysis phase of the Global Youth Statement, there is a demand for regarding the ICJ advisory opinion, and also the amicus before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. So the children and youth are demanding this. You have Yango's support on that, and you can quote the Global Youth Statement moving forward. As we're always saying, it's an advocacy tool, and everyone can take the Global Youth Statement, the Youth Climate Justice Handbook, and Face Intergenerational also has a lot of materials. Is there something you want to plug?
Well, we did publish the amicus if you guys want to check out the arguments and then use it for your lawsuits against your governments.
Yeah, so a lot of resources that you can be using in your work, in your advocacy work, and I must say on the amicus, the team did an amazing job on really building strong arguments and coming up with, showcasing the stories that can really move not just the judges, but also us when maybe we're wondering what we're fighting for, who we're fighting for. You can give a read in the appendix, right, section to get some inspiration and extra motivation to stay mobilized. On that note, I think we are going to give you back 5 minutes of your life to mobilize. There's an action going outside. If you want to join it, we're eager to join it ourselves. But before that, before that, do you have any questions? Yeah.
For the Inter-American Court? Yeah, so the Inter-American Court, there's going to be a lot of documents that are out there because NGOs, countries, civil society individuals are going to be submitting amicis. That's the plural for amicus. And so there's going to be a lot to go through. I think some of the key things to look out for are the biggest polluters in the Organization of American States, which we know US. Canada has been expanding with the liquid natural gas facilities and, so many other countries, Brazil and deforestation. So these are some of the things I would look out for as well to see how these governments that are going to be submitting this amicus may not acknowledge these responsibilities that they have to reduce emissions. And so, for example, we're calling in our amicus for a moratorium on all permits that allow new fossil fuel infrastructure, including LNG facilities, and also for projects that lead to deforestation as well. And so there's a lot of really good precedent. In Colombia, there was a case where youth actually sued the Colombian government in the Constitutional Court of Colombia to protect the Colombian Amazon from deforestation, which was actually successful. It was a little bit of a slow start there, and deforestation actually increased a tiny bit in the first year after, and then actually decreased a little bit after that. So there is a lot of these ways, and I think with the amicus, what we're hoping is for the Inter-American Court, with the advisory opinion, especially because it does have binding jurisdiction over some countries, the next phase would be let's fundraise and make sure that we can get young people together so we can sue our governments when they have failed to listen to the Inter-American Court advisory opinion.
Okay. One more question?
So yeah, thank you. I'm Marco Yañez. I think you know me, but yeah, I was wondering, like, yesterday I was hearing like the main idea would be like to share like us young negotiators. I'm a young negotiator in the Chilean delegation, so the idea would be like for us to give the global youth statement to our delegations. But besides like just sending an email or talking with them like, hey, there's a global youth statement, are you considering this for the delegation? If you were part of any country's delegation, how you will approach them, how you will approach the head of the delegation to tell them, hey, we need you to consider this like an advice for myself. I already did that. I sent the email. I had the conversations with them, but I'd like to know more how to do that from your perspective. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, to be honest, I think I would be on the younger side of things, but I want to give it to our speakers. First of all, I want to highlight that Trina is doing amazing work in so many places, including within the Yango policy team. So maybe you can take it, and also Elisa, if you can share a bit of your insights on engaging with states, with parties.
Sure. So I'll say first, with the negotiations too, the UNFCCC system is all based on voluntary commitments, and so with the advisory opinion and with using the courts and the human rights system, we're hoping that this would actually be the enforcer of some of these commitments that were made to make sure that they do end up being binding in some kind of way. So so I think that would be a really good place to go to negotiators and talk to them about these movements that are happening for them to be aware of as well, to make sure that they tighten up the language for their locally specific, mitigation promises and adaptation promises and funding. So then with these specific court cases as well, it can help make sure these countries are committing to NDCs and other kind of agreements that were made in the UNFCCC process. Also, maybe the negotiators will know the lawyers that are writing the amicus for the International Court of Justice or for the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And so that's another great way to pass out the Youth Climate Justice Handbook to the negotiator that might know someone who knows someone too, because they might have a little bit more access than some of us. So.
Yes, indeed, I take on to that. So first of all, we're really trying to pass the handbook to who is really in charge of writing the deposition, because somehow there's like this confusion between the government itself of who is in charge of writing that. So like also taking a strong position in that situation would be nice, like really trying to push to give responsibility to one ministry to go ahead with that, because in some governments they're really like passing on to the next minister and nobody is doing that. So that's first of all like a difficulty we have experienced, and maybe somebody from the inside could actually help on that. And yes, I think that also share which is the actual political position of the state with us would be very important, because we have discovered many like political position during bilaterals when we were already presenting our argumentation, but then they were like inappropriate in a sense because they didn't accept what we said because of their political position. So it would be nice to be prepared earlier, just to know how to avoid that type of conversation and just take it onto another path. And like I'm just giving an example, there are some countries who doesn't recognize the Paris Agreement as a human right agreement. And this is part of our conversation in like about the handbook. So stuff like that are really important to be known before like bilaterals or stuff or other meetings. So I would say that these two things are very important.
On the global youth statement side of things, I can just say very briefly that we're trying to go from all sides. We're trying to, we are meeting with parties, we are meeting at the local level, at the national level with the ministers and the presidents, and when we're lucky, when we get lucky, but also with the local authorities, with both the global youth statement and the LCOI statements in hand, which are equally strong. And I think we need to wrap up. I see Sad stepping in, so I think our time is up. And on that note, I just want to recognize the importance of building a community, of mobilizing, also of storytelling. And in the end, it is indeed us children and youth, but it is also the future generations that are getting the worst side of this planetary intergenerational deal, and it's truly important to make sure that those who are aware and are sensitive to this issue, namely, I guess, the people in the room and many more outside, do use all of the instruments at our disposal to ensure the protection of their rights, and also get creative about how these instruments can be used and pushed to solve the issues that we're facing, that indeed are novel in themselves. So thank you very much for being here today. I'm gonna first of all invite us to take a photo, and yeah, see you outside. See you in the streets and in the courts.
Very much indeed, sharing about how our responsibility as young people to change the world through making adults accountable, very, very insightful. So thank you very much for the session. And now, my friends, it is time for our fun part of the day to get inspired, to hear some stories, to hear young people who have been leading change in their countries, and to listen to their stories and get inspired. So it's our TEDx style sessions time, and we have our first session, which is called The Moon. So the moon, how young people can influence climate politics and hold politicians accountable. So my friend will join us for a 7-minute presentation, and with your round of applause. Thank you very much. You need this one or this one? Cool. How do I click for the slides to go forward? Click it.
Thank you very much. All right. Very nice to see all of you. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Finner. I am a climate activist and the chairperson of an Icelandic youth environmental NGO. And I'm very excited to be here with you today. I have a very limited amount of time to go through and share with you this project of ours. And I hope that by me sharing this project, you'll be inspired to take on similar projects. And the hope is really here to give practical information about how all of you and your organizations can implement similar projects in your own countries. So let me get right to it. And I want to start with the problem. So the problem we're trying to address is the problem with COPs. And what is the problem with COPs? Well, the problem is that even though COPs are important, they're not delivering the progress that we need. Insufficient progress is being made. And we see that by emissions still rising, funding for climate mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, it's all lacking. And what we urgently need is accountability on the domestic scale. So we can promise all we want here at the COPs, but if our governments don't deliver on a national scale when they go home from the COPs, then we won't make much progress. So what can we do? And this is really the point of what I want to share with you all here today. What we can do is track political promises. And this is what we did with my organization 2 years ago, before the Icelandic parliamentary elections in 2021, where we developed criteria where we said, okay, what would we in an ideal world like our government to do when it comes to environmental matters? So not only on climate, but also on nature conservation, on circular economy. And so we hired 3 experts in the field and youth experts in the field, and they helped us develop a list of criteria, 100 criteria, that we would like to see the government do when it comes to environmental matters. After we developed this criteria, we met with all the political parties running for the elections and presented this criteria to them. And the idea with presenting the criteria with them, to them was for them to be able to implement the criteria in their own policies, in their own promises, before the elections. So after this period that we gave them to incorporate our criteria into their policies, we then went ahead and asked for their data. So they sent us their policy papers before the elections that they were presenting when they were campaigning. And we used our criteria to assess the promises. And the assessment was the crucial part. So we went through all the data. We made sure it was anonymous, so our experts went through in a very neutral manner and assessed their promises based on the criteria that we created. And at the end, we got very clear grades for each of the political parties, where we could tell which parties were promising the most ambitious outcomes and which parties really weren't promising anything sufficient. So what the purpose of this was to inform the public. So as we heard just before us, we can take our governments to court, but sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes there isn't a legal basis to hold our governments accountable. So then we have to use the public narrative, the public discourse, and information campaigns. And this is what the results look like. So we divided our criteria into 3 different categories: climate change, nature conservation, and circular society, with 40 points possible in the first section and 30 in the other ones. So each of the parties could get a total of 100 points maximum. So with this 100-point baseline, we made it really easy for the public to understand, okay, 100% or 100 points is the maximum, so it's sort of like a percentage scale. And then we had each of the criteria in a very interactive table on our website, where the public could delve deeper into the results, where they could see, okay, I'm very passionate about ocean conservation, so let me see which party has ambitious targets on ocean conservation. So this was a very interactive tool where the public could see both the overall score for each of the political parties, but also for each of the subtopics. And then we presented it in more simple manners as well, with graphs demonstrating very clearly which parties were doing the best and which parties are promising the least. And this got a lot of public attention, both on social media, and we held a big event where we presented the results initially. And you see the photo in the top corner here, lots of people raising their hands, and all these people are now parliamentarians. So the parliamentarians themselves were very interested in coming and listening to the results of this project. And in the middle, there's our president, so he was also very interested in hearing about the results. And then we were on the national news, in the national media, etc. So this really had a big impact on the public discourse, which we were very happy about. And we actually presented the same project at COP27 in the Children and Youth Pavilion last year. And since then, now it's been a year since COP27, and we have upgraded the project, or we've taken the next steps. So, as I explained, we were evaluating the promises of the parties before the elections, but now we're 2 years into the 4-year election process, or the parliamentary term in Iceland, which means we felt like we needed an accountability mechanism. We evaluated the promises, but as we know, politicians can make a lot of promises, but often they don't deliver on them. So we felt we needed to find a way to track their political action. So what are they actually doing? What have they done? Have they lived up to their promises? And the first project I didn't mention, it was called The Sun, inspired by the Sunrise Movement in the US, who did a similar project some years ago. And now it made sense for us to call the next project, the follow-up project, The Moon. And why is that? Well, because when the sun sets, the moon rises, and the moon has light that it shines on the things that are in the darkness. So it's often very hard to figure out, okay, what are our politicians actually doing to deliver on their promises? And we're hoping to shed light on that through this second project. So this project is ongoing, and it uses the exact same criteria, exact same process, where we take data that the parties submit, and we evaluate it according to the criteria. And this time, it's the actions that really matter, not the promises. And we're trying to answer the question, have our politicians in the first half of this parliamentary term lived up to the promises that they made before the elections? And what this does is it puts pressure on our politicians to actually deliver on their promises, because they know that through this process, we will uncover whether or not they've done sufficient action according to what they promised before the elections. So now to the practical part. And we're currently working on a toolkit where we can where we outline in a very detailed manner what steps to take to carry out such a project. How do you start? Who do you talk with? What kind of processes work best to figure out criteria that work in your own country, etc. But I have 3 very simple steps that we would suggest as a first preliminary preliminary steps to carrying out such a project. So the first thing we did initially, to just discuss the idea, to get some brainstorming going, is to form a 4 to 8 person working group for the project. It's a very practical thing to do, and it's just a way to get people together who are very interested, passionate, and want to take this further. So that's the first step we would suggest. The second step is to figure out when the next elections in your area are. So although we use this tool for national scale, the tool also works for a local or a regional scale. So it just depends on what your focus is, if your organization is a regional association or if it's a local or domestic. And the last step is possibly the more difficult one, and it's adjusting the grading criteria to your national, local, or regional context. So of course, the scale that we created was very Iceland specific, which means that the topics that we want our politicians to focus on may not be relevant in your own local communities or in your own national context. So that's the last thing. And as a part of this toolkit that we're now producing, that I hope to share with you in just a few months, we'll have our criteria very clearly listed out, so you have a basis to start from. So along with all the steps, with the process, with the suggestions of best practices, you'll have a very complex and filled out Excel sheet that you can start adjusting their criteria for your own local contexts. I have no idea how I'm doing on time, but I'm assuming I'm getting close to my 7-minute mark. And I encourage you all to scan this QR code because this is a preliminary toolkit. So we're still producing or working on finalizing our final toolkit for the project, where we can share all the process and the Excel sheet that I talked about. And so this is a way to sign up to hear from us once the toolkit is ready. And there's a link there also to a preliminary info package if you want to get started already. Are there any questions? Wonderful. I hope it was clear. And if you have any further questions in the future, feel free to reach out to us. We're always happy to talk. Oh, there's one question.
So, one election has passed. How do you think the politicians perceived your, what do you call it, initiative in the sun?
Good question. I think the politicians initially, once we announced the project, they were like, okay, this is new. We haven't heard of this before. Where is this going to go? And then we made sure to stay professional. We made sure to be very rigorous about being neutral, about listening to the science. So all the criteria are science-based as well. And they realized that because we were very serious, very careful, very neutral, science-based, they were like, okay, this is legit. So we really felt that the politicians took us seriously, which was a really nice feeling. And it was demonstrated with the photo, for example, that I showed earlier of many of our current parliamentarians showing up to the event where we actually published the results. And the media was also really interested in covering our results. And in one of the debates, I think it was the day before the elections actually, there was a debate with all the leaders of the parties. And our project came up in those discussions, and the leaders were asked about, you know, what do you think of these results? Why aren't you doing better? So we felt really, really happy that the politicians seemed to take our results seriously, at least in the lead up to the elections, and then we'll see how they've actually done. Yes.
Thank you. Do you think that your dashboard, in a sense, influenced certain parties to be elected, or do you foresee that in your next run of elections as you capture the data for the climate?
Thank you for the question. We saw that in the period that we gave them between publishing their criteria and actually carrying out the grading, there was a 3-month period, if I remember correctly, where we gave the parties an opportunity to implement our suggestions in their own policies. And in that period, we saw several parties, I think 3 or 4, take some elements from our criteria and copy-paste it into their own policy documents. So that was a really big win for us, and we felt like we really had an impact there. But then again, I'm not sure how much they've actually acted upon those, but at least that was the first step, and this is the first step to holding them accountable is, okay, you get them to say something, to promise something, and then you can keep the pressure up and say, okay, now you haven't delivered on this. This is something that you promised. So, yeah. Any further questions? All right. Thank you very much. I hope this was useful and helpful. And again, if you have any further questions in the future or want help with implementing this in your own national, local, or regional contexts, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Much and yeah, well done. You know, very insightful presentation. Next, we have our second inspiring presentation. Today, we're talking about law and policy. And, you know, we all keep talking about the negotiations and young people, they have to be negotiators. And, you know, we're not in the decision-making table, whatever. So it's really important to get inspired and to know what the vision look like, what's a young negotiator look like. So today, we have a very inspiring success story from my brothers from Tunisia who are here to share the story, how young people are indeed negotiators and are talking on behalf of their country. So Tunisians, to you the floor.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. So this is Mohammed Walid Jomni from the Tunisian delegation. And I'm also part of the Tunisian group of young negotiators, and I'm following climate finance and loss and damage. And I'm also part of the UK network, where I'm working as the finance coordinators with the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network. So first, let me speak about the initiative, the group of young negotiators. So this initiative has been created 3 years ago with the leadership of the Ministry of Environment in Tunisia, as well as other stakeholders. So the initiatives was launched first by, let's say, some collective efforts from some people who were very active in the civil society and who've been contributing and working in the civil society. They were giving consultancy on climate change. So they saw that there is a need to have like a group of young negotiators. And hopefully with the Ministry of Environment, they were so open to open this kind of group. So we suggested the idea, and then we got a call for application where a lot of people has applied, and then we got accepted. So at the first cohort, there was 15 or 16 negotiators from different background, business background, environmental background. So we started in 2021, and we got mentorship, trainings in different thematics and loss and damage, finance, adaptation, and also we've been trying to let's say, merge the background we had in our studies or in our professional experiences, and also let's say, technical support we needed. For example, how we can negotiate, what is UNFCCC, how we can deal with the texts. And we succeeded actually to participate at our first COP. It was, let's say, one of the youngest delegations at COP26. We've been like 15 negotiators, and we've been leading this process. And we've been also succeeded to have our voice heard at the negotiation, and even to try to deliver, and to try also to deliver the voice of youth at the final statements for the COP, and also for all the other items. And after that, we wanted to make sure that these initiatives will be sustainable, since, as we know, there is a lot of UN youth delegates programs. There was a lot of initiatives that started, and people want to make, let's say, more youth and young people participating in the negotiation process, but always this kind of initiatives doesn't sustain. So we wanted to make our initiative sustainable and to keep working. And that's what happened. So we kept like training for over, let's say, the previous year at COP27, all over the year, like mentorship sessions, courses. Every one of us was contributing from different angle. And also we participated at COP27, where also we got more, let's say, confident on how to negotiate. And we started also having interventions, where submissions, and got the skills of knowledge, not like the first COP, which was a bit like, let's say, harder for us. It was like a big challenge, and we've been just learning. And here we are now at the COP, and we are leading now officially. We are also at this COP, one of the youngest delegations. And yeah, this is, for example, my last day negotiating climate finance, and we are doing some, like, we are trying to push forward and to progress with all the agenda items. So now I'll leave my friend and colleague Zubair to also speak a bit about his experience as young negotiators, and to, yeah.
Thank you, Walid. I'm just going to be very brief and get directly into the main application of what we've been doing. So I will not go into main technically how we've been here. Well, it just presented all the timeline and what we've been doing, and since COP26, COP27, and now this COP. So actually, our group take the lead in the negotiation for the country. And this is, we found it huge, because we want this youth empowerment to get spread with other parties. So we want this not only stay with the Tunisian country and goes beyond to other, from the global south and also for the developed country already. So we've been working on submissions, and we've been working with the interventions and taking the floor. And also we worked on the SBs, on the technical papers, working on the technical workshops, and mainly with a local engagement in our country. So it's not only about international and going through all the negotiation process, all the techniques, and also how can we bring that knowledge in our local climate action. So essentially, this is what we've been doing. And we're still youth, we still have the energy to cap all the COP and like being late in the night for the informals, for the huddles, and being up in the morning to catch up with the groups, mainly in Tunisia, African group, Arab group, other groups, G77. So it's not easy to catch up with all these kind of negotiators who has been here since like a long time. So we need to catch this train, and it's time for youth to take the lead. That's it. I will pass it to our lead coordinator, Wafa, for 2 main points.
Thank you, Zuba. Actually, I'm really happy to be here in this pavilion. It's very important to stay connected to the fellow youth participant in COP. Actually, I'm going to present the main objective of the group creation. As Zuba introduced me, I'm the coordinator of the group, but at the same time, I'm leading on loss and damage, on Santiago Network, and on the WEAM. As the event is entitled, the main objective of the creation of our group is the integration of youth in decision-making process, climate decision-making process. So we started in our country and contributing in the NDC, National Determined Contribution. We presented our contribution for the second NDC, the first enhanced NDC, and from there we started creating like a cell of youth-led junior experts included in climate policies. As my fellow said that our group is created on 2021. Our first COP was in Glasgow, the second one last year, and this is our third COP. As I said, we make sure to show tangible contributions, diversity and representativity. Our group is held with, we are 11 of them we are women, which is very good. We show engagement in critical themes. Actually, we're not only supporting the Tunisian delegation, but also we're leading in themes in Tunisian delegation. Like Zuba is leading on Article 6. We have Tarek leading on global stocktake. For myself, I'm leading on loss and damage. So we're not only participating and supporting the delegation, but we're leading critical themes within the delegation. We make sure to integrate with national objectives, as I said, for the NDC case and the other national strategies. Peer-to-peer exchange and mentorship, which is a very good and very important compound for our group. But not only make sure to build the capacities of the member of our group, even though we are newly created, but we make sure to have a peer-to-peer exchange to create other young negotiators group in the region, because we observed, as I said yesterday in the high-level panel, as our group is considered as a case study for the Global Stocktake report for youth engagement. It's very important to have more representativity for the Global South youth, especially in our case for MENA youth, as we are very underrepresented in on the negotiation tables. We're having a group from Jordan and Palestine. We're making sure to have a peer-to-peer exchange in order to have other new national-based negotiators group. Also, this COP, we're supporting 2 youth from UNICEF. They are young. We are more younger, like under 18, supporting them for their own first COP, Tunisian participating for their own first COP. This is also part of international and regional collaboration. We had a bilateral with the COP27, the COP26 presidency, Alok Sharma, and we make sure to work on capacity building and education. So thank you. For any question, we are here.
Woo! Give them a round of applause, everyone. Thank you, my friends from Tunisia, for sharing your experience and for inspiring our young people today and all our young people who are watching us online. Moving on to UNICEF. Speaking of UNICEF, we have a presentation on evidence-informed, nationally determined contributions for and with children and young people, child and youth inclusion in national climate action plans. So, I'm happy to invite Larissa, right, to the floor.
Here. Thank you. And we're actually 2 people, thank you. I have Laura here with me as well. And I have to say, Saad, it's very difficult to follow your energy because you come on here and you have so much energy. So I'm going to try to bring the same. And maybe you can help me pull up the presentation kindly. Oh, it has a very long name. It's amazing. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Wonderful. All right. Again, my name is Larissa. I have Laura here. She will also be speaking as part of this presentation. And I think the Children and Youth Pavilion is probably not the space in which I have to say that the participation of children and young people is very, very critical in environmental decision making, but I'm still going to say it right here because children and young people were the inheritors of the earth, and every decision that is being made today at the COP and also at the national level will very much impact the future of our generation and the future of future generations. That being said, however, I think this environmental decision-making, inclusion of young people, it's not just a thing of the future, right? It's something that's affecting all of us right now. And I think one of the scariest statistics that I always see is that almost every child and young person on Earth is exposed to at least one environmental shock, stress, or hazard. So 99% of children are at risk and exposed to at least one of these hazards. And I think in the room of us here, that pretty much means everyone. And out of the 2.2 billion children and young people that live on Earth, 1 billion live in countries of extremely high risk. So that's a massive demographic that we're talking about here that are exposed and that are vulnerable. And so today I want to talk about nationally determined contributions. That is a very, very important policy instruments. So all the countries under the Paris Agreement, they were asked to write these national climate action plans that sort of are supposed to propel countries forward and write out what is the roadmap to, create adaptive capacity to the impacts of climate change and also to reduce emissions. And so what we did at UNICEF with all the NDCs that have been sort of created since 2019 is we analyzed them for child and youth sensitivity. And we did that on the base of 4 criteria. And I'm going to tell you the criteria right now. Criteria number 1 is, does the NDC make any reference to children and young people, right? So is there any mention of them? The second criteria is, does the NDC recognize the specific rights of children and young people? So not just the mention of them, but recognizing their specific rights. The third criteria is, does the NDC have a child-sensitive approach or a child-sensitive approach to the needs of the children and young people? So does it recognize their needs across a number of categories of, I would say, essential services, right? So does it recognize their needs across water, across food, across health, etc.? And then the fourth, and that's an important one, is, were children and young people involved in the process of the creation of an NDC? And based on these 4 criteria, we categorize them. So category A, as you can see here, means 4 out of 4 of these criteria were met. Category B means 3 out of 4 criteria were met. And then if it was less than 3 criteria, it's category C. And you can see here as well how the sort of global dashboard looks like. And what we did with this analysis is we put it all on a global website that is publicly available, where you can see every single NDC and you can see their level of child and youth sensitivity. And here, this is a website, so it has many, many very fun functionalities, but I just want to highlight 2. First, the global dashboard, which is going to show you an interactive map where you can see sort of what's the category breakdown overall globally. And you can click on any particular country and go directly to the sort of country website and identify and learn more about the analysis. And then on the other side, you can see a snapshot of the NDCs and child sensitivity. So you can see the inclusion, and you can see, for example, in the sector of disaster risk reduction, what's the percentage of general commitments, and then what's within this sector, what are the child-sensitive commitments? And I think if you're looking at that, and you can see the gap between the general commitment in a sector and the child-sensitive commitment, that really allows you to build the base of a roadmap on how to tackle this. And I'll stop here and I'll pass the mic over to Laura.
So, hi everyone. My name is Laura Cubillos Guzman. I come from the Global South, and I say that I come from the Global South instead of saying I come from Colombia, because I believe that coming from a place is much more than being just a citizen there. So, what are NDCs? Let me step back a little bit. So NDCs, nationally determined contributions, most of you may know, that are like rules that countries put in place that they say, okay, we don't want to die, we have to be determined, we have to help people, we have to help children. And so with NDCs, which are the laws, which are the things that make sure that we are actually making change, they need to be child sensitive, because children, we are not only the future, but we are today. I have 15 years old, I come from Colombia, and not long ago, I did not know what an NDC was. I don't know what nationally determined contribution was, because it's a very long name, it's very technical, it's very heavy. But what I did know is that climate change is real. It had affected me. It had affected my community. It had affected my neighborhood. I used to live in a place called Santa Marta in Colombia. It's near the coast. And whenever it rained, my sewers and the streets were clogged. And so the rain came up and I couldn't go out of my house. There were some days that I couldn't go to school. There were some days that children that had less privilege than me weren't allowed to go eating because they had no food in their house and they couldn't go out to get it, to go to a supermarket. And that's why children in NDCs are so important. And that's why this map that created UNICEF is so important, because it allows us to see how are we going in the recognition of certain special commitments that we have to do. So for example, education. Are the children of our countries educated? Are we able to eat? Do we have food security? Do we have nutrition? Do we have health? And by looking specifically at your country, you can start using your voice. If you don't have the data, if you don't name it, you cannot see how bad or good we're doing, and we cannot see what we have left. So this is an invitation for all of you to see to scan this code and to go and join UNICEF and to go and join your country and to go and speak out against climate change, speak out for your community, and speak out for children all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you for an excellent session by UNICEF, the importance of children and why we value children. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the next session, which is Ecocide in Our Eyes, Stories from the Youth for Ecocide Law book. Welcome to the stage. And you have 7 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Wyman. I'm the co-lead of Youth for Ecocide Law, and I'm currently doing my PhD in international environmental law at Cambridge. And law is a tool for change that I'm very passionate about and hopeful about. There's a lot of exciting legal initiatives, from the advisory opinion to ecocide law, but also it's something that can often be quite inaccessible. And that's why my other passion is art and poetry. And together with Youth for Ecocide Law, I'm compiling a poetry book called Ecocide in Our Eyes. Well, not just a poetry book, it's an art book, it's a story book, and it's a collection of stories and that illustrate the urgent need for environmental actions. Today, we are sharing one of those stories, and I hope that you are as moved by it as I was when I first heard it. And yeah, I think it introduces both a passion and love for our environment, as well as showing that we need laws to change the rules of the game, to set new moral and legal parameters for our society. For that, I will invite Arctic Angel and founder of EcoSpectrum, Dana Ahmed, onto the stage. Dana is a prominent advocate for ocean conservation and neurodivergent inclusivity in the UAE and Egypt. She champions a cause close to her heart, engaging neurodivergent youth to stand as guardians of the ocean. But Dana's story is not just about the ocean. It's about an intersection of passion, purpose, art, and inclusivity. And I hope it inspires you to also dive into the heart of storytelling and art as a catalyst for ecological justice. So if it is something that inspires you to share your story, please come and speak to us afterwards, get involved in Youth for Ecocide Law. But before inviting Dana onto the stage, I will read a poem to you from my book, Dear Earth, which will invite us into the topic of the ocean, and it's called La Mer, which means the ocean in French. La Mer. She gives without expecting anything in return. She moves eternally, restlessly, and yet there's something soothing about it. She's both strong and gentle. She does not look to the past or the future. She nurtures, feeds, and gives life. She's a mother. She's home. She gives us life. She feeds our soul. Even when her future looks uncertain and her whole being is changing, she still carries on. She is love. She is forgiveness. She can be the beginning and the end. She is life and death. She's cyclic and ever-changing, yet so constant. She sustains us. She is part of us, and we are part of her. The salt in her waters is the same as the salt in our veins, in our sweat, and in our tears. We are all connected, united, one world, Earth. Thank you very much, and with that, I invite Dana onto the stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dana Ahmed. As Leah has said, I'm the founder of the Asfour Initiative, as well as the representative of Egypt at Sustainable Ocean Alliance, as well as World Ocean Day. I'm here to talk to you about the Asfour Initiative, my take on making oceans accessible and art to be represented and prioritized in climate action. Asfour Initiative is an initiative that is people's base. In Egypt, where we work to provide jobs for our local coastal Bedouin women across the Nile and the Red Sea. Through creating these marine dolls, stuffed with plastic and fabrics from beaches and coasts and oceans in Egypt. The Asfour Initiative is a transformative project dedicated to amplifying the voices of coastal communities in Egypt that have been underrepresented for just so long. Our inaugural undertaking commenced in collaboration with Al Qursaya Island, an enhancing and enchanting island secluded from the bustling city of Cairo by the majestic Nile, where I'm from. We are now expanding onto the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea, as alongside our conservation work, we are also creating a localized ocean literacy curriculum for vulnerable communities, including illiterate children and youth on the autism spectrum. Asfour Initiative is named after my Giddu, or my granddad, Asfour, a beautiful man who inspires all my oceans action and advocate today. Giddu always called for the preservation of our ocean stories, the start and end of our activism for the protection of our oceans as a whole. Our dolls, which carry the heartfelt narratives of the Egypt's most vulnerable communities, particularly coastal communities, are distributed beyond Egyptian borders, effectively conveying their stories to a global audience with stories shared at international climate forums. All profits generated from these sales are reinvested in the island, supporting the livelihoods of coastal communities that grapple with insufficient access to clean water and food, and exacerbated by the currency fluctuation and the depletion of our marine biodiversity that is rendering our local fishermen in Egypt jobless and hungry. With our Red Sea, named a hope spot for coral reefs in our Mediterranean being exploited for its abundance in marine resources, a localized oceans approach in MENA is vital to ensure our health and our safety is prioritized. We are not only connected to the ocean, it is literally inside us. With it being the largest carbon sink and producing half of the world's oxygen, we are born and raised to be ocean advocates. We just don't know it yet. Our oceans need your help as a collective global commons that we are reliant on. And in the midst of scientific advancements and research, we also need policy and legal frameworks created to hold our exploitative leaders accountable. Through ecocide, we cannot simply adapt to the current system that is not localized and is not ocean-based. But most importantly, we need to preserve our ocean stories. As part of our responsibility in saving our planet and the technological advancements that we are in the midst of making, we must also not lose our ocean stories that preserve our love, our emotions, our families, our cultures, and our heritage. That's the one language we all have in common. I invite you all to take a moment and think about your personal ocean stories. Regardless of where you are and what you do, even if you live in a landlocked country, oceans sustain us, regardless of where we are, in every way, shape, and form. My story is my love for my Giddu, for the Red Sea, for my community through these dolls, for my responsibility as a student studying law of the seas and oceans and being part of ecocide. So what's yours? Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was great. Okay, now for the next one, Inuka, Youth-Led Nature-Based Solutions. Are you here? Welcome. You have 7 minutes.
Hello. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see all these faces here. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Leah. Thank you so much. It's been very inspiring for us. We are here. We'd like to have a smooth chat, okay, very informal, talking especially about restoration. I think it's a crucial tool we have at hand to work with nature, to help nature and help ourselves. So let me introduce myself. I'm Fernando Morales. I'm PhD candidate on forest restoration and the chairman of the Youth Restoration Hub from the Global Landscape Forum and the World Economic Forum. And I have the pleasure to be here with Meline. So please, Meline, if you introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melina Bisa from Kenya, and I am part of Youth for Nature, and I am the project co-coordinator at Inuka. So Inuka is a Swahili word, which means rise up in English. And this is our first on-the-ground project as Youth for Nature. And this is an accelerator program for nature-based solutions. And we are working with different youth groups across Kenya who are restoring different ecosystems, such as the mangroves, we have the wetlands, and also semi-arid areas through FMNR. And Inuka just launched this year in March, so we are like 9 months old. It's been a great journey working with youth who are restoring different ecosystems. And as Inuka, we try to capacity build them through workshops, trainings, and also support them to scale up their projects by offering microgrants so that they can have and create more impact in the society.
Thank you. I think it's wonderful that we are uniting different ecosystems from Kenya to Spain. I'm working in southern Spain, in Granada. I think they have similarities, that both are arid ecosystems. You know, working with ecosystem is nothing easy. You try to imagine you are being a doctor and you are making a surgery to someone. That's pretty much the same of restoring a place. So in our case, in Spain, we needed to understand very well the ecosystem, the functions, which kind of birds we have, the plants, and then trying to intervene. But upon that, there's a social issue. Ecosystem, and there are socio-ecological systems. So we need to understand very well also the social component. In our case, we started, of course, from the bottom up. I like this word, bottom up, because we are now in a global sphere, very high in the hierarchy level, right? Usually approaches are top down. So here is my question. How could we integrate both approaches What are, for example, in the case of Inuka, this local community-based program, what can we do here? What I will here? And what can the Inuka program provide to this global sphere to empower forest restoration and community-based actions?
For Inuka, what we can do basically is like share our success stories. You know, these are youth groups that are doing something on the ground and we are seeing it is happening. So how can we best support them by also offering sustainable funding, you know, so that their work can be seen and noticed. So these success stories are here. We even have some of our beneficiaries that are here to like tell the people like this is what Inuka is doing and this is why we are here. So we just need to inspire more action and like also give back to the earth, because I've been inspired by the poem that has just been read. You know, generally even as a person, when you give so much, you know, you need to have something in return. So we are always just taking from the earth, but we are not giving it back. So it will not sustain us if we don't sustain it now.
I like one of your points. I think is crucial, and probably it's not the best place to say that youth in this case can be a powerful tool of uniting these both spheres. Capacity development is something that is at the center. In our case, I think that's something that played a key role, especially capacities. I don't know what you have in mind when we talk about capacities. Probably technical issues about ecology in terms of forest, but I feel that we need capacities also about people, and I'm talking here about governance. So how can we engage different people, talking different languages, to play a role that actually makes the system function? I'd like to talk about, in our case, for example, we included the university was a key role player, as they imported in our project drone technologies. So we were able to drop seeds. Well, we are now developing the technology, but now we are able to drop seeds in different specific places. So that helps us upscale. Just to give some number, we changed it from the first year to plant 200 trees, which is not a lot, from community base, and now we're able to plant 40,000 trees per year. So this upscales a lot our efforts, thanks to the governance issue of bringing people together, and that's the complicated thing of collaboration. Like to close the conversation with just a very general question, that is, how can we trigger forest or ecosystem restoration, understanding and acknowledging that we need to restore places. We cannot keep in the sustainability narrative, because sustaining the system that brought us here is not something we can afford. We need to regenerate and gain back the places we have broken, right? So how can we empower the ecosystem restoration movement from your perspective?
From my perspective, I will say there is need for more awareness. Awareness is lacking. I'll give an example of a project that was being done in my community, whereby these people were told to come and plant trees, you know. So as they came to plant trees, there was an incentive whereby, you know, you will be given some soda or some bread. So people came to plant trees because they were coming for the food. They did not come to plant trees because they saw the need. You know, we should first identify the need. This is by doing a baseline analysis. You know, try to understand these people, despite the fact that their land or their area is degraded, what is the need for them to also take part in this initiative? So this group of people came to plant trees. They were given their bread and sodas. And the following morning, they came to unplant these trees because they know we will come back again to plant trees, and then they will be given the money. So there is really need for creating awareness.
Awareness, I'll take that word. I think creating awareness, creating a restoration culture, everything we know, and understanding that if we restore the place, we are protecting ourselves, we are protecting the ones we love. So let's create a restoration movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, final TEDx style session of the day before we move on to the policy briefing at 5:30. Please, COP28 and tools for youth climate activists. please come to the stage. You have 7 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hopefully I take less. I'm not sure. Ah, yeah, the presentation is here. Nice to see you guys, and welcome to UAE. And I hope that now you used to see people wearing the white and white, and you can see them everywhere. So if I go to any of your countries with this wearing, you'll get used to it anyway. First of all, I'd like to thank you for coming to this presentation. I want to give you some clue about what happened in COI, just some results of the attendees and sessions and all of these kind of things. And also we'll be talking about the Arab Youth Council for Climate Change and what are the tools we've created, what are the projects we already put our efforts into it. For you to know, actually, the Arab world was not really fortunate because there were so many wars and issues and conflicts in this area. So the level of awareness between people about the climate change was not the optimum. So we needed to create more of the awareness to youth. We needed to create the needs to actually build up the climate change knowledge when it comes to youth and the people of the Arab world. So about COI, the COI is a conference of youth, annual gathering of young people from all over the world. And also it's the biggest conference that is gathering youth in one place. I was really lucky to see how much people and youth were actually involved with COI from different nationalities. We get to meet each other. And to be honest, these events, when it comes to people from different regions, it's good to know the different cultures and how they are really reacting or acting when it comes to climate change. So COI was the perfect, actually, chance and opportunities for us to meet and discuss different matters. And I've got to tell you that I've learned a lot from different youth from different nations, knowing about different cultures and how cultures can affect the climate change actions. Also, it was a chance for people that are living in the MENA region to really get in charge when it comes to climate change actions and efforts here. So the COI was, co-hosted by the Arab Youth Council of Climate Change, Greenhouse, and American University of Sharjah. So we wanted to give more entities the efforts and the needs to really hosting it because we need youth to work together towards it. So other than that, some of the stats from the COI 18. It was about, the attendees was from 165 countries or more, 18 sponsors, 75 or more sessions, and also 79 knowledge partners, 233 speakers, 68 artists. So we needed to gather all of these people to come in one room discussing about different matters. We want to show people that youth is capable. Youth are actually empowered to deliver the message and to do the actions needed. So what are the Arab Youth Council of Climate Change? Actually, the Arab Youth of Climate Change is an initiative by Arab Youth Center. The UAE, before even COP, 2 years before, felt the need of investing in the Arab youth, not only of the youth of the UAE. Why? Because we think the climate change, if we really kept the work in our country and we said, okay, we will empower our youth and that's it, we will not care about the neighbors. Actually, if that is wrong. The thing is, it's collaborated matter. We need to collaborate with all of the neighbors. We actually believe in the power of the youth in the region, in the MENA region. We saw the youth in the MENA region that they have more creative aspects, more knowledge. They want to participate, and you can see them here in COP28 and COI 18 as well. So we've delivered so many projects when it comes to climate change, and we've done so many sessions, met with different high-level speakers, and met with the Minister of Climate Change and Environment and the Minister of Youth as well. It was really important to meet these people and to convey the message about the Arab youth at a whole. So, in conclusion, or the aims that Arab Youth Council is actually aiming for, we suggest effective solution for all segments of society in the public and private sector, represent Arab youth in local and international forums, also encourage investment enterprises. And actually, we worked on so much projects when it comes to funding as well. And we have so many actually projects that we are proud of that we made as Arab Youth Council of Climate Change. So when it comes to the tools, we've created toolkits to help our youth in the MENA region and also in the youth internationally to understand more about climate change. And we started with the first and most important toolkit when it comes to consumerism, how to consume in your daily life. Unfortunately, when you see people in the sessions, you see only the people who are specialized on climate change. But the different people that they are specialized in different matters, they don't really know what climate change means. So we need to deliver the message to them. So what we did is telling them how effective is their daily decisions, daily routines in climate change. So the first toolkit was about how to consume, what to buy, how you recycle the waste that you have, how you do segregations, and all of these kind of things. Also, we've created another toolkit for the schools, students, and teachers, telling them how to advocate for climate change, telling them how to be a good part of the society, telling them how to really start from schools to really call for actions and to really reach the people that they are in the high administration level, whether it's in a school or university. Also, we've already given a toolkit, full toolkit about green tools, how to obtain green tools, green skills, green jobs as well. What are the platforms that will give you more opportunities to study or to learn and even to find jobs? Actually, green jobs now are one of the best fields you can find jobs at, especially now. If you can search in LinkedIn, and we have put some stats, you can find lots of jobs now, green jobs coming in the market, and it will grow for the next decade as well. Also, the last but not least toolkits that we made is about COP and COI, how to participate, how to be a youth that are advocate and you be part of the climate action in all of these events. I think my time is up, so thank you very much, guys, for listening, and hope to see you soon as well.
Thank you so much for that session, all about COP28. And that was the final TEDx style session of the day. A brilliant way to end that. And so now we're going to start the policy briefing. You guys know how this works. We do this at the same time every day. So over to Youngo and Climate Tracker and speakers. You want the handheld? Cool. I'll just be over there.
Testing. Oh, okay. Hello. Okay. Amazing. Hello. Check. Mic check.
1, 2. There you go.
Okay, it's working.
Thank you.
Yeah, so sorry for that technical check. We wanted to make sure that you can hear us properly. So welcome again to this briefing. If you've been with us throughout the days, you know the drill. We will tell you what has happened throughout the day and basically an outlook of what will happen tomorrow. We find ourselves in the last stretch of COP, so I hope you're energized and you're very ready to end end our journey here in Dubai. But before we start, we're now here with inspiring climate storytellers and also activists to brief you on what has happened today. And we start with Big Wind, who is a Two-Spirit Northern Arapaho from Wyoming. They passionately advocate for indigenous rights, environmental justice, and the tribal engagement as the tribal engagement coordinator of the Wyoming Outdoor Council. Why, Big Wind, why don't we start and kick start with what has happened today?
Totally. So today is a Nature, Land Use, and Water Day. And one big news that kind of came out of today, there was a plenary that was announced for who's going to be hosting the next COP. So we already knew going into this year that COP30 will be hosted in Brazil. And there was still some things that needed to be figured out. But in the plenary, we found out today that there has been a consensus through the Eastern Europe Working Group that Azerbaijan will be the new host for COP29 next year. So it'll likely be hosted in Baku, which is the capital. In other news, the ministers have arrived today, and so they have been put in pairs, and now they'll be doing political consultations on the difficult topics so that they can kind of come to a consensus. Tonight, from 7:30 to 8:30, there'll be a UAE ministerial pair briefing. And we're also expecting an informal plenary at 8:30 p.m. And just wanted to kind of close on the next 36 hours is going to be really crucial for us moving forward on certain agendas that are happening, including the global stock take, mitigation, just transition, and so forth. And for us, we're going to need to be kind of balancing those talks in favor of the phase-out language that we want to see with the fossil fuels, and also tripling renewable energy and our commitments to NDCs in the next ambition cycle. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. So we're also joined by Sherman Lee. Sherman is one of our fellows for Climate Tracker. She is based in Berlin, but she comes from Hong Kong, and she's a freelance journalist working on climate and Asia issues. She has published in DW, a German news organization, and also Voice of America. So Sherman, can you add something to what Big One has already said?
Yeah, sure. So I'm covering for China, and one of the things that I'm also paying attention is the fossil fuel phase-out discussion. So today there's a letter from the Secretary General of OPEC writing to all the countries, instructing them to proactively reject any tax that targets the energy sector, because the fossil fuel language would be irreversible. So which means that civil society is actually wrong. That OPEC actually feels quite threatened. And then other news is that I trust all of you also saw that before coming here is the big march in the Blue Zone. So it's about climate justice and also ceasefire now and more climate finance for the global south, and also human rights and fossil fuel phase out. And another news is that we are entering the final stage of COP right now, and the UAE thinks that, and they reiterated over and over that they want to finish the discussion on the last day at 11 a.m. So this is what I put in my schedule, maybe for yours as well. And the feeling right now is that because of this deadline, that countries are taking the approach of, putting the negotiation text there and say, take it or leave it. I'll give it back to you, Vienna.
So one thing that we've all been following since the start of this policy briefing is the global stock take, and we saw the latest text come out yesterday. And Big One is here to tell us what is the news text.
Cool, yeah. As you were saying, the latest text came out and was released yesterday around 3 p.m. And when talking about the ministerials working on certain issues, we know that the pair for this one is Denmark and South Africa. Fossil fuels remain the center of attention within the last 4 days that are left here at the COP. And the latest global stock take, many feel that it has become weaker on the references to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And it leaves 4 options with different languages around phasing out of fossil fuels. So what we know is that the heads of the delegations will be meeting late into tonight. And although there are 106 countries that at the beginning of the COP signed on to a declaration to have fossil fuel language added to the global stocktake, only a handful are actually speaking out on this in the negotiation rooms. And it's particularly the Pacific Islands, Colombia, and Chile. And so the European Union has been suggesting language around peaking emissions during this decade rather than having emissions this decade. And so if you have a chance and to reach out to your own country's delegation teams to push them and push the UAE president that we need to be doubling down on this language and ensuring that language is included in the global stocktake around fossil fuel phase out, not phase down, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, and we actually saw a lot of developing nations making interventions during the GST meetings about just transition. So, Charmaine, can you update us on the just transition work program and maybe mitigation as well?
Sure. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, cool, thanks. So right now the discussions are still done by negotiators, so it hasn't really gone to the political phase yet. But the last iteration for a draft decision has been sent out this morning by the co-facilitators. So if you ask, is there any progress? Yes, a little bit. As the preamble recognizes the common but differentiated responsibilities principle, and the scope includes international cooperation to help parties to develop just transitions. There's also language on labor rights, tripartite social dialogue, and social protection. These are all included in the draft. And also, the work program right now has almost no outcomes in real life yet. So in the scope of the decision, we also lost education and training from the text, which is actually a key topic for youth. And there's a mention for participatory, socially just approaches to just transition. But the program itself is not participatory at all. So they say that they will hold dialogues, and observers will be invited and submit their views. The business as usual. So there won't be any expert committee, no advisory board, and no role within the working program.
Do we have any updates on the global goal on adaptation, Bigman?
Yeah, so the adaptation has actually been really frustrating. Essentially, finance has been holding us back. So when we're looking at what's happening there, it's a lot of the developed countries who are refusing the means of implementation. And that has been really holding up any progress on the GGA. So when we're talking about the global goal and adaptation framework, it's meant to be a tool for parties, communities, and other stakeholders to be able to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change. So there's a couple technicalities. There's 2 parallel consultations currently occurring with the SB chairs, the parties, and then the ministerial pairs for adaptation are Australia and Chile. So to cover the less contentious issues, that's what's happening with the SB chairs. And then to talk about the more contentious issues, that'll be happening through the ministerial pairs. We're expecting to see the proposed text by December 11th, at the latest by 11 a.m.
So for all of you who are actually following Article 6, our next update is going to be heavy on numbers. So if you're taking notes, just open your ears, and Bigwin will be updating us on that as well.
Yeah, so a couple days ago, we actually talked about Article 6, which has to do with carbon markets. And there has been a lot of contention recently around carbon markets, both technological and nature-based solutions. And essentially, a hope for the COP28 president was to operationalize Article 6 this year. And so what we've seen is that there are countries who are coming with agreements on essentially trading carbon credits through the UN's voluntary market. So we actually have had confirmation, this is news, that Singapore has signed an implementation agreement for Article 6 with Papua New Guinea, which would make the first agreement of its kind. However, environmental groups have raised concerns on the poorly crafted domestic carbon market legislation in Papua New Guinea. And so oftentimes, these large ideas, we don't know what happens on the ground, but what it means is that often lands are bought and then they're essentially farmed into a monoculture tree plantation that is used to store carbon and oftentimes can have a negative effect on the environment. And so from this situation, we see countries making agreements with other countries to offset their carbon. And then other news, Bolivia actually has asked for a moratorium on the market functions until the language can be worked out, and also talking about how Article 6.4, which has to do with market solutions, would deal, or kind of is interfering with 6.8, which has to do with non-market solutions. We're talking about nature-based solutions. And what we know from this conversation is that though Bolivia requesting that there a moratorium, it probably won't happen, but it's a good news because that there is some resistance, because a lot of this text is not worked out yet, and there are certain voluntary markets that have happened through the UN, like the Clean Development Mechanism, that have had negative impacts on the land, negative impacts on indigenous people, have removed indigenous people from their lands. And so we have to be really clear about making sure that the vulnerable communities are mentioned inside Article 6. And we kind of have seen some progress on that this week. So backing a little bit, a couple years ago, there was 8 mentions of Article 6. Last year, all of those mentions were stricken. And oftentimes what happens is there's this Article 16, I think it's called, where if everyone doesn't agree, then they just strike the whole entire paragraph from the situation. And that often affects vulnerable communities, and in this point affected tribal communities. So what we can expect is, and what we heard at Indigenous Peoples Caucus this morning was that there was 3 mentions added into Article 6. So the Indigenous Peoples Organization felt like we're making progress in getting those re-added so that we can have safeguards for Indigenous people as well. That's what I got on Article 6.
Yeah, before we get to the things that we'll be looking out for tomorrow, personally, I'd like to ask you, as someone who's advocating for Indigenous rights, is like, we want to pick your brain and ask you for your insights on Article 6. Like, what do Indigenous people want to be included in the text, and what do you think would be actually a successful outcome to what we've been seeing right now?
Yeah, and I think to back up to even like a few years ago when COP was in Spain, we were asking them to strike, essentially do the same thing that Bolivia is asking, a moratorium on carbon markets, because we see that as a false solution. We found out that wasn't going to happen. So we tried to ensure that there's language, not just in the preamble that says something that's just lip service and doesn't actually provide like assistance for us or safeguards for us or acknowledges our rights. So I think as an Indigenous person who has been trying to ensure that we're included in these processes, I would like to see language in Article 6 that's more than just preamble filler language, but something that mentions the UN Declaration for Indigenous People and our rights, and then also mentions safeguards for our people, access to funding, and finance.
We're also hoping for that. So hope we get it in the next few days. But having said that, we are expecting things tomorrow. Charmaine?
Yes. So for tomorrow, we will have the next tax of GST, so the global stock take. So right now there's the 4 options, but we will see if there's any updates tomorrow. And the next 36 hours will be very crucial because a lot of the strong outcomes will be out in Dubai. And tomorrow is also the agricultural food and water day. And I encourage everyone to put maximum pressure on your delegation and speak out to the media, so to journalists like me. There's also a lack of ambition of a lot of developed countries. They need to feel the pressure, especially on adaptation finance. So we really need larger coalition of countries to push out for fossil fuel phase out.
Thank you, Charmaine. So we have a few minutes to get some questions from our audience if you want clarification on something.
Yes, I actually have some add-ons. We wanted to share a QR code, but it's currently not possible. We wanted to recommend to all of you a interactive tool by Carbon Brief, which will be especially interesting for these last few days. So maybe if you just Google Carbon Brief tracking negotiation text at COP28, it's an interactive tool, and it really updates every time there's a development. It updates like positions of parties, if there's a text, what are the differences compared to the text before, etc. So Carbon Brief, interactive tracking negotiation texts. And then I also wanted to give an update on youth consultations, because I believe that might be interesting for all of us. The presidency, more specifically the youth climate champion of the presidency, has asked Yango, so the youth constituency, for consultations on the institutionalization of the youth climate champion. As you may know, there are high-level champions from the presidencies, and this year was the first time that there was a so-called youth climate champion, and they want to make that reality for future years, basically making sure that every presidency has that. We as Yango have some concerns, and we want to give some inputs, and there will be consultations. An email has been sent out, and tomorrow there will hopefully be a meeting with the YCC. What we're seeing now is that we think that it's going to happen. So they have already spoken to parties. They really want to make this happen. The question is just how, and we as Yango want to be involved in that as much as possible. We don't think it's an option that a youth climate champion gets institutionalized without us having a say as young people. So just to flag that with you, it's a very important discussion. It's also a little bit distracting from the negotiations, so make sure that you balance your energies in all parts. But yeah, this is still important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other? Yeah.
Anyone has questions to our panelists today?
No one? Anyone? Okay.
So, any takers? Do I count to 1 to 5? Yeah, I know that all of us are just trying to get by through the days. Please, okay. We have an.
It's more of a, hello, Ben from France. It's more of an administrative question, but when is the last young good brief like this that you're gonna run? Because they're very useful. Thank you, by the way.
Thank you.
5 out of 5.
Thank you. We will have 2 more briefings. So tomorrow on the 10th and then on the 11th. On the 12th, we'll not have a briefing.
And it's good to show up to these things for sure, especially because a lot of this stuff is so technical. So we work on trying to consolidate this and make sure that to young people, that's really important so that we can all understand what's happening in these rooms.
Hi, I'm Beth from the UK. I've not been in any of the, observed any negotiations yet, and I wanted to do that tomorrow maybe. What sessions do you think are going to be really interesting, or is there any particular one that you think would be best to attend, or is it just personal preference?
No, it really depends on what you like what you want to follow. Like if you're very interested in fairness and equality, the Just Transition Work Program, there are other women and gender. It depends on the theme that you want to follow. Maybe you're very passionate about IPs, so they're pushing for you might want to like go country based. So Charmaine has been at the China Pavilion every day because she's covering China. So like depends on what you really want to do. Like depends on what you really want to follow. I think what's happening right now is it's a very exciting time because you're gonna see like your negotiators arguing about text and language, but it really depends on what you're really interested in. Clara?
I believe that as many of us as possible should be following the GST because that is the most important outcome of this COP. So if you can get yourself in there, that's amazing. I also think, for example, tonight at 8:30, the informal plenary will be very, very interesting to just hear what all the ministers are reporting back and what the current, like that will be a concise summary of everything that's happening currently. So I think like that is also sort of negotiation. It's not really, it's a plenary, but GST for sure, for sure. Are the negotiations open to everyone? Technically, yes, but only as long as the room is not full. So as soon as the room is full, nobody's being let in. Yango has 1 seat per negotiation item. And if that seat's taken, then no other young person can take it at the moment. But you can like ask, hey, who's sitting on this seat and how long are you going to be there? But if you're on that seat, you will need to take notes because you're the only person in the room. So that's how that happens. But if you're there really early, you can try and get some of the overflow seats. So if you're there like 20 minutes before the negotiation starts, you usually get a seat. But yeah.
Max from the UK. Can you hear me? Yeah. Have you seen any examples of bad faith in the negotiations so far? I sat in one where a particular country spoke for like 20 minutes and they ran out of time to address everyone else's points. I was just curious. It seemed to me like it perhaps wasn't in the best faith given the content that was discussed then, but I'm curious to hear if anyone else has seen that.
Yeah, I think that happens at every COP, where there are countries. So the question was, is there any times that you are at a negotiation and you see acting party or a party acting in bad faith? And my response to that was, I think that happens at every COP, and it's theatrics oftentimes in a lot of situations. And then I think as the days progress and we get closer to the COP, a lot of those instances become, a lot of people are very poised on time and don't have time for the theatrics, essentially. So we're hoping, especially even with this plenary, that there's no theatrics that have to happen because the next 36 hours are extremely important.
Yeah, and if I can just add on, is this working? Yeah, okay. Just adding on to that, I think rather than being in bad faith and talking long and long for hours, it's also just like the procedure, like the long breaks between each statement that like prolongs everything, and then them like, it's more like phrases that you use over and over again and they don't get to the actual gist of the problem because, I don't know, it's diplomatics. And then also, I mean, it's a lot of people who are in one room and who should have the stage and should be able to speak. So in like plenaries, for example, each party has 3 minutes or 5 minutes, but they want to cover all the issues, and it's just not possible in 3 minutes. So yeah, that's what I would add.
And if I can add to that, all of this negotiation is actually a resilience game. So if you really want to be at the end, you have to really be resilient. So.
Yeah, I have a question about the GST track. So I was at the GST session yesterday, the head of delegations GST session, and then another one before that, just an informal consultation. And it seems like the narrative that the umbrella group and a lot of the more developed countries are using to block out phase out language is sovereignty, that it's supposed to be nationally determined contributions, and the process is supposed to be bottom up, and so any sort of phase out language is too prescriptive and too top down. So do you have any advice on how to approach that sort of argumentation? Because they say the UN processes is based on sovereignty of individual nations, but they deny other types of sovereignty to other people anyway. So yeah, any sort of reactions?
That's a hard question, honestly. I don't think I have an answer at this moment, but I would love to talk after if you have some time to kind of discuss that. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's really hard to answer at this moment, especially when we still are waiting for another text tomorrow. So everything that is happening from yesterday to today might change for tomorrow. So if we say something, I'm just afraid that something will change by tomorrow, and or the disposition will change, the language will change. If you actually compare the former text to the new text, there are a lot of not just words but paragraphs inserted, and you can just see how they're trying to basically, like, if you analyze it, you'll just know how they're trying to try to fit things and try to negotiate, like when you're trying to barter with someone, you sometimes basically ask them for a lower price just to get the price that you wanted. So that's what's happening. So I agree with Bigwin that it might be hard to say something right now unless we get an update by tomorrow, or hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's time.
I think our time is up. Thank you so much again for joining us today. Join us again tomorrow and the next day. Hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Youngo and Climate Tracker for that briefing. And now we begin our regional networking session. Once again, a daily thing that we do every day. And today we are doing Africa. Saad? Okay, we'll start in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? So, again, it was a long day. Today we had 31 sessions. But, of course, we can't have a day without our fun part. So it is time to start our fun part, which will be today the African Youth Networking Session. So I would like to call to the stage all African young people to join us and get into this room. Africa, it's your time to shine. So give me some energy. Come on. All the Africans, where are you? Get people. I was going to tell you that. Tell Margaret. Poor Margaret. Talk to her. Yes. So I wanted to announce. أيمن. أيش organizer donc هذا واحد غادي يبريزونتي أيش ياك.
Okay, can we start? Hello? Hello? Hi. Which one is gonna work? A minute? Sure, that's okay. It's done? Hello? That was loud. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I know we're tired, but this is supposed to be an African Youth Networking session. And so I really want to believe that we still have our energies for this networking session. I know the youth love to network. We're here. One of the main reasons for COP is to network. So if you are outside and you're an African youth, or you identify as an African youth, or you're friends of African youth, please find yourselves in the Children and Youth Pavilion in 10 seconds. If you're outside and you're an African youth or friends with an African youth, please find yourselves in the Children and Youth Pavilion in 10 seconds. All right, so the bus is leaving and we're starting. Okay. Hello. Good evening. Bonsoir. I'm trying to see which other language I remember, and that is all. Please teach me, yes? Abale. Okay. And? Besada here? Okay. Mambo. Okay. What? Jumena. Jumena. And which other language? Good evening. Masahatu? Same thing. Okay. Amazing. All right. Okay, so let me see the energy in the room. Woo! If my energy is more than yours, no. I think whatever gifts I have for everyone is going to go back to me because my energy is way more than yours. Let me see the energy in the room. Woo! Amazing. So thank you so much. This is the Africa Regional Youth Networking Session. Most of the time we see the youth saying we do not have the African youth coming together. And so this COP is saying that African youth have to come together. This is the reason why we all have to support each other, have the solidarity as African youth. So please, call your friends, text them, tell them that this African Youth Networking Session should not be left behind. You should all find yourselves here. We're going to be very brief, and then we're going to be out of here to have our dinner or to go rest and prepare for the next day. Thank you so much for coming in. You're welcome. My name is Margaret Imprim. I work with Green Africa Youth Organization, and I am pleased to be the moderator for this lovely session. I started by saying good evening in so many languages. I learned some. I may have forgotten some, but I hope we're all doing good. How are we doing? Amazing. So this is organized by Green Africa Youth Organization, as well as Africa Youth Initiative on Climate Action, AIC for short, and African Youth Climate Hub. So just to say a little bit on what we're doing this time around, you know that Africa has the youngest population with over 400 million youth people between the ages of 15 and 35. And I want to say 15 is even too old. Let's go lower. What we want to do at the end of today is to have a safe space where young people from Africa can connect, explore, and build supportive networks for collaboration and partnerships. We are here to set up an event where networking is relaxing and not too much as you are guarded, you're trying to look your best self. No, this networking has to be very relaxing and connected to refresh and recharge. Also, we are increasing cross-sector collaboration opportunities. We are having enhanced motivation and inspiration among youth participants to take active roles in environmental initiatives. Can I have this microphone? I think I don't want to be static. Can I have this one, please? Can I have this? Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you so much. I want to move around. All right, thank you. So lastly, we are looking at shared innovative ideas, best practices, and success stories in addressing climate challenges. If you are an African youth, let me hear a yay. If you believe in the African Youth Networking Session, let me hear a yay, yay. Amazing. Thank you so much. I want the energy to keep like this and even more, because this is the first time, this is actually my first time of seeing an African Youth Networking Session at COP. So I am very much excited about this, and I want to believe we are all excited about this. So wherever you are in Africa, you're welcome here, and we're just going to start. We're going to set the tone with an opening address by Joshua Amponsem, who is the co-director for the Youth Climate Justice Fund. He holds the money, so please let it be loud. Give it up. He's holding our money. Show us the money.
Everything is money. Well, it's really nice that we can have this moment together as young people on the continent. So it's really exciting. And thanks to everyone for putting this together. I will not talk for long. I think maybe two or three things I want to say. A is, it's really great to see as many of us at COP this year. It's really impressive. And thanks for all the work that you do, from being negotiators to leading solutions on the ground, from being entrepreneurs. I think these are all very amazing things, and we need to really encourage each other and support each other in this work. The second thing I will say is that as you sort of hailed me through this platform talking about money, the Youth Climate Justice Fund, when we opened our call to applications, we had 1,800 applications. 70% of all those applications were from Africa. So it's become obviously very clear to us that there is a huge need for funding on the continent. And in addition to that, we are also understanding that not everyone requires very huge funding. Some of the funding requests we saw, like 5,000 USD, 6,000 USD, these are micro grants. But the need for this money to really sustain people, pay salaries, get groups to do the work that they do is very important. And this is something that we are really taking into consideration to really sort of steer us towards the right direction. Still on finance, with this insight, we are really working with Gaio, which most of you are familiar with, to really set up a new finance mechanism that will focus on entrepreneurs on the continent who are leading grassroots solutions. And that is because the current funding that is available for most activists are very much focused on the policy angle. So a lot of young people in Africa who are doing work on the ground that is a little bit around social enterprise, businesses, profit making, they do not stand equal chance of getting resources. And I know that the Africa Youth Climate Hub had an initiative that also financed some initiatives like that, but we need more of that, right? So Gaio set up the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge, which we did with ICA during Africa Climate Week, which supported 7 groups with funding for their innovation that they do with communities on climate solutions. And next year, we want to do more of that. So we want to be able to support more entrepreneurs, more young people who are leading solutions that are not necessarily working in the policy space to catalyze the work that they do and make them feel part of the movement. Because typically when we say climate activists, we think of either those who are protesting, working on policy, demanding policy actions. We typically don't think about those who are working on solutions in communities, particularly the informal workers as well. So this is something that, for as an African continent, we should prioritize. And then the last thing I will say is that as we gather here, there's one thing I've observed with the youth movement in Africa, and I think that I want to share this as a feedback and encouragement to all of us. We take a lot of interest in doing projects that typically are on the very hard working side. So a good example would be the number of applications I read from projects that are either wanting to plant trees or wanting to do something that requires hard labor. And very few applications focus on professional development and professional skills. So the more people want to get into a project that they can actually pitch to carbon market or carbon credit, but no one is making application to train themselves to become carbon accountants or the ones who actually do the certification for carbon credit. And those things are professional and has a lot of money, right? A project that Gaio supported, a charcoal briquette project that requires $60,000 investment, we provided that funding. But for them to be able to be accredited to get carbon credits, the person who does the evaluation for carbon credit charge around 30,000 USD to do that. And they couldn't find someone on the continent who has that skills to do that. So that is $30,000 of their money having to go to someone in Europe to come in and do this for them. So my request to young people on the continent is really, please try to prioritize professional skills in the sectors that are growing in the climate world, particularly the Africa Carbon Market Initiative. It's going to be big. Everyone is talking about it. It will require a lot of people who understand carbon accounting, carbon certification. Those are skills we need. And it would be great if some of you could be the people we work with on these initiatives, as opposed to paying consultants from South Pole or other organizations in Europe to come onto the continent and certify these projects. So this is my encouragement to you. Really focus on these things because it pays very well and it's a market that is growing on the continent. So let's really try to do a combination of some of the very hard labor work, which I know we love to do, but also some of these professional skills that is needed. So thank you very much, and I wish all of us the best in our networking event.
This is free advice right here. So if you have lots of hard labor projects, please bring in the other ones, all right? So that we can have the money. Okay, so we're just going to listen to some brief messages from key people we want to acknowledge here. Do I have Elizabeth Gulugulu here? Okay, let's hear from you. Please give it up. Oh, hold on. Give it up. Over to you.
Thank you, guys. I'm not sure if I can match your energy, but I think you can do better than that. Are you there? You can do better than that. Are you there? Thank you so much. I just want to check, how many of you struggled to get funding for COP? No, I'm not talking about those who had funding, but those who literally didn't have funding to come here and they kind of like struggled. Just raise your hand. How many of you struggled to get accreditation? Okay. How many of you struggled to get accommodation? Okay, thank you so much. Well, I think this is actually showing that things are really changing, right? Because if I'm to compare 6 years back or 7 years back when I got into the space we wouldn't have so many Africans. Actually, yesterday, we launched the Youth Stocktake report. When I was doing a compilation of pictures since 1992, just to trace the youth climate movement since 1992 up to date, it was difficult to find pictures where we had young Africans in it. So if you flip a few pages, some of the pictures that are there, we have pictures from last year's COI and a few pictures from this year's, but I think most of them were from last year's COI. It just shows that representation is really a big issue, especially from us young people coming from Africa, yet we are the ones that are being affected by this critical challenge and being affected by climate change. But also to acknowledge that we have had so many people, including what the initiative that Josh is running, and a couple of you who have managed to create partnerships with different organizations, who have managed to provide funding and support for young people. And what makes it exciting is peer-to-peer collaborations. Some of us are here because of a friend who knows someone. Some of us are here because your friend was promoted to what, and you know you have, they do have connections and they connected you, that's why you are here. So I just want us to clap hands for ourselves. We all know that the journey is really not easy. It's not easy, but as we are here, we are ambassadors of our countries. And it is critically important that as we are here, we raise our flags high, representing the voices of those who do not have the luxury to be in these spaces. So as we are here, you're just not only representing yourself or your organization from where you're coming from, but think about those young people that are from the vulnerable communities, that are from the rural communities, who do not even have the luxury of getting into a plane, traveling all the way to Dubai, seeing all the tall buildings that you see, getting in the trains. So let's not forget what brings us here. Most of the cases we do forget, but my message is let's not forget where you come from. This marks the end of my remarks.
Give it up, give it up, give it up. Yeah, I know we're quite tired, but let's try to, I don't know what, okay, let's do this. Let's all take in a deep breath. We are gathering all the energy from everywhere. So eyes closed now, take a deep breath. Out. Deep breath. Out. Deep breath. Out. Now let's see if the energy has increased. Give it up! Thank you, Mother Nature. All right, we're going on to another guest speaker in the person of Aliyu Sadiq. He's the Climate Clock Country Coordinator for Nigeria. Is he here?
Thank you so much. So before I start, Elizabeth mentioned that there has been a trend of more young people involving, and we can see a lot of young people here who have led this involvement of young people, just as well as the space we are currently in, which is the Youth and Children Pavilion. So I just want us to do 3 goza for the entire team who have put this together. 3 goza for them. You go like this: goza, goza, goza. So 3 goza for these organizers. Goza, goza, goza. So that's how to ginger up things. So my name is Aliyu Sadiq, and it has really been a growth, I would say, and we have more young people in this space. But one thing I just want to emphasize is that, like the first speaker spoke about funding and how his organization is enabling more young people to have access to funding. This is really critical to how much more young people, what we can do. We have a lot of initiatives, go to the green zone, go to the innovative zone, driven by young people. But a major challenge when you discuss with them, the gap remains. We want to scale up. We want to do more. We have challenges of funding. So I would encourage more of young people. We have, I can see Elizabeth and the rest in the house, continue to pave the way for young people to have access to funding to enable their project to scale up. And then, just to add, do not forget to continue to question the status quo. For the progress that has been achieved so far is because a lot of people have questioned the status quo for you to be here. So the question for you is, what do you want to be remembered for? How do you want to keep the next generation better than what you're enjoying now? And on that note, thank you so much for the opportunity.
We're going to call one last lady to say something to us, and then we move on to the other activity. Let's welcome Temilade. Are you here? Give it up!
Wow, I'm so shy. Hi, everyone. Good evening. As you can see, I'm tired, and I probably think that that might be the reality of so many other young people. I just want to say two things. This is COP, but definitely not the end. I always like to say that the main work goes on like on the grassroots, everybody working in their community. And I just wanted to say, don't get your validation from big event like this. The work you're doing back at home is like very, very important. And secondly, I think it's really time for many of us to collaborate. You know, we've been working in silos for so long in Nigeria. There's so many people working on the things I'm working on. But I just want to encourage us that this is the time for us to start collaborating, you know, build that synergies and partnership. Because this work we're doing, this is not a, you know, it's not a 100-meter race. It's so long. And if you've been in negotiating rooms, you know that the work ahead of us is not something that we can solve in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, or something that we can solve alone. So I just want to implore us, if you are from Kenya, from Uganda, from Tanzania, from Nigeria, wherever you are in the world, please let us build synergy. If you see somebody doing amazing things in their country and you'd like to replicate where you're from, reach out to them, reach out to me if you work in climate education, and let's just build that synergy and not just bump into each other at COP. And you're like, oh, wow, you work in climate education too in Nigeria. You know, we need that partnership, and we need to stop working in silos. So lastly, well done to everybody. I know it's not been easy, working 15,000 steps per day, but trust me, these are the realities and the actual lives of people back at home, experiencing flood, drought, and so many other things. So we are honestly not here to joke. We're doing the real work. So well done to everyone, and I think we can give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay. I wouldn't want to dwindle this energy. Let's move to Ayman Shakawi. I'm not sure I had it. Is that right? Yes, he's from African Youth. For this particular one, I want us to do a special one. We're going to shine. Keep it warm. Keep it warm. And when I say fire, you clap, okay? So keep it warm, please. Shine. Okay, fire! Fire! Fire!
Wow. Talk about a fire starter. So as I was walking there, you might have had a few thoughts in your mind. The first of them being, I'm nowhere near as good looking as my brother Joshua, I have to say. The second one, I'm nowhere near as brilliant as my sister Elizabeth. The third is, I'm nowhere near as sharp looking as my brother Aliyu. And the fourth is, I have nowhere near as much energy as my sister from Nigeria, who just spoke before me, and I have yet to meet more in detail. What I do have is the fact that I represent the African Youth Climate Hub. The African Youth Climate Hub that most of you quite familiar with is an initiative that was launched back in 2019 by the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection, University Mohammed VI Polytechnique, Yungo, and OCP Group, and has been supporting engagement from African youth for about 4 years now. Now, this networking session is exactly what gives us the energy to keep going and keep trying to support as many of you as we can across the multilateral environmental space. And I have to say, I keep using the word support, but this word support is not adequate because it is about responding and elevating the action and the knowledge that all of you carry. So thank you very much. We're very excited to be one of the co-organizers of tonight's session. Thank you.
Okay, so this session is not just happening here, it's happening live on Instagram. Gaio Ghana is doing this, so at Gaio Ghana. So please, if you want to collaborate, if your organization wants to collaborate, please send a message to Gaio Ghana. We have our lovely lady, You know with that? Yeah. So please tell your friends to join virtually. All those who are not here, this African Youth Networking session must not end with we who are here. Everyone must be part of this. So I'm going to next call Olumide Idowu. I hope I have the name right. He's going to help us take us through some brief breakout discussions. Is he here? Okay, I leave that to you.
Yes, my brother or our old brother Olumide. I would call him old. We've been together for a while now. He's the chair of the African Youth Initiative for Climate Change, AYIC, which unites African youth since 2006. So his term is ending soon. So I'm calling him old brother, but he's still young people. He's still young. So to you, Olumide.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, I'm actually transiting, so it's interesting to be here since the conference have started. So, guys, let me first of all appreciate all the guys that have put this together. I think it's very important for us to say a very big thank you to everybody. I remember when this conversation started last year. I think last year was the first time we had the Children and Youth Pavilion, which is very, very important. And thanks for taking the momentum forward for us to actually have it again this year. And I'm sure we'll continue to have more people and more young people to come and make use of this space. Yeah, so we're going to be having some breakout session, and one of my own advice or idea is that I just don't want it to be the same conversation, the same talk. So let us see how we can build something out of that conversation. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to have, let me quickly share the rooms. So we're going to have one here out where this is my brother wearing white. Some guys will be there. Why is Candy? Then the next room, there's a room there. Then we're going to have two groups in this side. So some guys will be here and some will be here. So we're going to be having 4 different discussion or topic we are going to be talking about. The first one is climate anxiety. If you know you want to speak on that, we're going to be looking at the challenges and how can we bridge the gaps. What are the solutions that young people are looking at? So please, as I'm calling the name, just know the group you are going to. That's group 1, climate anxiety, youth adaptation and capacity needs. That's the second one. The third one is green jobs for youth. And the fourth one will be climate justice and just transition. So I will go through it again. If you are interested in climate anxiety, please just stand up and let's start going. Oh, she's supposed to be our moderator. Please join me. Oh, for climate anxiety, right? Okay. So who is going to be our moderator? That's going to be Candy. Omnia for the anxiety. Youth adaptation and capacity need. That's Candy, please. Omnia, you are going inside that. Yeah. Then the next one will be green jobs for youth. Lauren Kivoyu, right? So you will be using this side. Then the next one is going to be climate justice and just transition.
Yes, that would be me. So,
Zad is going to be on this side.
Yes, yes.
So please, guys, I think we have only 30 to 35 minutes. Let us come up with what are the challenges and what are the needs, or what are the solutions, or how can we bridge the gap on this topic. So please, if you are climate anxiety, guys, I don't want everybody to just go to one side. Let us try. You can learn from other people. And I want to make emphasis on Abraham, you must not go to the same place with Shamila. No.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Climate justice.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
climate justice and just transition. Please, just try to think about what your country is actually facing. What is your country talking about? You can align that so that you can be able to provide a solution for your country. Please.
You said money, I heard money.
So if you are looking at green jobs for young people, what kind of job do you think we should be looking at? Please stay on this side. If you are looking for money, go and meet my friend. Yeah, yes. But we are spending 30 minutes, then we come, 20 minutes, then we come back to the plenary again. Please, Shamila, please go and sit down there. Nee, go there. Yes. Yes. Please, 20 minutes, please come back to the plenary because we have some nice music for everybody. It's a performance from one of the young climate activists that's going to show us how we can use music to propagate the gospel of climate justice. So guys, please, if you are a group leader, let's start the conversation now. My time starts now. Okay, she's here. You guys should talk. How are you?
We are here too. Got somebody. Join a discussion. Join a discussion. Join a discussion. Make sure to join a discussion. Okay. Okay, but we want two things after. So the challenges and how can we overcome them. The reflections. Thank you both. Looking for something.
Please give me the mic. Sought for skills.
What does just transition mean for you?
Are you guys writing something?
Yes, yes, he's writing. Yes.
Hello. Hey. How you doing? Hello? We have 5 minutes more. 5. You said? 5 minutes more, guys, please. Okay, 5 minutes more, please. 5 minutes. No, the lady did not come. The other one did not come. The other two is between. No, because yeah, it's time. So from your government, right? Hey, you are close to your government. So you can get my I just leave party over food. Just when they remove this. No, I'm saying me. Abraham. That your stand there, I don't understand. Go to your session. Take the very beautiful lady.
She was in a session. We are looking for. We already tagged you.
We are looking for which?
We already tagged you.
Oh, she's
Africa Climate Hub.
She
becomes.
Where do man? You're from Cameroon, right? I know. Yes. Do you come with Bobo?
No.
Which part of Cameroon?
I
Douala,
work in Ghana.
Yaoundé. Oh, you working from Ghana?
She works.
That's why
from
you speak Benin.
That's why I speak. So I speak Cameroonian.
No, we know it from that. It's actually your clothes that make me to know you're Cameroonian. But when Cameroonians speak, we know from the accent. You know, you guys have a lot of. We speak French, I know. Charlie? I stay in Cameroon 1 year. I was staying in Douala, Pekano. This one.
Why did you plantain?
5 minutes more, guys. I'm still counting. Oh, you are in my session.
But the last day, I remember I spoke on the last day.
Let's start rounding up, guys. Please put your talk together and let's come back to the plenary. We have a very nice music. I know some of you want to dance.
I need your help. Small.
You want to interview me?
Like, I'm not trying to get interviewed one.
I am not African.
Oh, this is not African. Africans.
Sister must be from Cameroon.
She's from Uganda. Only Uganda.
I love Nigerian music. Nigerian music. What do you want me to do for you? I'm not doing this. No. You know who I am.
That's why I need you to.
I'm an ex-convict, you know.
No, like it's nice. It's like it's liberal.
I'm a climate change. I'm an activist that have been beaten in jail for years, so I don't want to do it.
No.
Time to round up, guys. It's time to round up, please. No, not now. I'm moderating the session.
It takes you like 1 minute.
No, I'm moderating the session. What do you want me to do? Africa, our continent deserve recognition for it. You've collected money. How much? She has collected money. She doesn't want to pay all of it. Wait, let me tell you. Can I come when I hand over this mic? I promise you.
Yes, that's 26. You say like all the time.
But I've never said that before. I'm just saying it for the first time. But I will come. Time up.
Yeah, it's good.
Guys, round up. Let's come back to the plenary, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, people, let's come back together. Let's come back. The reason why we're having this networking session is not only for this, but so we can talk after here. So do not limit your conversations and your relationship to just this discussion. Let's come together. Please regroup. Thank you very much. Let's clap as we are coming. Please clap as you're coming. Hello, group. Please clap as you're coming. Please clap as you're coming. Keep clapping. We're going to clap till you come. Keep clapping and please come. And you're standing and you're coming. Thank you. Oh, we're clapping. Where did the energy go? Clap, please, clap. Those in the room, clap till we are full. Can you call them? Okay, so we are all getting seated in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. If you are late, you're not presenting. 4. If you are late, you will not present, and I will ensure that you do not present. 4, 3, 2. Where are our presenters? Okay, so the group over there with Abraham is not presenting because they are still together. Okay, can I see our leaders? I'm going to use the veto power as a moderator to only let our leaders in here present. And I will take approval from our organizer whether they like that or not. So let's give it up for our first presenter for Green Jobs.
Morning, morning. Hi, everyone. Hello. When I say hi, you say hello. Hello. Hi. All right, the energy is good. So actually, my name is Laurel James Kivuyo from the Climate Hub Tanzania, and we were actually discussing a very wonderful topic. Dion, I see you. I see you. So we're actually discussing a very wonderful topic on green skills. And thank you so much, Margaret, for putting it as the first. And we had a very interactive talk and different speakers from different countries. And one thing that was repeatedly said by everyone is that we cannot talk about green jobs without talking about green skills, right? Am I right or right? Yeah. So sometimes we might go in the rooms and we really want to access the green jobs, but what do we really have in hand? And what is our value? What do we add on the table? So one thing Yazid said from Nigeria, he said in Africa, we are still facing a very huge challenge on green skills, and we really need to empower our young people. We need to make sure they are partnering with companies, and we need to make sure they are equipped with green skills. Africa needs to create over 40 million green jobs to make sure we are in a right track by 2031. And Africa GDP depends on SMEs, small, medium enterprises. So we see it's actually very important to actually equip young people with green skills so they could actually outshine in the market and while they're actually engaging in green jobs. Yes? Are we together? Yeah, so we also discussed, my colleague from Morocco and a beautiful lady from Kenya said that we need to have also regulatory policies, and we need to help we need to really support these young people. Sometimes young people really actually have the green skills, but they do not have the green jobs, and it's actually a challenge to actually find them. So we need to make sure barriers and boundaries are actually removed. And Leana Mungera from Uganda, where is she? Lea, woo-woo! So she actually said a very important point, and at her age, she's actually already engaging in green jobs, and that's because she's having some green skills around her. So actually, I think we were having the same mindset. And in conclusion, or in nutshell, I would love to actually say that we cannot separate green skills from green jobs. We young people need to actually equip ourselves first, and that will enable us access the green jobs that we want. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Laurel. A very important item, climate anxiety. We're going to call Omnia to tell us what the group discussed.
Hello, hello. Are you all good? Well, I'm going to steal a little thing from my friend, a little game, okay? So when I said tap, okay, you all clap, okay. When I said tap, tap, you do. Okay? Tap, tap. It's three actually. I'll repeat it. Tap, tap is like. It's all good? Tap. Okay. So actually, we had a little talk about climate anxiety, and we discovered that we are all coming from different regions in Africa, from East Africa, North Africa, South and Southeast, and we're all having the same issue, which is the stress that we're having, especially in the climate activism space, is the selfishness and the survival mode that happens. Because like each one of us thinks that if he gives the opportunity the other one, he will be left out of track and then couldn't find something for himself. And this we also discussed it from a macro scale where farmers or those that relate especially on those sole economies are very touched. So it's very important to make sure that we have each other's backs. We have to support each other. We have to make sure that no one is left behind. And I'm showing up from my Anita, my co-facilitator, that we have had this very good sisterhood talk because it was a female-only session, and it's also reflecting about how women are most touched by the effects of climate anxiety. And a little closing remark, I would love to thank you for coming to this networking session on behalf of the African Youth Climate Hub. I'm one of the ambassadors. Mr. Ayman Sharqawi have gave his opening remarks. And yeah, let's connect. Let's make Africa proud of us. Thank you.
Do we have Saad here? All right, let's give it up for him.
Hey, what do we have? What do we have? Justice, you want to present? Yeah, it's the group of Just Transition, right? Yes, so we had a very, very deep discussion and insightful reflections about global inequalities. You know how Africa, we're very kind of affected by the consequences of climate change. We're not doing much. So how fair is that? I'm not sure. But Geoffrey, do you want to share with us some of the insights?
Sure.
Come, brother, come.
So thank you so much, Sad. My name is Geoffrey Mboya. I am a project coordinator from Nairobi, Kenya. And there's a few points we discussed. Just give me a minute. Oh, yeah. So yeah, my group of wonderful team discussed just transition, whereby we explored a number of different thoughts. What? Okay, yeah. So my group actually emphasized the need for a just transition must ensure there is an orderly, inclusive, and a shift to climate resilience that create decent work opportunity and leaves no one behind. Also, we talked about equitable distribution on social dialogue. Also, we discussed about stakeholder engagement, whereby our group emphasized the need to listen to different stakeholders in terms of coming up, I mean, addressing structural inequalities, limited political and economic capabilities. Yeah, so those were a few points we discussed. Thank you so much.
All right, all right, all right. Okay, I think someone's presence just brought some energy. So I need to be sure all the leaders have presented. Please bring yourself. Let's give it up for her. Adaptation.
Honey should take it. Okay, people are sacking me already.
I can see you are sacking me already. I will not take my time. So we talked about youth adaptation and capacity building, capacity needs. Um, my group, hi, they mentioned the nexus between climate and health, education, learning skills to help adapt better from childhood, access to clean water and quality food, nutrition, smart, climate smart agriculture, plastic recycling, and a lot of them. The challenges with all this were one, agriculture waste runs into water bodies. There's a lot of waste from agriculture, so there's a need to push and advocate for more climate smart agriculture in this space. When it came to health, most people don't know the relationship between climate and health. When they mention health separately from climate change. But when a disaster strikes a city, it brings a lot of health implication on the people. There's a need to explore the nexus between climate and health and advocate for it, because a lot of people can make ends meet and get livelihood from that side of it. Then on when it came to agriculture, no, food and water, she mentioned that in her community, because of droughts, there's a lot of food needs and nutritional imbalances, and this pushes a lot of people to go outside the town. So she's advocating that there should be a source of water somewhere that they can plow in season and out of season, so that people will not be moving from the town where they are in. Then we talked on plastic recycling also as an option to reduce the waste in our community. So I think these are just a bit of what we explore. Thank you.
Okay. In the life of a youth, there has to be balance. There has to be some work and there has to be some fun. Right? 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 Perfect. Before we bring in the fun part, we want to ensure that we have, sealed and closed the carpets very well. The curtains. Aish. Don't worry, I've started on the carpets, that's why. Okay, so I'm going to call Anita Sonia to give the closing remarks, and then we officially close into the fun part. How's that? Okay.
Thank you very much. It's such an honor to be with fellow young people from our continent. And before I close, is that together with Margaret, you were in the same group, and we were talking about climate anxiety. And something that really came up strongly was that, in our continent, you realize that we young people really don't take breaks. And when you get to meet with our counterparts from the other continents, you realize that they prioritize taking breaks, not like us. And one thing that came out strongly was because sometimes we feel like if you take a break, by the time you come back, things have gone. The train left, and you still, you have a lot of catching up to do. And I think that's for sure. But also something else that came out strong is that the climate crisis and the climate space has made us not who we should be as Africans. Because Africans, well, because Africans are known to be united. But the climate space has kind of it has brought in the act of I must survive in this space, and so I have to do what I have to do, and sometimes it brings out selfishness. So everyone for himself, God for us all, and I think that is something that we should work on as young people, so that we are united, keeping in mind that we have ourselves as young people. We can only have a better bargaining power when we are united as young people. And for us to do this is we have to also realize what our actions do to our brothers and what our brothers' actions can do to us, and how the anxiety is affecting us and how the anxiety will continue to cause more harm. So thank you very much for showing up today. Mine is just to urge you, let us be united, let us love one another as African youths. It's okay to feel like you're in a competing space, but please let us just try and hold each other's hands. Let us make the space so amazing for the young people that when they get here, they will not even tell that there has been fragmentation. Let us be the people to make sure that other people out there don't thrive just because we are fragmented. So I appreciate everyone for coming. Let's keep connecting. Let us, when we go back home, say hi to everyone that we left back at home, and let us also support the initiatives and the work that they do, because we all know for sure action doesn't happen here. Action is what we do at the grassroots level back at home. Thank you very much. I love you so much, and yes.
Okay, so we're finally closing the curtains. I have to do same. So it's been a pleasure being your moderator. I'm Margaret Imprim, and now to the fun part. Okay. Mic drop.
Let's do this. Finally, for the best moment at COP28. Finally, we have the moment. African brothers and sisters, we have with us our hero, my friend, my brother, AY. He's been there in the COP anthem. He will be there in the COP closing ceremony. He's been in the New York, in the square, doing the first ever 100% sustainable concerts, music concerts by sustainable energy in Times Square. He's done more than 600 concerts with sustainable energy all around Africa, all around the world. He's here today to play for us, to sing with us, to celebrate African youth networking. AY, let's have some fun, man.
Oh, my man, Saad. You can roll right into it. You can roll right into it. I made a song for each goal, man. So this is the one about the ocean, you know what I'm saying? Because we got a lot of water in Africa. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We got to protect our oceans, dog. Yeah, what's up, bro? What's up? You guys good? You have a good day, yo? Oh, what's up, dog? It's been a minute. Yeah. You guys good? Hey, protect our oceans, baby. Man, it's been a long day, man. This COP's almost over, though, you know. African brothers, man, what's up? Hey, I can't foresee you care for you. It don't seem right. I can't foresee. You can jam, you can have a good time. What's up? That means I care in the ocean, the deep blue ocean. There's life underwater, life underwater. You can vibe, what's up? Hey, it's a new way to keep the ocean safe. I ain't worried about you, no, I ain't worried about you. If you don't ride the wave, then we gon' tidal away. I ain't worried about you. If you ain't doing nothing, I ain't worried about you. Make some noise, y'all doing good. What's up? What's up? You guys doing good? What's up? What's up? Hey, you care for you, yeah. Enjoy yourself, guys. Workout 28. Don't know what's up with the music one time, though. Can we get it up? Can we get it up? We good? Are we good? That means I care in the ocean, the deep blue ocean. There's life underwater, life underwater. In the ocean. That's better. Under the sea, we're under the sea. That's better. Hey, make some noise, y'all doing. Oh, it's our day, guys. You can kick it and have a good time. We rolling out this mug, right? What's up, brother? There's like there's life. There's like there's life. Hey, there's life below water, yeah. There's like there's life. There's like there's life. There's life below water, yeah. You guys having a good time? y'all seem like y'all want to dance. So I'm like, okay, put something that's more dancey. And I don't know why it's messing up a little bit, but hopefully this works. Put that mug underlay on one time. They trying to dance. You know what I'm saying? But you guys are dance if you want to. For you guys. Hey? Hey, you guys have a good one, man. Peace out, brother. Good. Feel free to dance and move around if you want. What we got, guys? Who got some salsa? What we got? I just wanna dance, and she ain't got no man. Make you some mama see the baby, baby. Okay, okay. Hey, what you got, girl? Yo, just hit the dance floor, I'ma hit the dance floor. Hey, right now, underlay, yeah. Hit the floor like underlay. Me Casa if you wanna stay. All you single, let me take this place. You caliente like a summer day. Make you mine, cause you my babe. All the whole day. Como estas, so was at the drop. Let's see you pop. It says a lot when you try and talk. Hope you guys had a good time. Hey, I just wanna dance, and she ain't got no man. Make you some mama see the baby, baby. Okay, okay. Hey, just hit the dance floor, hit the dance floor. Good looks, yeah, I got that. Talk about a bag, yeah, I got that. Brand new pad, you can watch that. Roll don't tip, better watch that. She want love, and I got that. I know what I need, she got that. I'll tell lame boy, fall back. Girl, him a number, ain't call that. She wanna come out and party, yeah. And the sunglasses are Cartier. Guys, welcome to the Children and Youth Pavilion. Just got some time to jam out, you know, and dance. I know y'all wanna let it out. Hey, for you guys. I just wanna dance, and she ain't got no man. And do some mama see the baby. Okay, okay. Hey, have a good time. Hit the dance floor. You gon' hit the dance floor. Hey, I just wanna dance, and she ain't got no man. Make you some mama see them baby. Have a good time. Have a good time. Have a come on, whoa, oh, make some noise for Sod one time for the good time.
How do we like it, everyone? Woo! Make some noise for AY. Woo! Who wants more music? Do we want more music? Woo! Do you want to play more music? Okay, who has a song? I know we need some Afrobeat in the house. We can stop recording, I guess. I have a piano, okay.
That's it.
He has it. Let's do Afro music. Give it to me. Okay, something.
I'm about to tell you the story.
Have a stream. Stop the stream. And give us, you know. What do we want? Okay. Do you have it? Do you have it there? The song. Huh? Let's do it.